Just as some fellow decides to criticize this divine lady, she promptly turns his skull into crimson mist. This winged being possesses a truly demonic personality. Suddenly popping up, she hauls folks into a rigged virtual realm, where they must brawl with beasts in endless combat cycles. Grinning, she loves seeing puny mortals perish miserably, giggling while they drop like flies in succession. However, a specific dude behaves quite differently here. Our hero Ryumin smashes beasts, clinching the top human ranking. Next, he executes a stunt so gutsy that witnesses gasped, including the holy mistress. He insists on a juicier prize for being number one. This absolutely grinds her gears, so she concocts a scheme to eliminate the annoying pest. Having already fragged one gamer, she cannot repeat that without violating heavenly laws. Thus, she proposes a quiet, one chat instead. Both wander toward a cluster of adjacent trees. During their hike, her mind stays focused on loathing these selfish, dim-witted mortals, yet, direct murder remains strictly forbidden, as it violates the code. Besides, those celestial managers would definitely penalize her, hence, she baits him further into woods, away from prying eyes, intending to lie that he attempted desertion, requiring some divine intervention. Reaching the perfect killing zone at last, the lady pivots, and her vision fills with a giant, oncoming knuckle. She hits the dirt hard, gaping at her spilled acre. She reels that a peasant struck her. Peering upward toward his former coordinates, he vanished. Suddenly, the protagonist materializes at that female's rear, snatching that creature using its feathers plus that gullet. The man yanks those flight appendages off, playing a morbid flower game, disregarding those shrill vocalizations entirely. Since her flight pass is revoked, the boy retrieves the sharpened toothpick out of that digital backpack, plus terminates that life subscription using one typo. When the celestial carcass finally greets the pavement, rather, some virtual notification flickers. Our hero is officially the but human tasked with murdering one seraph. In exchange for this deed, that man earns the number 1 seraph slayer badge, which twice multiplies his power level against sanctified entity. He additionally secures some divine plasma, permitting the fellow entry into that spooky skeleton job. Eventually, that warrior snags the magical stone of total massacring, which elevates that entire power set using a small margin per deceased foe, lasting until this stage concludes. You probably think this guy is ridiculously buff and gutsy, courageous enough to butcher a divinity during the prologue. Actually, Ryumin resides within his 100th time loop. He is a walking encyclopedia of the apocalypse. During that previous redo, that warrior single-handedly dismantled those ultimate boss elite security guards, yet nonetheless faced a locked gateway he was unable to open. Apparently, that computer demanded some 5-person party. Since the man arrived solo, since the fellow lacked friends, that game deleted his existence. Consequently, the cycle repeats itself once more, precisely during the interval preceding that match kickoff. That attempt marks the Centennial Plus Ultimate round, while those mobs hoot plus holler during the countdown. Some weird noise cuts the party short. Some anonymous speaker ridicules mankind using an unsettlingly joyful pitch, labeling those bipes comical, because they act haughty, while remaining entirely ignorant regarding impending disasters. Every bystander becomes motionless. Subsequently the group sprints toward that noise, just witnessing that incandescent lady drifting downward out of the clouds like some shiny, falling meteor. She looked down at them with a smirk, comparing the entire human race to a bunch of pathetic cage monkeys performing for her amusement. The crowd watched in stunned silence, completely mesmerized by the strange spectacle, with many convinced it was just an elaborate TV projection, while others just admired the beautiful figure. Men also stared at her, although he found the display incredibly boring, having relived this precise moment for 99 years, and by now, he considered it thoroughly insulting rather than impressive. The angelic woman offered that familiar, smug smirk of hers, and proceeded to ridicule the humans for falling for her charm so easily. One particularly irritated man, believing this to be a low-budget performance, pointed directly at her and demanded to know who she was, suggesting she was part of a cheap street play with flimsy flying props, and then, in a grave error, called her floating toilet paper. Min instantly knew that man had just signed his own death warrant. Right then, her eyes began to burn with a fierce, crimson glow, and with a single, brutal motion, she sliced off the man's head in a burst of violent fury. His blood sprayed across the surrounding audience, leaving everyone frozen in terror and doused in a mixture of fear and gore. The formerly graceful figure now stood as a vindictive executioner, declaring this a justified punishment for an insignificant peasant who dared insult someone so far above his station. Speaking with a sharp voice and a chilling gaze, she warned the terrified survivors that if anyone else chose to question her authority, they too would end up just as headless, receiving no mercy whatsoever. Once the terrified crowd fell silent, She ordered them to pay close attention as she began to explain the bizarre circumstances of their current predicament. Min felt nothing but intense irritation listening to the identical speech for the umpteenth time, comparing it to the principal's mind-numbing assembly announcements that seemed to last an eternity. She announced that they would be participating in a twisted little pastime involving a total of 20 rounds, with one occurring every month. She then clarified that for this game, their spirits would be forcibly relocated to an entirely different dimension. All they had to do in that realm was complete a specific task assigned to them, and upon finishing their assignments, they would return to reality with a generous reward for their hard work. The audience remained thoroughly puzzled by the vague and incomplete instructions, wondering if completing the task truly meant their lives would be spared. Just as they began calculating their chances of making it out alive, the ethereal woman spoke up again, clarifying with a slight smile that while it might sound like survival was guaranteed by finishing the quests, there was zero actual guarantee of making it out alive. She then dropped the bombshell that only 50% of them would survive, depending solely on their performance scores and accomplishments. As hysteria immediately broke out across the crowd, with unnerving calmness, she then dropped another detail. Only humans aged between 15 and 29 would be selected, leaving everyone outside that youth bracket behind. An elderly gentleman let out a triumphant roar of laughter, shouting joyfully that he had successfully avoided the whole mess. This immediately infuriated one of Yeongmin's men, who grabbed the old man by his collar and began to pick a fight with him. Yeongmin swiftly intervened, telling his man to pipe down and try to wrap his head around the situation, unless he wanted it to literally explode, just like the previous victims. Immediately following this, the angel woman casually announced that more than 18 million contestants would be participating in this game. She then instantly began the process of sending everyone away. Each person found themselves transported to an empty, isolated location where they couldn't see anyone else. They were then instructed to build their digital persona before the full soul transfer process began. She warned them all to choose wisely, as a bad choice could have lethal consequences. He knew this was a one-shot deal, so second chances were strictly off the table. Min, sticking to tradition, selected the exact same character design he'd used in a whopping 99 previous attempts. He gave it the classic handle, Black Scythe, for what felt like the 100th time, then locked in the selection. He materialized instantly in a field covered in lush green turf. This physical form had been his identity for countless years, a familiar shell he instinctively inhabited. Frankly, it felt more authentic than any original flesh and blood body he'd ever possessed. Suddenly, the remaining contestants popped into existence, though none of them looked especially terrified. In fact, one dude was busy striking a pose and asking his buddy if he looked like a real big shot. Min saw through the charade immediately, noting how everyone had opted for maximum hotness or cuteness. Clearly, nobody with half a brain cell would realize that looking flashy just painted a bigger target on your back for an early, permanent exit. Right as Min began idly pondering the absence of the resident loudmouth, Yeongmin made his grand entrance, complete with an absurdly jacked physique that practically glowed from over-wheeling. He had once more poured all his effort into creating the most ridiculously ripped avatar possible, while everyone else was busy admiring their new forms and enjoying a temporary reprieve from tension. A woman with angelic features suddenly materialized, casually observing that the group appeared to be having a blast with their new looks. Her sudden appearance instantly turned the atmosphere sour, with panic replacing amusement as everyone realized the serious implications of what was happening. One human contestant piped up, pointing out the obvious fact that the assembly didn't exactly contain 1 million people. This prompted the angelic figure to scowl, explaining sharply that this wasn't the sole location, and many other groups were spread out with different angels before the initial round began. The stern-faced angelic woman provided a rapid summary of the rules, instructing them to simply visualize a personal information screen in their thoughts. Min immediately pulled up his own status display, feeling a familiar wave of irritation wash over him. He knew he faced the tedious task of leveling up from absolute zero once more. Just as everyone else finished reviewing their stats, the woman then informed them that they were essentially level 1 characters, which any veteran player could have figured out in an instant. She advised them to begin leveling up, and mentioned that successfully completing all 20 stages would lead to a great reward. They would not only survive, but also receive the bonus prize of one granted wish. She proceeded to tell them to access their inventory, mentioning that she had tucked a small present inside for every single person. As everyone examined their stash, they discovered one unique rune fragment waiting within. The serious angelic woman clarified that this particular rune fragment was a consumable item and could only be activated while the user remained at level 1. She emphasized it was a singular gift provided solely for this instance and detailed the proper activation method. prompting Yeoman to immediately trigger his without a second thought. He seemed genuinely blown away by the outcome of the activation. The stern angelic woman commented nonchalantly that the results would satisfy every participant, regardless of what they got. As soon as the rooms finished imprinting on everyone, she finally announced their primary objectives. In that precise moment, a quest interface appeared before every individual, assigning them the task of taking out 100 goblins apiece. Swarms of goblins started materializing from all directions. The humans were immediately forced into defensive positions. The entire scenario began to feel suspiciously like virtual reality had somehow been weaponized, turning them into unwilling beta testers for a new product. That grumpy supreme overlord sends 10,000 green gremlins charging toward a group of 5,000 pathetic bites who never even swatted a fly, demanding they commit maximum violence to turn those softies into permanent landscape decoration. Min saunters out like he is taking a Sunday stroll, approaching the ugly horde, capturing the public's attention, while instantly flattening a squat creature, as if it were a cheap soda can, making this battle look effortless. He knows a grand entrance ensures people remember his face forever, plus he really enjoys the idea of being the most famous guy in the room for once. His logic remains straightforward. If people are scared they will stop bothering him with their annoying requests for help, so he must display overwhelming power to establish dominance. Plus there is this extra bit. He also hopes to flirt with that pretty divine maiden, to reach every objective simultaneously. He stages a display so intense that every witness watching begins questioning if he was manufactured in a top-tier government lab. Furthermore, they all think his edgy handle, the Jet Black Reaper, sounds incredibly badass and stylish. Witnessing this expert slaughter provides a sudden boost of false confidence to the shivering crowd nearby, so they jump in, assuming these short green idiots are just low-level fodder. Right as their egos inflate, a sneaky monster leaps from the shadows and shoves a rusty blade directly into a poor soul, proving this survival situation is definitely not a safe video game environment. Once the blood sprays, terror erupts, and everyone forgets about assisting. Everyone retreats like frightened squirrels. The green tide engulfs the cowards and begins carving them up, transforming the area into a disorganized disaster zone. He reads their thoughts perfectly, since many idiots likely assumed this struggle was merely an immersive virtual reality simulation. Yet he expects their primal terror to kick in soon, leading them to ditch their friends and prioritize their own skin above all else. Min played the coward before, requiring a couple of reincarnations to realize that cowardice is a dead end. No use fleeing from these beasts, and a frantic lady attempting to dash for it slams her face into a transparent wall, demonstrating to the survivors that their only options are to get busy killing or get busy dying. To pampered citizens never even having squashed a tiny spider in their air-conditioned homes, having to gut monsters for breath forces them to evolve, and now their only path to victory involves a total personality transplant. Bodies pile up rapidly, while the few remaining losers beg for a hero to swoop in and rescue them. Meanwhile, the imposing angelic woman appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the gruesome spectacle. She understood that while a lone goblin was easily dispatched, a whole swarm brandishing makeshift weapons presented a serious threat. What a coincidence. She was finally starting to show some interest in our protagonist, exactly as he had calculated. The woman found it quite irritating that she could only glimpse the player's quest advancement, not their full information. She believed it was beneath her dignity, given her high standing, yet she still found observing Black Scythe thoroughly amusing. Ming kept carving through the goblins with remarkable ease, as if he were simply swatting flies. Just a fraction, roughly a quarter of his targets remained. He increased his momentum significantly. He slaughtered them without pity, causing the remaining goblins to turn tail and flee for their miserable lives. This provided him with a much-needed moment of calm. Taking advantage of the lull, he accessed his personal status screen and realized he had successfully leveled up to 4. Leveling up granted 2 points, and Min immediately poured both into speed. He recognized that in this divine system, speed boosted both movement and attack rate, and based on his prior experiences, he knew no stat was more essential in the early game. Having completed his performance to capture the angel's interest, Min determined it was time to swiftly conclude the task. He launched his weapon like a spinning top, and it returned, dispatching several monsters in one go. The few goblins left realized they were completely outmatched, and ceased their pointless struggle. Min walked over and finished the task decisively, guaranteeing every single one perished, thereby completing his assigned quest. After breezing through the opening stage without difficulty, Min paused to reconsider his recent choices. He realized his high-energy performance wasn't simply an effort to catch the eye of the angelic woman. He also wanted to be the first person worldwide and locally to finalize the quest. A shimmering golden status window appeared, announcing his completion time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds, confirming his #1 spot. Min understood the first 3 finishers were granted special rewards, and securing first place meant he received a voucher for a rare base weapon plus a unique bonus crate specifically for ranking first globally. Min accessed the rewards from his local map Victory and was presented with several weapon options. Reviewing the options, Min chose the stiletto, which was designated as a beginner level dagger. Immediately discarding the inferior weapon he had used to complete the previous stage, he decided to postpone opening the global reward and instead examined his status menu, noticing that all the other surrounding players were still struggling immensely with the very same goblins. Min then examined a unique title he acquired, the Last Time Traveler, a moniker he hadn't received across his previous 90 lives. Naturally inquisitive, Min decided to try out his new magic craft, and wouldn't you know it, he gained the magnificent power to rewind time, just as the mystical symbol began etching itself directly onto his skin, like a permanent, magical tattoo. The system, however, intervened with a notification, claiming existing residual effects on his body caused the engraving attempt to fail completely. This failure didn't exactly shock Min. If the powerful rune had successfully engraved, it would have created an infinite time reversal glitch, giving him far too much power. The system chimed in again, explaining that his 100 previous regressions had unlocked a new, special title for him. Min new tiles were basically just stupid up runes in this game, so he quickly examined the details of his shiny new acquisition. He found that it granted him a spectacular ability, a full revival after dying, but only once. Min remembered that standard revival abilities were usually reserved strictly for priests, and those only brought someone back at 30% health. His title, however, was clearly superior, offering a full 100% recovery to the user. Min was stunned by his title's power and immediately used the system's hidden feature to make sure nobody else knew about it. After checking all his new details, he started wondering if anyone else had finished the quest, specifically how that jerk young Min was doing. He quickly spotted young Min fighting alongside his group, and realized the bully would probably make it through the round 2. As the human count finally began to resemble the goblin count, the overseeing angel started getting incredibly bored with the fight. She decided to summon a whole new batch of goblins just to keep the mayhem going. In the meantime, the lifeless bodies of the humans who had died suddenly started to disappear. This left their friends and family completely devastated and crying in utter misery. The sudden, overwhelming horde of 50,000 additional goblins completely swamped the remaining humans, who desperately tried to fight back. The required number of qualifying participants crept closer and closer to the final count needed to pass. Eventually, the number passed 5,000, and all the goblins abruptly disappeared in a puff of smoke. Those who hadn't qualified for the next round were immediately bid farewell as they simply vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind. One frantic participant shouted at the angel, claiming he only needed one last kill, but the rules were strict. Only half of the contestants were allowed to qualify in each round. The survivors who qualified for the next round were struck with fear as they watched their fallen, qualifying comrades disappear before their eyes. The big bad angel lady instructed the survivors that they ought to feel grateful for their successful survival. She urged them to increase their efforts if they had any hope of surviving the second round. Before sending them away, the system flashed the rewards for all the qualifiers on screen, including the official leaderboard. Everyone received a generous 1,000 gold coins, which they could spend on items from the store, when it eventually unlocked at level 10. Thanks to the leaderboard results, everyone finally knew about our hero, which was precisely what he had intended all along. His top ranking immediately drew the angel's attention, and she couldn't help but ask how he had become so strong. She specifically wondered if he had received some sort of incredibly overpowered, game-breaking rune. Our black scythe laughed at her, questioning if she was truly unable to see the rune he had acquired. The angel promptly altered her stance, insisting she knew absolutely everything about the situation to preserve her fragile reputation. Min then piped up, asking the celestial being if he might also be allowed to pose a query. He grumbled that the reward he earned for finishing first was ridiculously meager for his needs. This request for a larger payout infuriated the angelic lady, who demanded Min repeat precisely what he just said, and, with the intellectual consideration of a brick wall, he did exactly that. This only fueled her rage. The angel scowled in fury, completely baffled that a simple mortal would be dissatisfied after taking down some low-level goblins. In her absolute fury, she briefly considered vaporizing Min's head entirely, but she then remembered that she had already used her single-use kill card, regretting she wasted it on a different, equally irritating human earlier. Just at that moment, however, a truly sinister idea popped into her head. She asked Min, dripping with false sweetness, if he really needed a more substantial reward. The angel explained that typically, the strict rules and regulations would explicitly prohibit her from doing such things. but she hinted she might be willing to make a very special exception, telling the other mortals to wait as she needed to speak with Min confidentially. Total chaos erupted among the crowd as they debated whether negotiating rewards was actually permitted, and everyone decided to ask for better prizes too. The spectators grew highly suspicious about this supposedly fantastic new prize, given that the angel was whisking Min away for a secret meeting. A few onlookers even began to seethe with envy over his apparent stroke of luck. Min carefully followed the angel deep into the thick forest, maintaining a cautious distance between them. She noticed his hesitation and barked at him to keep up the pace. Enraged by his slow pace, she mused that humans were nothing but pests who only moved when yelled at, but she managed to suppress her fury. She was well aware that messing with the divine game system, established by management, was strictly prohibited. A devious grin spread across her features when she realized her malicious intent. After passing a specific milestone, she planned to dispose of Min. She was fully aware that murdering a human simply for her own satisfaction would likely create significant administrative problems. Besides, she didn't possess the necessary clearance for such drastic measures, and she could face serious disciplinary action for interrupting the established order. Once she reached her carefully selected ambush location, she abruptly wheeled around, only to be greeted by an immediate, shocking surprise, a fist connecting violently with her jaw. The unexpected counter-attack caught her totally unaware. The powerful strike sent the angelic woman tumbling to the ground, and a strange golden liquid began to leak from her wound, instantly escalating her fury to unprecedented heights. Absolutely livid and hellbent on crushing our boy, she tried to charge at him, only to be utterly astonished. He had simply vanished into thin air, and, moving like a shadow, easily crept up behind her, taking her completely by surprise. He secured her wings in a powerful one-handed grip. With his free hand, he clamped down on her throat, effectively neutralizing her struggles while she shrieked for him to stop. Min remained completely unaffected by her desperate cries. He systematically tore off her wings, one section at a time. This brutal act made it clear that escaping via flight was no longer an option. After finishing the destruction of her wings, he mockingly leaned in and asked if the process was painful. The angel, enraged and thoroughly confused, questioned if he had lost his mind, prompting Min to respond with a self-satisfied smirk. Min calmly explained that he had known all along about the dagger she had hidden in her wings. Fully aware of her intention to kill him, the woman continued to vehemently deny any hostile intent, insisting her plans were completely different. Min simply called her by her true name, Brielle, and warned her that lying would only make things worse. Brielle immediately went into hysterics, completely unable to understand how a mere human could possess her identity. Min then revealed her weapon, instantly terrifying her beyond comprehension. In a desperate attempt to bluff her way out, Brielle threatened to use her head-exploding ability with a mere flick of her finger. Min instantly dismissed the threat, reminding her that she had already wasted her high-damage move. This sent Brielle into full-blown panic, causing her to scramble for excuses and attempt to strike a bargain. She tried one final intimidation tactic, claiming her allies would punish him for her demise, but Min saw through the lie, stating plainly that her so-called angelic friends were nothing more than self-absorbed narcissists who wouldn't lift a finger to save her. She argued that her death would prevent her group from returning home, but Min corrected her, explaining that the system automatically sends players back once rewards are announced, without requiring her specific approval. She kept trying to negotiate with flimsy excuses, offering him any information he desired in exchange for allowing her to live just one more day. Min remained completely unconvinced, informing her that he knew everything about the game and that angels like her were nothing more than glorified pawns designed to guide players. Displaying zero mercy, Min plunged his blade straight through her, ensuring her complete and permanent defeat. Once he had finished off the angel, the system promptly notified him that he was the first person ever to eliminate an angel, rewarding him with the first Angel Slayer title and a bonus. Our hero received angel blood along with the Rune of Slaughter, a familiar pattern as this wasn't his first time pulling off such a stunt. He once again achieved the first kill milestone for an angel. The rune was embedded directly into his body, and the title now doubles his stats when facing Holy Order enemies, a reward he only discovered in the 13th regression round during a massive angelic battle. Since these rewards are designed to be unique and exclusive to a single person, the system made them exceptionally distinctive. In addition to the doubled stats from the title, he also gained the rune's bonus, which increases his statistics by 1 for every enemy he eliminates, stacking up to a maximum of 100. This statistical bonus, however, vanishes completely when the subsequent round begins. Min smirked, holding up the golden angel's blood, revealing that this was his entire motive for targeting the angel from the very beginning. This particular item lets a player snag the Grim Reaper as their chosen career path. which is a major upgrade, since most people only unlock their first job at level 10 from a standard pool of 30 different options. There are multiple ways to earn a profession, typically involving either finding a very specific, rare item during a monster hunt or successfully completing a series of challenging perquisites. However, some professions are so exclusive that they fall into the unique class category, meaning only one individual in the world can ever claim them. As you might expect, these rare professions are playing in an entirely different league compared to all the basic jobs everyone else gets. Min checked the rewards he received from the world map event and, after some thought, chose the experience boost to prepare for the next round. He understood that reaching level 10 was currently his top priority so he could finally secure himself a high-value profession. He knew deep down that this was his absolute final regression attempt. This meant he had to utilize every single resource he could get his hands on to become the strongest version of himself possible. Just then, the round ended, and every single living soul was immediately returned to their home dimension. People slowly started regaining consciousness on Earth as their souls returned, completely confused, and trying to figure out what had just happened to them. For the vast majority of them, it genuinely felt like nothing more than a weird, intense fever dream. But as they began to look around their surroundings, they noticed that their bodies had simply collapsed the moment their consciousness was yanked away into that other dimension. They checked their clocks and realized that the amount of time that passed in their dream matched exactly with the real world, which only made things feel much more unsettling. Their heads throbbed as if they had a bad hangover, and their limbs itched with an intense soreness. Young Min and his friends nervously looked around the room. They noticed that several people were still lying motionless on the ground, apparently unable to wake up from whatever horrifying experience they were trapped in. The humans began discussing what happened, slowly confirming that it wasn't just a dream after all, and that they would inevitably be pulled back in for the next round. They rushed to wake up the friends who were still passed out, but the moment they checked on them, they realized the bodies were unnervingly cold and completely still, with absolutely no breathing whatsoever. This confirmed that these unlucky people had actually, and very permanently, kicked the bucket. It was at that precise moment that the brutal, though crushing truth finally hit everyone. The ominous warning about half the people will survive wasn't some sick joke. Those who didn't make it really were gone for good. Panic spread like wildfire through the room, causing even the bully young Min to start trembling, shaken completely to his core. The sick piece of trash actually felt glad that rich or poor, everyone now started on an even playing field in this new world, so he casually told the panicking guy to just chill out and live a little. He added that the world has always been unfair anyway, using his casual vibe check to bring the freaked-out kid back to reality. Baldy told young Min that even though his own life might not be worth much in the grand scheme of things, he still had important goals he wanted to chase. But the crazy bully ignored Baldy, instead looking around for someone he couldn't seem to find anywhere. He wondered where Min had vanished after getting knocked unconscious, and quietly chuckled to himself. He figured a pathetic little wimp like the protagonist must have just perished in some corner without anyone noticing. Suddenly, his attention is completely diverted by a guy wearing a full suit of armor, who is just standing there, standing completely still and staring blankly into the distance. The crackhead guy quickly realizes he can also pull up the digital system to check his own personal stats. He sees his henchmen equally stunned as they verify the sudden digital reality for themselves. The entire crew needs a moment to fully grasp the fact that they can summon their own character profiles and check items from the physical world, though peeking at a rival's inventory remains strictly forbidden. The young fellow decides to experiment with his new abilities by nonchalantly grabbing a large rock and turning it into dust without effort. Using just a single hand, he watched the heavy stone disintegrate into fine sand, courtesy of his newfound, ridiculous strength. The guy with the snake-like eyes flashed a goofy, idiotic grin, absolutely delighted by his massive boost in power. The following day, reports of the incident went viral faster than a cat video, making it public knowledge that a large group of people collapsed after a strange woman appeared in the sky like a low-budget flying saucer. Gossip circulated wildly about her ability to make heads explode like overfilled balloons or instantly render people comatose. As Min watches the analyst frantically trying to explain the situation, he calculates that complete pandemonium will erupt once word gets out that 50% of the comatose players are actually going to die from cardiac arrest. Among the casualties were some very famous public figures. Min understands the actual challenge begins when law enforcement realizes the survivors have become super-powered players, even if their starting stats are ridiculously weak. Eventually, however, their strength will escalate to a point where even the most heavily armed military forces cannot contain them effectively. That's precisely where Min intends to intervene, aiming to neutralize them before they become power-drunk and completely destroy the entire planet, long before the ultimate confrontation even starts. and he has fully resolved to accomplish this by simply overwhelming everyone with his own sheer dominance. Still, this time around, he realizes he must be cunning, gathering the 4 strongest players to his cause if he hopes to make it through the final showdown alive. Despite all that, there's actually a far more pressing issue demanding his immediate attention. Returning to his humble apartment, Min walks into the kitchen and feels a pang of guilt, knowing his younger sibling ate only a lonely cup of instant noodles for supper. As usual, he gently turns the doorknob and takes a careful peek inside, making sure not to wake the sleeping little fellow. Min feels a sense of relief, realizing one finally managed to find peaceful sleep even without his older sibling present. After all, though he looks like a walking skyscraper, the lanky boy is merely a 7th-grade kid living only with his older brother. This has been their reality since their parents tragically died in an automobile accident. He gently puts pressure on the gas covering one's clearly injured hand. A heavy sensation of regret and sorrow washed over Min, and he immediately made a decision. He turned on the lights and informed his younger sibling that they needed to leave immediately. One asks sleepily why he's being forced to get out of bed at this hour, but the older brother yanks the covers completely off, sternly instructing him to drag his lazy backside out of bed and get dressed because they have places to go, some extremely serious business to handle, and he would detail the whole complicated fiasco once they were out the door. The younger sibling muttered that if this was simply another one of Min's aimless early morning strolls, he was absolutely not participating. Min abruptly lowered his voice to a grave whisper, informing him that chaos was about to erupt, meaning this was the worst possible moment for hitting the snooze button again. His younger brother furrowed his brow, questioning if the New Year's party Min attended had gone horribly wrong, to which Min simply replied he would cover all the details once they started walking. The 2 siblings continued their trek down a particularly quiet side street. One pondered deeply about what on earth could have caused his big brother to suddenly become so high, strung and grim. Our main character then suggested one turn on the news, as apparently, the world had been busy falling apart while one was peacefully sleeping through it all. One's mouth fell open in disbelief when he saw the absolutely bonkers headlines describing some angel abducting teenagers and transporting them to a different dimension. Min finally confessed that he himself had been among those unfortunate souls, explaining he barely scraped by the first mission with his life intact. His younger sibling immediately began to hyperventilate, desperately demanding reassurance that Min was actually okay and unharmed. The panic was especially pronounced because of their parents' previous accident. Min represented the very last family member one had left remaining in this world. He recalled vividly how absolutely shattered he had felt during that entire period. Yet, despite everything, his big brother constantly managed to remain resilient, creating the illusion that their parents were somehow still present with them in spirit. However, there was a breaking point for everyone, and even his brother might not be able to withstand the trauma of suddenly being forced to hunt over 100 dangerous creatures. Predicting his little brother's exact fears, Min composedly assured him that the newly acquired stat system continuously strengthened players. Therefore, even someone with a physique as pitifully weak as his could manage to survive just fine. Noticing Juan still looked completely unconvinced, Min guaranteed that all his worries would vanish completely once he actually saw him fight, insisting that Juan just needed to follow along and place his full faith in him for the time being. However, the younger sibling folded his arms stubbornly and refused to budge even slightly until Min finally confessed whatever secrets he had been concealing for this long. Min's gaze fixed on the unpleasant-looking bruise covering one's hand. Min's expression became stone cold once more as he finally spoke and directly named the pathetic jerk who had been tormenting one this whole time. The sudden revelation immediately caused the nervous kid to break out in a cold sweat. Hearing Min utter the name of his aggressor, Juan felt entirely blindsided that Min already possessed knowledge of the entire situation. He turned towards his brother, asking if Min truly understood everything right from the start. Guilt slammed into him with the force of a freight train since he had worked so hard to keep it concealed, not wanting to pile more issues onto Min, who already had enough on his plate. Deep inside, felt compelled to apologize to his younger sibling, as he hadn't actually properly registered the heavy burden Juan had been silently enduring for so long. Min learned a painful lesson during his previous go-around, finding out the hard way exactly how rotten things could get. Min was just settling in for a quick snooze when his brother mentioned he was heading out for a leisurely stroll around the block. Sometime later, a phone call interrupted his peace, and Min answered in a less pleasant mood, assuming it was just a minor inconvenience. The woman on the other end, however, delivered a brutal dose of reality, shattering his calm when she explained exactly what had happened. She told him he needed to rush to the hospital right away. The devastating truth was that Juan had been viciously attacked by his tormentor that very night, and the beating had cost him his eyesight permanently. Min was overwhelmed by a pathetic sense of weakness in that moment, as the realization of his utter helplessness struck him like a high-speed collision. Which is precisely why, in this new life, Min was absolutely determined to ensure his little brother never, ever had to experience that kind of suffering again. At the same precise moment, things were unfolding in a very unpleasant back alley. The character named Tae-ju sent a smaller student flying into the brick wall with a vicious kick, demanding to know where the missing 2001 payment was. The bully started screaming as the nerd remained prone on the ground, utterly motionless like a glitching video game character. The basketball-shaped menace kept relentlessly kicking the helpless victim again and again. Even his loyal henchmen started to look genuinely alarmed by the sheer level of brutality he was displaying. Standing there frozen in shock by his ruthless exhibition, the large bully started whining that he couldn't buy a bike big enough for his enormous physique without first getting a hold of the nerd's missing funds. He turned to one of his subordinates and asked for ideas on who else they could squeeze some cash out of. They brainstormed for a moment until Forehead Guy suddenly offered a suggestion, dulling him to summon the extremely tall, skinny kid who wore curly hair. The mere mental image of Juwon's purposely unlucky face brought a wide grin to Taeju's face, and he casually announced that his New Year's resolution was simply to start the year by pummeling that particular kid. The lackeys continued to promote their brilliant plan to extract cash from Juwon. Thaddy quickly shut down that suggestion, reminding them all that the kid was effectively a perpetually empty wallet wrapped in rags, and that every time he had previously administered a beating, the shack dweller never seemed to possess a single cent of actual currency. Just as Fatty mentioned the fact that Juwon lived with his brother, he noticed a pair of approaching figures, and to his great satisfaction, it was his favorite punching bag, Juwon, accompanied by the much bigger brother. The unexpected appearance made the round bully and his collection of lackeys grin in excited anticipation. He laughed, commenting that while people usually say the devil appears when you speak his name, he had received an unexpected gift instead. With no further preamble, the crazy bully went ballistic, unleashing a stream of colorful curses at Juwon. This caused Juwon to immediately begin shaking in fear as he quickly stammered out an apology, but Min remained completely unfazed, delivering a cold, hard glare that promised a swift end to Fatty's reign. Taeju simply smirked, internally celebrating the fact that Min had just delivered a brand new punching bag right into his grasp. He then turned to Juwon and questioned exactly who he had brought along to save his pathetic self. Before Juwon could stutter out an answer, the intimidating older brother stepped forward and introduced himself. The revelation caused Fatty's grin to grow even wider as he told Juwon that bringing Min along was a terrible mistake, and his brother was now going to pay dearly for interfering. But Lardman took a moment to calculate the situation and decided it was best to send his lackeys in first to measure exactly what this new guy was capable of. The initial opponent finds our hero's height so ridiculously short that he nearly collapses in hysterical laughter, but our guy quickly responds to this disrespect by planting a solid knuckle sandwich straight onto the adversary's unpleasant face. This punch drops the foe instantly, leaving him in a stunned heap, causing the knockoff popstar to immediately launch a wild, desperate counter attack with everything he has left. The aggressive swing tears through the air with considerable speed, but our protagonist merely steps aside to casually evade the blow. Min connects with a retaliatory hit so powerful that the poor guy sails into a distant pile of containers, openly whimpering for his mother. Meanwhile, at exactly the same moment, Baldy and Taeju's last available henchmen crumple to the floor. They are curled up and trembling in agony after having been defeated by just a single strike each. Watching the chaos unfold, the large, round individual begins to visibly shake and struggles desperately to maintain his composure. He attempts to convince himself that his brother simply picked up some boxing basics during his free time, trying to appear unfazed. Thaddy scoffs, claiming it's impossible for a person built like a noodle to generate enough force to actually hurt him. With absolute confidence, he advances toward Min, adopting the dramatic posture of a JoJo villain, towering over our hero. He smugly declares that those amateur boxing lessons probably failed to mention how significant a height advantage can be in a real brawl. Min, however, simply chuckles at the sight of the generously proportioned cutting board, asking the man if he ever bothers to keep up with the news. Seeing Min smirk in such a challenging situation thoroughly infuriates Fatty, causing him to instantly throw a punch. He fully intends to teach our protagonist a lesson he won't soon forget, but our hero easily dodges the wild jab, forcing the bulky individual to stumble around like an oversized bulldog as he fails to land a single hit. Min transforms every evasion into a stylish display of movement and skill. Fatty's heart rate climbs dangerously high from the sudden exertion, pushing him perilously close to suffering a heart attack. He wears himself out from moving so much, all while completely confused about why he can't manage to connect with his opponent. Having grown completely exasperated with Big Smoke's clumsy tantrum, Min decides to finish the show by delivering one devastating punch that knocks Taeju out cold. then reiterates that he clearly wouldn't have dared challenge him if he actually read the news. As the bulky adversary struggles desperately to retain consciousness, he immediately charges back at Min, only to receive another severe beating. This time Min executes a seamless maneuver, completely vanishing from sight like a ninja. He reappears directly behind the portly figure, landing a precise jab straight into his large, wobbling double chin, clutching his jaw in pain. The large man starts cursing at our hero, until he suddenly freezes mid-sentence. He nearly collapses in shock upon realizing that the punch has successfully dislodged one of his teeth. This discovery ignites his rage more intensely than an overweight gamer losing a Fortnite match, causing him to immediately launch a wild, desperate, and ultimately hopeless final attempt to defeat our protagonist. As always, Min responds. Min shows absolutely zero mercy and begins relentlessly pounding that massive, elon-sized skull with so. Taegu absorbs so many blows that his knees were starting to resemble gel. His cowardly entourage kept their distance, holding their breath like they were playing hide and seek, probably needing a change of underwear. The discount antagonist, however, grew enraged, deluding himself into thinking his opponent's winning streak was purely due to an unfair head start. He calculated that just one well-aimed, sloppy strike would send the slender opponent soaring through the air like a discarded toy. Consequently, he attempted his signature one-hit wonder technique, channeling all his remaining energy into a final devastating strike, hoping to flatten our hero instantly. Instead, Min effortlessly turned the aggressor's forward momentum against him, launching the big guy like a human projectile right back where he came from. Watching the bulky fellow attempt to move by dragging himself across the pavement like a particularly sluggish grub, the older brother loomed above him, nonchalantly inquiring if receiving pain felt quite different from inflicting it, considering his previous enjoyment. The memories of watching the protagonist suffer countless beatings in previous timelines flashed through Min's mind, fueling his resolve. Instead of fighting back, Taegu abruptly performed a complete character pivot and began pleading for forgiveness. He trembled on the floor, perfectly mimicking the terror of the very children he once tormented. Min advanced steadily, extending a hand toward the aggressor, who shut his eyes tightly and prepared for the inevitable. After a deliberate pause for dramatic effect, the hero then flashed a broad smile and informed him directly that his greatest error wasn't simply existing, but rather having the audacity to target the wrong person. Immediately afterward, Taegu required a brief moment to comprehend the sharp cracking sound reverberating through his eardrums. He soon deduced that the noise originated from his own hand, currently being contorted into a shape resembling a particularly mangled vegetable. Min continued his work without hesitation, securing the second hand as well. The distinct sound of snapping bone became so horrifyingly loud that even the observing goons fled in terror from the unfolding chaos. Given his naturally squeamish nature, the protagonist quickly averted his gaze as his brother finished the job. Min made certain that the self-proclaimed bully would never again mistake kindness for weakness, or consider repeating his past actions. Min grinned at the pleading bully, mocking him for assuming he could be easily manipulated, and confirmed he would never put faith in such a lowlife. He therefore took measures to guarantee Taegu could never again harm an innocent individual, implementing actions that would definitely be deemed inappropriate and violate Mo's community standards. Afterward, the protagonist inquired how his brother suddenly managed such outlandish feats, completely baffled by the dramatic shift in skill. Curious if Min had been secretly practicing martial arts for years without telling him, Min revealed that recent news reports had detailed how a select group of individuals were chosen to access extraordinary powers from another dimension while remaining on Earth. He then nonchalantly presented one of his new daggers to one, which immediately caused his sibling to start geeking out over it like it was a rare, high-value video game cosmetic. Min elaborated that his impressive combat maneuvers were all thanks to his increased speed attribute, which easily surpasses the capabilities of top-tier professional athletes. However, the chatter immediately ceases when one gets too nosy, bombarding him with question after question. Min just offers a non-committal shoulder shrug, recalling the disastrous outcome from the previous time he spilled too many beans. That particular incident culminated in one being snatched away by another online adventurer. Even though the kid thankfully returned unscathed, our protective older sibling has zero intention of letting him endure any more trauma, ever. Out of nowhere, he snaps his head around, because a massive, wrenching grumble echoes from one's midsection. Min swiftly suggests a trip to the corner shop for a celebratory, calamitous breakfast treat. Within the store, Wan boses perhaps the saddest query imaginable, observing his surroundings, and wondering mournfully about the destination when the instant noodles are already ready. The big brother motions for patience, while he goes to retrieve a substantial portion of his reserves, representing the overwhelming majority of his entire nest egg in a single transaction. reassuring his little brother not to stress over the financial maneuvers. He then airily informs his younger sibling that the entire premium snack section is his personal shopping mall. One pauses his decision, making process momentarily, fretting that their funds might vanish before the calendar hits January 1st. Yet he capitulates instantly, snagging a carton of fried chicken bites without giving it a second thought. His face absolutely beams as he confesses his lifelong ambition to sample those exact treats. Witnessing that pure joy makes Min feel so good that he vows a future dinner outing so the boy can finally taste actual cow meat. Observing Juan's ecstasy over $5 processed poultry prompts a private thought bubble for Min. One just needs to hold tight a tiny bit longer until the major cash flow truly begins. Following that, Min watches Juan radiate happiness as if he has successfully completed his ultimate life quest, but then a crucial detail pops back into the older brother's mind, signaling the primary caretaker's return. He sharply places a writing stick onto the flat surface, stunning Juan by declaring he just mortgaged nearly every penny he owned on state-sanctioned gambling slips. Dread beads form on Juan's forehead as he nervously inquires precisely how much was squandered on those flimsy papers, only for Min to coolly announce that he's zeroed out his entire bank balance, sending the younger sibling spiraling into a full-blown anxiety episode. Min wastes no time and begins scratching furiously across the paper surface, and as Juan leans over for a peek, he spots something peculiar in the pattern and asks why the identical digit was inscribed across every single slip out of the 20. With a playful, wide grin spreading across his features, the older champion proudly proclaims that this happens to be his personal charm sequence. Back in their shared dwelling, one sibling sits stiffly, dreading the slow reveal of the winning lottery pairings by the television presenters. He commences nervously gnawing on his fingernails, pondering the lavish feasts they could have devoured, rather than just vaporizing all that cash like amateurs. Nevertheless, his anxiety vanished quicker than free cake when the commentators began shouting the ridiculously fortunate digits. He glued his eyes to the monitor. He was utterly flabbergasted, recognizing a perfect alignment with the scribbled numbers, especially when the voice declared them the undisputed heavyweight champion victor. Convinced he must be trapped inside some nonsensical, high-stakes fevered dream, he promptly got misty-eyed and begged his sibling for a painful hinge, a vital reality check against sudden wealth syndrome. Their elder sibling merely mocked him, suggesting he cease fussing like a toddler, flashing a Cheshire cat smile while confirming their new status as outrageously, unbelievably wealthy magnates. Min nonchalantly instructed the hysterical one to cool their jets dramatically and stop acting utterly unhinged. Otherwise, they risked annoying the poor folks next door, inwardly chuckling like a mischievous hyena, recalling that time he shrieked like a startled soprano the first time he accidentally stumbled upon the winning combination. However, now that chaos reigned and the market was being systematically obliterated by high-level gamers, accruing ludicrous wealth felt astonishingly simple, like stealing candy from an unguarded infant. Our hero sauntered into the financial institution looking suspiciously relaxed, informing the teller he was the supreme champion and was there to collect his massive payoff. The employee offered congratulations but privately mused that the grand prize recipient appeared alarmingly adolescent, resembling a suspiciously wealthy high schooler. He inquired where Min had procured his scratchers, and the instant the specific branch identification number registered, the poor fellow went into immediate meltdown mode, because a previous conversation popped into his head concerning 100+ winning slips originating from one solitary retail location. The teller suddenly understood, realizing with dread that a single individual must have vacuumed up the entire jackpot supply. Furthermore, he recalled the mandate to instantly summon the big boss if a legendary top prize recipient ever dared to appear in person. Consequently, he very courteously asked Min to please hold his horses for just a tiny second. Soon enough, the director materialized in the lobby, the senior executive introducing himself with a grin that seemed suspiciously overzealous, looking disturbingly prepared to relieve Min of his valuables. Yet he still offered hearty congrats before personally leading him up to his executive lair. Upon entering the swanky office, his personal assistant instantly executed a profound, low bow toward both gentlemen, clearly believing the director had merely dragged his own offspring to work for an educational field trip. Nevertheless, the director swiftly corrected the misconception, stating Min was an extraordinarily important visitor who deserved an embarrassing amount of royal treatment. The woman immediately deduced this young man was the mythical champion who secured 100 jackpots, and desperately fought the urge to spontaneously combust from excitement. While she wobbled slightly trying to properly butter him up, Min merely gave a dismissive hand gesture and ordered her to quit stalling and deliver his gigantic stack of cold, hard cash already. He nonchalantly presented the impressive pile of winning slips, and her nervous system nearly fried itself upon realizing that the identical, impossible number was stamped on every last card. Once the lady verifies that every voucher is genuine, our lead character cuts the catter and demands the final tally. As things stand, following the surrender of 30% of that jackpot into state coffers, the lead still secured a staggering 15 billion in cash. Consequently, our hero bought a modest flat and started exploring investments whenever the guy felt slightly bored. Mostly because he is certain that the Bitcoin market is currently fueling its engines for a trip to the stars. Upon arriving, Min startles the boy with a penthouse resembling a majestic dreamscape, though his kin promptly asks why they only lease rather than buy the property, especially now that the duo owns massive wealth. The protagonist proudly admits being destitute once more because he dumped every cent of their prize directly into decentralized digital assets, which forced the siblings' mind to essentially dissolve into a pile of ash right then. A senior sibling calmly touches the boy and swears that this plan is definitely under control, suggesting the kid relax since a phantom geezer within those visions likewise provided the lucky sequence for the coming 4 gambling contests. Upon learning this, Juan commences vibrating Min similar to some fizzy beverage and bellows for the guy to stay focused. Hard to imagine the fellow forgetting anyway, since he has endured this repetitive garbage countless occasions previously. Moving on, Min instructs him to stop dawdling and begin stuffing their belongings into bags, as the pair are relocating to their fresh residence right this second. Simultaneously in a different urban sector, watchers observe a combatant shattering a stone structure, as though he were some massive emerald monster, while the dude arrogantly believes he is a genius for investing every stat point into raw physical power. Our subject remains entirely unique among the group, solely because he wields a supernatural crest of potency that magnifies a warrior's brawn and grants him the ego to think he could beat up every famous boxer on earth. Squeezing his giant hands together, he concludes that it is high time to see what these muscles can actually break. He arrives at the protagonist's former flat and starts pounding the wood, shouting for Min to quit acting like a terrified mouse. Upon receiving no answer, he speculates that the fellow might have expired in a gutter, plus simply recalling the haughty, dismissive face Min previously showed causes the brute's temper to explode. This madman keeps striking the portal like some savage, intending to splinter the wood and deliver a beating. But it eventually dawns on him that perhaps the target is missing. That lunatic next roars that should any quiet sound emanate from the interior, he will breach the entrance with the intensity of a paramilitary assault team. Precisely then, a senior citizen emerges and questions why the man is lingering near another person's residence. However, that weirdo exhibits no manners and commands the pensioner to vanish, because this property is not his. The aged Shen, looking decidedly unimpressed, quipped with ease that he, in fact, was the building's actual owner, subsequently inquiring with polished manners if perhaps he was scheduled to rent a viz with an acquaintance there. After agonizingly coaxing his final 2 active brain cells into a brief collaboration, the frantic fellow fabricated a story about being Min's long-lost pal, and then pleaded with the property manager to unlock the entrance, citing extreme anxiety over his dear companion whom he hadn't seen in what felt like an eternity. Nevertheless, the elderly gentleman left him completely flummoxed, standing there while delivering his explanation that the previous resident, a student, had quietly vacated the premises a few days prior, leaving no forwarding address whatsoever, thoroughly vexing the young chaps beyond any reasonable measure. Switching scenes now, over to the newly acquired luxury residence. One individual is utterly astounded by the plethora of extravagant amenities their plush new abode boasts, and subsequently begins behaving like a complete simpleton who just wandered in from some desolate backwater hamlet. The instant their feet crossed the threshold into the palatial new living space, he instantly grilled his sibling about the actual monthly tariff for this enormous flat, clearly sized for a small army, to which Min nonchalantly declared the cost was a mere $2 million a month. One person's spirit nearly exited its mortal coil right there, recalling how he'd nearly melted down over a paltry $5,000 purchase of fried poultry pieces. He urgently counseled Min to cease squandering funds like a lunatic, and to seek a significantly more economical dwelling arrangement. But our elder sibling countered that the premium protection this establishment guarantees is absolutely vital for their current situation, primarily because residents inexplicably sink into a profound slumber on the very first day of every month, which renders them utterly defenseless against everything, ranging from sudden meteorological fury to assassins dispatched by jealous rivals. Min keenly understands, based on painful lessons learned, that all the might accumulated in the other dimension is useless when you re-unconscious in the real world. Having laid out all the facts, he then posed the query to his brother regarding his opinion of their new dwelling, and one was genuinely pleased with the place, although that happy expression rapidly dissolved as he started apologizing profusely to Min for wasting his precious time and energy on someone as useless as himself when he already shoulders a mountain of high-stakes troubles within the other realm. Our senior brother just chuckled heartily at this, delivering a robust, friendly thump upon his sibling's back, and then playfully inquired if the cheeky young rascal truly believed he wouldn't return after the subsequent adventure cycle. Following that exchange, he instructed his younger kin to finally unwind and partake of the deluxe dining establishment situated right in their building, while he dealt with some urgent notifications. He smirked at the torrent of irate tirades and furious messages that young men had evidently sent, but he dismissed the frantic warnings without a single moment's hesitation, because, no matter how loudly the younger brother might shout, Min is practically untouchable now, operating as the formidable Black Scythe. Ushering in the following sunrise, Min emerged from his room only to observe his younger brother completely packed and prepared to depart for some destination. One cheerfully announced that he was heading out to retrieve some specially ordered sweet rice cakes at commission. This total shock leaves Min baffled, because his younger sibling never showed such initiative throughout nearly 100 past reincarnated timelines. Wondering about the motivation, the man inquires. +1 clarifies his plan to show kindness toward local residents following their very recent arrival. Viewing this as a fine habit, feeling immense joy for the kid, the elder sibling proposes a joint walk for protection, even if the youngster attempts to encourage resting, because the youth. Reaching the initial residence entry, they buzz the intercom and the boy vibrantly informs a grandmotherly voice that he brought some delicious traditional snacks for her. The elderly tenant expresses her gratitude for the treats and hopes the pair enjoys a fantastic afternoon. Following that interaction, they continue their tour of the floor, until stopping at the final luxury unit remaining. Throughout their stroll, the elder sibling explains how every resident here occupies a high-end estate, meaning they are likely tycoon moguls or famous stars. The boy pushes the final button, yet nobody answers the chime. Consequently, the pair pivots to depart just as the siblings freeze in disbelief as a stunning lady wearing metallic silk approaches. Recognizing her as the superstar icon known as Seo, one is utterly dazed by her magnificent aura, while Min stays totally cold like a boss as they attempt to gift the snacks. A massive security guard intervenes and begins barking questions at the duo, aiming to confirm those guys are not obsessive creepers. The hero kills that bouncer's shrewd energy with a freezing look, and calmly clarifies he is no lowly street worshipper, stating he just joined the neighborhood and brought a simple offering. Upon this revelation, the bouncer chills out, but immediately rejects the snack because gorgeous women like Erin cannot ruin their bodies with sugary treats. Once he unlatches the entrance to their home, he courteously gestures for the starlet to step inside. Yet that lady looks over her shoulder at those guys with an expression suggesting regret for that protector's foul personality. The protagonist stays rather annoyed, and mentions to his sibling how much he hates the arrogant energy, plus advises that the kid simply disregard those snobs moving forward. However, one transforms into a pathetic devotee and begins screaming with excitement so intensely that his older brother becomes utterly baffled by the cause of this chaotic excitement. The lanky beanpole seizes his elder sibling and commences rattling him vigorously, shocked to his core that the man is ignorant of the legendary status belonging to the great Seo. Elsewhere, the starlet keeps spotting news reports claiming a majority of famous targets in that parallel dimension have been liquidated or decided to retire from life permanently, causing her to feel immense dread regarding whatever terrible fate might await her personally. At that moment, a text arrives from a peer stating an industry veteran just died, and questioning if she plans to attend the memorial tomorrow. Following those thoughts, the starlet ignores her device, and realizes that lacking her unique safeguard, she would undoubtedly become another tragic name within journalism. This aspiring starlet realizes her ego was bloated, seeing she's just a corporate puppet whose fame and tiny residence are entirely funded by her greedy agency while she struggles to stay relevant. Noticing her massive state of distress, her muscle-bound protector Sunchul softly inquires about her mental burdens. Despite her claiming the issue is trivial, this fellow suggests she candidly vent every concern, regardless of how bizarre the topic might be. Iron eventually confesses she is terrified of the upcoming challenge, especially when famous folks are crashing faster than a failed tech company. He suggests she cool her jets since he is her permanent shadow. As Sunchul notes, her brain is spiraling, and she must rely on his strength to survive the chaos. She flashes a warm grin, recalling how she thought he was a total creep when the bosses first hired him to watch her, yet he effectively triumphed her absolute loyalty within minutes, mostly because he prevented her from being kicked out like garbage during the initial stage. Sunchul vows his constant presence shall safeguard her throughout every coming danger, which sparks a glowing warmth deep within her soul. She teases that those neighborly snacks look tasty, yet the guard retorts she is developing a spare tire, and should avoid the extra calories to stay fit. Still, she argues that being a jerk was unnecessary, as it is quite rare to find anyone practicing old-fashioned etiquette in this modern era. However, Sunchul claims that kindness is just a facade used by blood-sucking leeches who only want to mooch off others in return. Arin remains unconvinced by his bitterness, as she cannot forget how adorable and harmless those people appeared to be. The girl remarks that one specific youth appeared quite aged, pondering if he is secretly another supernatural competitor. It is wild how modern children can butcher an army of monsters and then eat lunch like they did not just commit a horrific massacre. Sung-chul chuckles, stating that any competent person should be capable of handling a few dozen green pests without breaking a sweat. However, Arin counters that normal people lack those elite murder skills, unless they are professional protectors like her own muscular companion. Yet even he was totally outclassed by that spooky dude who goes by the incredibly edgy name Black Scythe. Witnessing his bloodbath makes her pity those poor victims, leading her to suspect he might be a professional killer, especially since guys like him are basically guaranteed to survive. Arin frets over whether a fragile cupcake like herself can survive the following massacre without being turned into a soggy pancake. Once morning light returned, as Juan tidies the living space like the helpful little servant he pretends to be, Min eventually returns to the flat, complaining the fourth prize drawing was far less lucrative than his previous gambling jackpot. When Juan asks about the public reaction to his suspiciously long streak of good luck, Min explains he told everyone a tall tale about a magical geezer who whispers winning digits into his ear at night. Juan inquires if Min is still gambling his life savings on digital currency, and the older boy boasts that his crypto investment has skyrocketed. The younger sibling suggests he stop being a greedy pig and take the profit before the market inevitably explodes, but the older brother Min tells him to relax his tiny brain, because everything is proceeding exactly according to his master plan. Everything was sorted out, so they zoomed straight to the mess hall, ready to absolutely devour the gourmet rations, treating the whole affair like a starving politician at an all-10 heat steakhouse time, which apparently waited for no one. Decided to speed up dramatically, meaning the calendar now showed only 5 brief minutes remaining until the glorious debut of the following month. The small fry clung desperately to his older sibling's arm, gripping it like a lottery ticket, and tearfully insisted that regardless of whatever chaos unfolded later, the big lud absolutely had to promise to return safely to his side. Min gently recalled the epic beatdown he recently administered to that obnoxious tormentor, before affectionately delivering a supportive tap to his worried younger brother, right on his mop of hair, assuring him there was definitely zero reason for such excessive anxiety. The older boy instructed him firmly to hit the snooze button, promising they would both greet the rising sun together soon enough, and after that brief exchange, he waved goodbye to his sibling, and then Black Scythe was unceremoniously whisked away into the ethereal new domain. Alongside every other participant in the cosmic rigged game, confusion instantly spread through the crowd because their current bizarre location looked nothing like the last time, unlike their inaugural experience. And then somebody suddenly let out a yelp once they noticed the undisputed top-ranked player absolutely storming through the masses, radiating overwhelming cosmic energy. Black Scythe, being highly observant, immediately realized that literally everyone present was actively creating a respectful, or perhaps terrified, buffer zone around him. And just when he began pondering the extremely vile question of when the celestial hostess would finally grace them with her presence, a brand new winged attendant materialized, remarkably similar to the last one, and nonchalantly inquired whether the entire assembly had successfully checked in. Catching the general hubbub, she chirped happily that the former round 1 angel was currently enjoying a much-deserved sabbatical, thanks entirely to her embarrassing little workplace incident. Sporting a smile that would make a tax collector look trustworthy, she reassured the nervous crowd that there was absolutely no cause for alarm, as they were now exclusively her problem. Following this charming introduction, the glorious heavenly being unfurled her luminous pinions and dramatically declared the assigned objective for this new session. Immediately, brightly illuminated mission displays descended gently right into the faces of every single participant, every single one detailing the critical task of appointing a designated regional representative within the tight constraints of the next 3 hours. Every participant gawked at the instructions, completely blindsided, since the majority were anticipating an immediate and brutal monster brawl. But when one person realized that the total count of living participants wouldn't change after this ordeal, a massive wave of celebratory relief swept across the entire gathering. The spectacularly grand celestial messenger observed their collective bewilderment, and kindly chose to elaborate on the exact mechanics governing this particular stage. She verified the emerging theory they were all whispering about, that for once, nobody would be required to punch a monster in the face. Instead, she clarified that the group's sole responsibility was to democratically appoint a high-ranking chieftain from their current roster. The winged harbinger then sweetened the pot by assuring them that the newly selected leader would instantly receive god-like power, capable of dictating whether someone should tragically off themselves or simply slither across the floor like an earthworm. And while she appeared ridiculously delighted by this terrible influence, the players exchanged glances, debating internally whether her exuberance was perhaps a huge red flag. With her powerful aura practically radiating vitamin T, she formally stated that once the 3-hour countdown had elapsed, everyone would finally be permitted to submit their ballot, emphasizing that the whole point was simply selecting the big cheese. A cautious individual with strikingly vibrant azure hair piped up, wondering aloud if perhaps there was a secret, nasty catch they hadn't been informed about yet. However, the celestial host smoothly dismissed his fears by cheerfully assuring him that no further complications existed, promising everyone that immediately following the vote they would be safely transported home, brazenly labeling this entire ordeal a genuinely pleasant and utterly stress-free break from the norm. The entire group erupted in celebratory shouts, overjoyed that for once the mortality rate was 0, and many were already cackling about this remarkably straightforward assignment. Yet while the masses partied, Min remained completely motionless, simply gazing into the distance with an expression as clear as mud. After bestowing a deeply unsettling, cryptic smirk upon the crowd, the angel commanded them to finalize their choice before the deadline expired, before instantaneously dissolving into a brilliant flash of godly luminescence, leaving behind only a large, ticking countdown clock. The contestants kept up their enthusiastic merrymaking, absolutely ecstatic that the hardest part of the mission was choosing one name, and realizing they all had an outside chance of becoming the dictatorial overlord themselves. Just then, Min grinds his molars like a faulty garbage disposal, itching to throw hands at anything that breathes. A henchman attempts to soothe the beast, yet the goon bellows about wasting his stat points on pure brawn without a chance to smash skulls, which fuels his internal bonfire. Our main guide eavesdrops on the chatter and deduces that the grumpy fellow definitely snagged that B5 strength rune for himself. He mumbles that the script is following the original plot like a loyal puppy, with 0 surprises popping up to ruin the fight. Furthermore, he suggests that while the crowd bickers over popularity contests, a far more critical detail is flying right over their oblivious heads. The protagonist reasons that main tasks always come with juicy side hustles while entering the woods, where a secret job, Thicking Quest finally shows its face. The lad whips out his blade with a singular focus on hitting the big level 10 mark before the sun even blinks. He notices a distant green-skinned pest and deletes its existence before it can even process its own sudden demise. His special talent boosts leveling progress and ensures his pockets get heavier with every single victory he claims, confirming his gut feeling that hunting was the smartest choice he could have made today. He observes that where there is one smelly goblin, a whole bunch of its cousins are likely lurking in the shadows, and precisely at that moment, a collection of creepy glowing peepers stares back at him from the thick dark shrubbery. Min cracks a tiny smirk while preparing to welcome the incoming mob with a very sharp and unfriendly greeting. He slices through the group like a hot knife through butter, and the Gainding informs him of a fresh promotion. Checking his status screen, Min finds himself at level 9, but he resists the urge to dump everything into raw muscles. He funnels his points into speed, noting that being strong is pointless if you are too slow to dodge a casket. Min realizes each unique ability holds distinct importance, because the spooky Reaper job he desires requires a mix of hitting things hard and casting some dark wizardry. It is logically sound to keep his attributes as balanced as a professional tightrope walker. He suddenly freezes upon feeling a nearby presence, understanding far too late that the thrill of the slaughter blinded him to the voyeurs watching his every move. He levels his weapon forward and shouts for the hiders to reveal themselves or prepare for a very unpleasant funeral, ensuring they understand that making the wrong decision will result in an immediate and very permanent dirt nap. Emerging from the leafy cover, a remarkably beautiful young woman steps into the light with a nervous shuffle, and Min stares blankly as he recognizes the famous celebrity stalker, who immediately offers a clumsy apology for tracking him, and a second person pops out right behind her. This newcomer also says sorry, and insists they had no bad intentions, pleading for him to lower his pointy metal stick. Min identifies this character immediately as Sun Kul, who serves as a devoted lackey for Plus Ma. Ma is the big shot called the Heavenly Demon, and Min intends to add him to his personal roster eventually. Additionally, he hunts a cleric tied with the chief for very crucial matters, questioning why he bothers with a famous starlet. He ponders the situation. He concludes the muscle-bound fellow is definitely the protector hired for her, most likely executing the leader's demands. Our hero demands answers about their constant stalking, irritated that his future keeps changing in ways he never planned. The lady admits they trailed him since the start, offering apologies if they behave poorly. As he continues his interrogation, she suddenly spills a pitch for a partnership. Since he completely demolished the initial challenge, she hopes to create a squad with him. The lead snickers at her plea, remarking that a pact only functions when she possesses actual value to trade back. Our man answers with a frozen voice that he lacks need for help, doing great solo. thus they ought to reconsider and retreat toward the meadow. The main character pivots and treks further into the woods, insisting with a sharp tone that their presence is entirely unnecessary. The guard grumbles regarding our hero's punchable ego while the woman collapses onto the soil, paralyzed just by standing within his aura. The woman shouts instantly that his vanguard rank is definitely authentic, oozing that spicy alpha energy, though her bodyguard remains utterly bored by the entire spectacle. The starlet feels crushed because her beauty had zero impact. However, the guard takes a moment to scold her, mentioning he warned her that lone types hate parties, then continues bashing her for wasting time chasing a person who refuses to join. She never expected to encounter savage beasts inside such a calm-looking zone, so she resolves to slay them alongside her hired escort. Far inside the thicket, a terrified green runt frantically scans the vicinity, entirely ignorant of the hero, while the man plummets downward with a stealthy kill straight out of a stealth video game, while he remains grumpy regarding partnership offers, certain they would merely hinder his speed. While effortlessly putting that goblin into a permanent coma, the holographic screen flashes his rising body count. At that tiny second of quiet, vanishes as growling, dog-faced monsters start wiggling their way out of the dense shrubbery. The guy stares in shock at the massive crowd of enemies, suspecting that the goddess of fortune finally decided to bless him. Those ugly mutts rush forward, eager to turn him into a chew toy. Yet he never bats an eye, treading through the pack of beasts as if they were fragile wet napkins. Beastly remains drop like party streamers while the game notification pings, declaring he has reached the glorious rank of 10, soaked in monster gore. Our protagonist stares at the shimmering alert, smirking since it validates that he finally secured the specific job he truly coveted. Digital alert spam his face like annoying pop-ups for level gains and fresh talents, but Min stays locked onto that quest screen like a cat on a laser. Thanks to his Groundhog Day lifestyle, he recalls the following task, so when the game demands a class promotion relic, he stays cooler than a penguin's toes. While regular noobs are wandering around like blind mice, Min stands tall because he knows the secret handshakes required to nab that legendary loot. Muscle-bound fighters must crank their brawn to 10 and delete 30 creeps from existence before the hour timer hits 0. Where he is the angry axe, swingers have to brawl for 60 straight minutes while bleeding out like a leaky faucet. Conversely, the sneaky stab types need to poke monsters in the kidneys to qualify, proving that your lifestyle choices determine your final career path. During his previous attempts at Min just whacked mobs aimlessly, which doomed him to a boring existence as a lowly beast tracker. However, after tasting the overpowered soul-stealing magic of the death god, he decided that being a generic archer was totally yesterday. Min chugs the angelic plasma to kickstart his professional evolution, and the computer starts screaming about how there are no refunds or exchanges for this soul-binding choice. Yet without a single flinch, our protagonist smashes the confirm button instantly, sparking a massive flashbang of divine energy as the software validates his new job status, and as a victory prize, our main man snags the Soul Harvester sigil, which glues a pile of ridiculous stat buffs directly onto his physical form. The game gives him a sinister farm tool for reaping souls plus a half-off coupon for any single mall purchase. Wait, there is more. He climbs up to the trainee tier, which sits at the second to bottom rung of the ladder, and gains access to a special move known as the expiration date mark, including the legal right to swing around that massive edgy curved blade. Min knows that failing to get a job means being a perpetual amateur, so his reckless sprint actually worked, and for being the first person to land a promotion, Min banks a fat pile of cash, and a rare stalking ability, allowing him to creep on anyone's location if he remembers their face. Our young fellow resolves to try out his new surveillance tech by targeting that super dramatic security guard named young Manhwa, the dude he spotted before. The interface chirps happily as it highlights a neon heap's path for men to walk along, while also revealing the precise mileage separating him from his victim. It seems fishy that the girl and her boss are only 2 football fields away, meaning they likely stalked him into the brush, so a grumpy Min decides to go give them a piece of his mind. Deep in the greenery, that strange pair is busy sprinting away from some unseen terror, yet Aaron flops onto the dirt like a dead fish, out of breath and lacking any will to keep moving. She begins screeching at Sung Chul, who desperately tries to haul her up before the bad guys turn them into Swiss cheese. He tries to give her a pep talk while hoisting her up, but she just moans about her projectile-induced injury stinging like 1,000 wasps. The muscleman suggests that their actual physical forms might stay safe provided they do not end up as digital roadkill. Aaron recovers her composure, choosing to continue her desperate sprint immediately. Suddenly some hideous screech pierces silence, shouting names like a caffeinated banshee. The petrified duo halts, rotating their bodies while observing a gang of hooligans approach. As that loser young man heads the pack, Sung Shul internally insults the theater queen because she burned daylight, preparing for an upcoming rumble since no other options exist anymore. Yeonmin delivers particularly weak and very pathetic insults, ridiculing our protector like some ancient fossil who mistakenly believes he might survive this uneven beatdown. Sung Shul attempts some verbal gymnastics, insisting those two are pure as freshly fallen snow, though Yeonmin shrugs, admitting the pair really are guiltless regarding any actual crimes. This admission leaves the duo feeling genuinely baffled. Those hooligans clarify their motivation, admitting they just want to grab the stunning woman for themselves. Miraculously, the meth head activates his lone remaining neuron, realizing the creeps target the girl instead of him. These hoodlums start leaking saliva while staring her down like a fresh snack. Identity matters little to these lowlifes who just want a prize, leaving poor Aaron frozen in absolute terror. Yeonmin arrogantly suggests the guard should scurry away safely, provided he abandons the lady this instant. That fellow wavers, understanding that abandoning the girl earlier was smarter since preserving his pulse matters way more than acting like some brave martyr who wants to die. However, a nagging suspicion lingers that his employer would murder him for being such a coward, plus specific terror provides sufficient motivation for gambling his entire existence. Yeonmin continues spewing trash talk, itching for a brawl, yet the protector tries one final logical plea, mentioning that kidnapping is generally frowned upon by the law. Those criminals explode with fits of giggles. Then the lead method inquires which statutes govern this wasteland besides who Sung Shul might eventually notify. Yeonmin sneers again, asking how anyone could find evidence or locate his crew in this dump. Such annoyance stings Sung Shul, although he secretly understands the villain has a fairly valid point, because words failed miserably. He prepares to throw hands, yet a distraction occurs before his fist can fly. Some mysterious silhouette appearing far away grabs our hero's attention, ruining his concentration. Yeonmin emerges while lounging against a trump, clearly attempting to exhibit some main character energy. This unexpected arrival leaves the whole group feeling startled. Black Sada strolls forward at a snail pace, asking what kind of mess he just found. Yeonmin attempts answering. However, Min mutes him while investigating why those two look so incredibly troubled. Sung Shul rapidly clarifies those hoodlums are hunting Aaron, while pleading for Min's aid, vowing to settle this debt eventually. The lead character eyes Yeonmin, whose bro begins dripping like a faulty kitchen tap, inquiring whether those rumors are accurate, but Yeonmin attempts a weak dismissal, advising the hero to poke his nose elsewhere. Yet our main man remains totally unimpressed, shimmering with a creepy vibe. He announces that these two chumps are actually his besties. Those ruffians gawk at the dark flames trembling, although Yeonmin still finds the gall to pipe up, flaunting a massive reaping tool. He frostily declares that deserting allies during a crisis is simply unacceptable. Yeonmin is shaking in his boots, curious how the lead actor intends to resolve this messy drama. This pair finally relaxes and thanks the Dark Blade Master, yet our protagonist wants way more. Our hero desires a specific fate, stubbornly declining to exit this scuffle without clutching some sweet rewards. He reckons that bailing out Mess' humble assistant could be beneficial. Scoring major political capital might pave the way for a very profitable bromance in the near future. Additionally, our protagonist always despised those ruffians, thus pummeling them serves as a pleasant benefit, essentially hitting multiple dummies with a single swing, while the villains lose their minds watching him approach, while shouting hollow warnings for the warrior to freeze. The fighter pauses for a split second, grinning wickedly, while inquiring if they are just loud dogs without any actual teeth. Yeonmin suddenly understands he is totally outclassed by the main character. Pondering his slaughter of garden variety pests for the gold medal, he assumes merely witless morons might attempt combat against such a terrifying person. The hero mocks the group again, insisting they finally quit lying through their teeth. The bully hopes that our protagonist might actually show mercy. However, the combatant mentions thinking about it provided they squirm like maggots while sobbing for forgiveness. The beefy dude has trouble understanding the current situation, recognizing that the warrior is simply messing around, insisting on a submissive pose as his comrades plus Aaron witness the event. Yeonmin considers tucking tail and running despite his ego, but then a remarkably stupid thought pops into his thick skull, persuading himself that physical drills produced enough power for flattening the hero similar to an aluminum container. He feels a wave of totally fake bravery. Then he shouts a rude comment, telling the hero to get ready for a world of pain. Angry and red, Yeonmin stomps forward, suggesting the loser scram before he gets roasted like a rotisserie chicken. The big guy lunges in, believing he might bridge the distance sufficiently for striking the leading man directly upon his arrogant mob. Yeonmin truly thought one solid connection would send Blackside the packing for good. He was practically savoring the taste of sweet victory before it even arrived, but the surprise hit hard when Min suddenly sheathed his weapon, then asked Yeonmin quite casually exactly what his next brilliant move would be. Min began to poke fun, explaining that using his weapon would result in an immediate victory, so he decided to level the playing field for poor Yeonmin. The muscle-bound idiot just blinked and offered a baffled smirk. That grin vanished faster than a free pizza. However, when Min disappeared entirely from his field of vision, our hero charged forward at incredible velocity, heading directly for Yeonmin. The big guy smirked confidently, convinced that an unarmed brawl would definitely favor his massive physique. The brute unleashed a chaotic, massive haymaker, only to discover something truly shocking. Min dodged the sloppy blow with casual ease. Before Yeonmin could even process what was happening, he suddenly doubled over in agony as Min landed a perfectly placed knee strike to his midsection, which sent him sailing backward through the air. The completely clueless thug groaned in severe discomfort, desperately trying to regain his footing, but even in pain, he managed to hurl a colorful insult in Min's direction. Completely unfazed by the language, Black Scythe sauntered out to the goon and punished the foul mouth with a particularly brutal, merciless kick right to the face. The thoroughly unfair assault continued without mercy as Min grabbed the unfortunate goon firmly by his collar, delivering a series of echoing slaps, leaving Yeonmin completely bewildered and unable to comprehend how Min could strike with such immense force. The sudden realization dawned on him that Min wasn't just matching his strength, he might actually surpass it entirely. Despite Min clearly lacking the strength rune, Yeonmin was left pondering how the boy acquired such power as he crumpled to the floor, completely pulverized. Min stood tall, gazing down at the mess he had created. However, his brief moment of contemplation was quickly ruined by the remaining goons preparing to initiate a surprise attack. One of the henchmen let fly with a powerful arrow, prompting Eren to shriek for Min to dodge it. Despite his overwhelming power, our protagonist easily sidestepped the projectile, leaving the panicked thug scrambling desperately to load another shot. He weaved deftly from side to side, performing a perfect dance around every incoming arrow. Min instantly closed the distance between them. Upon reaching the archer, he looked him dead in the eye and praised his shooting ability, but then advised him to quickly start praying to whatever deity he believed in, because his good fortune had expired the second he decided to mess with Min. Without a second thought, our boy unleashed his scythe, cleanly dismembering the archer with a precise slash that sent a horrifying shriek echoing through the air. The remaining thugs began to panic, yet still made the monumentally stupid error of challenging him after witnessing their comrade's demise. One fool dared to sprint at Min with a knife, loudly promising like a complete lunatic that he would end the boy's existence. Min, however, remained completely relaxed and unperturbed by the thug's empty threats and wild ranting. Moving with zero effort, he triggers the mark of fatality while swinging that oversized gardening tool. A homicidal twinkle sparkles in his gaze as the sharp edge carves through oxygen. The goon has no time to blink before the steel mows right through his pins like soft margarine, dropping him onto the dirt like a falling brick while his companion stands there vibrating in pure terror. Hysteria grips the unlucky fellow as he views his detached stumps, but he cannot even finish a single thought. Our main man lunges forward with his harvester held aloft, keeping his pointy stake ready for more action. The protagonist casually inquires if this loser is truly prepared to handle the fallout of his dumb life choices. Another rapid chop follows immediately, yanking the dude's limb right off and turning him into a noisy heap of agony. Our hero inspects the messy work and gives a satisfied nod, happy his blade ignored that cheap armor like it was wet cardboard. These rejects are sprawled across the floor while the bait boss looms over their pathetic, weeping forms, musing that this pathetic little scuffle felt about as challenging as a gentle stroll through a flower garden. Although these villains are totally wrecked, the nightmare continues as he walks closer, intending to haunt their dreams, until they are too scared to even glance in his general direction. Having been completely dismantled, the goons begin whining for mercy and asking for a timeout, honestly terrified they might actually meet the Reaper today. However, he tells them to grow a pair, while cleaning his blade, causing a guy to twitch just by standing nearby. Finally, our protagonist determines he has finished playing with the sad circus, rejects and shifts his focus to that coward trying to wiggle away like a slimy worm. Our hero zaps his gaze over there, and shouts that concealment is useless, since sprinting away won't help him escape his inevitable appointment with a sharp edge. The Dark Reaper swings his metal once more to prune the crook's other limb, making him howl like a wounded animal, looking chillier than a freezer. He mocks the guy for being a baby about some minor boos that are nothing compared to the hurt these absolute jerks inflicted on everyone else before. He offers no oxygen breaks or time to think, simply detaching the next appendage like he is trimming a backyard hedge. The pair remains stuck in place, totally mesmerized by the bloody car wreck unfolding right before their eyeballs. Mentally, the bodyguard can barely fathom how savage this guy is for bullying people who already threw in the towel, though some folks would probably label his behavior as totally nuts. His steady and intense vibe shocks the guard, making him realize this kid is probably just as scary as his own employer. The protector wakes up from his daze when the hero checks in to see if the group is doing okay. The hired muscle expresses his gratitude again for the squad, and the Reaper tells them to forget about these bums, noting they are too broken to wiggle, so their only job left is to cast a bullet eventually. The pair dips their noggins to show real thanks, yet Aram nervously wonders what happens if those goons expire in solitude. The warrior proposes ignoring their fate while assuming the girl is excessively mushy and sweet for safety. The man ponders her worry for those villains and suspects she just wants an award for acting like a total saint. Sung Chul breaks the silence, lifting his limb to query the whole group. He asks why villains survive, echoing their claim that deleting people should be as simple as throwing out old trash in this era, which gives the protagonist some serious creepy crawlies. That guy smirks at the query. Stunned, the bodyguard actually owns working brain cells, and replies that deleting those losers is a total waste of energy. The hired muscle claims these weaklings could seek some petty revenge later, however he scoffs while viewing those shaking faces plus notes they will not start. Unprecedented roadie behavior. He notes that execution is a strategic blunder, because killing folks now just means the survival game gets way more boring for the survivors. Reality smacks the guard, who realizes the kid has a massive intellect to match those biceps. The man gazes at the fighter, dazzled by his deadly mix of power and brains. The security guy grumpily decides on letting the heap of human garbage rot. Content with his chores being finished, the hero pivots to leave. Yet the pair halts him regarding bank info, wanting to provide cash for his recent rescue. The protagonist tells them to keep their change while strutting away like a boss on a mission, making the pair feel flabbergasted, since he did not even request a single tip. While the employee decides on informing his employer about this mess, focus is ruined because Youngmin is making sounds like he just received a surprise vasectomy from a metal pipe. That muscle wants to finish him, yet follows the Reaper's logic, hurls sped at the loser, and assists the girl in leaving this crime scene. Back at the center, a mob is losing its collective mind while fighting for the crown, as shouting matches turn into very creative name-calling, with looming fistfights forcing bored bystanders into jumping in, acting like unpaid daycare workers for angry adults. Some random gamers try to grab that brief opportunity, stating they might be superior bosses, who do not cry when situations get spacey. Plus one fellow actually claims an elderly father works as a major player in national government. However, the rest remain doubtful, since that man lacks any receipts to prove such a tall tale. Within the messy noise, a smooth voice yells for an end to bickering, which pulls human gaze toward the clock, begging folks to stop acting like cranky toddlers. Intrigue. Those fellow competitors inquire whether that chap sporting toothpaste colored locks possesses some rapid solution for this current predicament. Such a bold response keeps everyone anxious, although internally he guffaws regarding their hilarious lack of basic intelligence. That mystical influence functions flawlessly once more, mostly because of the deceitful runic stone currently in his possession. Our peppermint-headed protagonist recalls the moment he unlocked this gift, assuming he definitely purchased a totally defective product. Back then he considered it absolute garbage, believing he would become a garment snack for monsters immune to his charms. Right as that depressing realization settles, a brilliant scheme emerges when he notices his peers pinning green-skinned goblins against the filthy ground. Selecting a generic background character, he bellows that everyone must immediately rescue a supposedly trapped maiden. Those idiots bolt away instantly, abandoning their loot and experience points just to fulfill some heroic fantasy. Once the suckers depart, the sweet-toothed prankster slays the leftovers to finalize his 100-kill quest requirement. A sinister grin consumes his face, salivating at the prospect of ruling this entire territory like a tiny emperor. Returning to reality, the candy-loving schemer suggests picking several potential victims prior to casting any official ballots. These mind-controlled puppets bob their heads, agreeing to what seems like a totally reasonable and honest arrangement. Hence the pastel-haired lad begins listing options, urging the sheet to suggest folks they mistakenly believe are trustworthy. An oversized aristocrat gamer attempts to volunteer his own services. However, the minty mastermind insults his intelligence, arguing that permitting sell votes would result in utter chaotic nonsense. Dismissing the snooty player without blinking, the crowd accepts these rules silently while the chocolatey liar giggles internally at how easily he bamboozles them. Bewilderment infects the masses because none of them have any clue which person actually earns their support. Yet our herb-flavored hero anticipated this, realizing people naturally flock toward whichever shiny object catches their eye. A random victim bites the bait, suggesting that the fellow with the azure scalp should take charge, raving about his natural talent for bossing people around. So the peppermint fellow begins a harmless facade while the game character validates the choice. oblivious to the fact he fell for a prank. Offering a cheeky smirk of gratitude, he acts thankful for the incredibly predictable assistance provided by the stranger, then inquires if the peanut gallery has any further sacrifices to present for the position. Somebody suggests the Dark Blade user, because he dominated the earlier phase, while 2 additional voices shout names of the runners, up from that previous round. Having gathered 4 contestants, the Peppermint Lab requests additional entries, but the quiet mob offers nothing else. Minty slaps his palms together to conclude the process, inviting the losers to walk up and mumble some words. Basking in his own magnificence, he strides forward immediately, convinced he has successfully treated the entire audience like idiots. The tooth-based orator opens his yap, but hardly utters a syllable before a heckler screams for him to pipe down. After a brief halt, the fellow pivots his cranium in total bewilderment while searching for the noise, locating the legend Joe, famously called Life is a Documentary. Striding into the limelight with a face like a slapped putt, he marches over to investigate whatever sugary prank the chocolate is attempting to pull. Mangboy waltzes forward, attempting to stop the social explosion from ruining everyone's lunch. Regardless, the bully dismisses him, questioning which person appointed the Cocoa Fellow as the supreme leader of every single choice. Sheer terror consumes the sugar-themed warrior, suspecting his spirit was just transparently audited, yet he hopes such insight was merely a fluke. Continuing the roast, the thug points a finger at the mountain of tall tales that the liar is currently stacking, yet the Cocoa King retaliates, insulting the brute's family tree and his total lack of etiquette in polite society, praying his magic mojo actually wakes up today. The green kid tries one last time to lower the room temperature. Instead he accidentally pokes the bear, causing the documentary dude to lose his cool and offer a free ticket to the afterlife. Motionless from intense dread, the man understands his special powers are currently functioning like a chocolate teapot during a heatwave. That thug disregards him like garbage, scowling at the audience while yelling that everyone must support his candidacy or face grim consequences. Yet Midboy retorts, labeling him a certified moron. He claims no one with 2 brain cells would follow a thug, then suggests the brute scurry home to his mommy. During a brief pause, the thug goes quiet, then suddenly lunges forward to give the chocolate guy a very permanent, very sharp red smile across the neck. Peppermint Man tries speaking, yet massive hemorrhaging blocks any sounds while he clutches his neck, as the murderer jeers that resistance proved fatal. As the defenseless gamer gradually begins to entering oblivion before colliding with soil, the murderous filmmaker confronts the group, announcing this penalty for any person failing to comply with instructions. Chaos erupts, as the audience gazes at the human chocolate puddle, screeching at the killer as if he has noticed his hands are covered in red. He remains completely unbothered, raising his sharp toothpick and challenging any brave soul to come and get a matching necklace. A local background character fails the eye test by yapping, providing the scary filmmaker the perfect reason to start the cameras rolling again. Sporting a smile that would terrify a Shar, he sprints ahead, deleting a couple of loudmouths who still had the audacity to use their vocal cords in his presence. Redecorating the room in shades of crimson, his expression turns into pure nightmare fuel as he enjoys the absolute freedom of being the top predator. Such anarchy represents a tropical holiday for the man, a sandbox providing total freedom to commit atrocities. Holding a leaky sword, he points it at the remaining survivors and asks who else wants to participate in his stabbing seminar. Consequently, the assembled group remains immobile, caught in a state of terror that prevents any resistance. This thug muses silently that nobody would risk opposing his bid for power, certain that success is guaranteed, and once victorious, a final goal remains: obliterate Black Scythe like a cheap piece of plastic, believing that removing Min ensures his ascent to the peak goes unchallenged. Elsewhere, Min is busy farming experience and evaporating beasts, milking his buffs for all they were worth until a digital chime announces his arrival at level 16. Nevertheless, the gloomy perfectionist feels dissatisfied, as progression stagnates despite slaughtering hundreds of enemies per hour, yielding just a minor 6-step increase. At least dispatching the tiny monsters had become significantly less difficult now that he possessed both the Reaper's Scythe and the Butcher's Rune. Min checked his status display, noting with a raised eyebrow that exactly 3 hours had evaporated during the session. Therefore, he concluded it was high time to make his exit, but just before he could even take a single step, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the air directly above him, conveniently solving his transportation issue. The phenomenon instantly zapped all participants back to the original staging area. Tom Hugh and Aaron, surveying the devastation, were left totally traumatized by the complete and utter chaos created by the infamous Jungsick Joe. Min attempted to rationalize the bizarre turn of events, remembering that Joe, as the chieftain of the Jungsick gang, was expected to be a highly experienced combatant consistently occupying the second place spot in the regional standings. Even though his character traits were universally considered complete garbage, Min calculated that such a highly volatile individual should only be approached at the opportune moment. All the while, this certifiable maniac was striding nonchalantly right toward him. The protagonist, unimpressed, simply asked what he wanted. Joe responded by generously suggesting that Black Scythe should consider joining his ranks, unless he preferred immediate expiration. Our protagonist perceived this as a profound slight, countering instantly by telling Joe to kneel and plead for mercy if he actually valued staying alive. Dev, completely oblivious to the impending danger, continued to babble on about becoming the official representative, but our boy rapidly silenced him by summoning his size, inquiring whether Joe might absorb instructions better once he arrived in the afterlife. Joe's jaw dropped in genuine shock, absolutely flummoxed by the sight of the weapon. Instantly comprehending his fatal error in judgment, the protagonist reiterated his position firmly, waiting a definitive response. However, the belligerent thug refused to yield, remaining obstinate. He boasted that the Johnsik gang leader kneels for exactly 0 people and proceeded to throw down a formal challenge. Our boy silently acknowledged the sheer audacity, but knew he needed to de-escalate, avoiding drawing excessive attention to himself at this time, particularly important given his need to secure enough votes for future plans. He opted to let Chu seize the representative position, allowing him to pull the strings from the shadows during the subsequent round. Precisely at that juncture, the angel arrived on the scene, causing all eyes to instinctively turn toward her arrival. Min seized the opportunity to lean in and murmur to the thug that he had received an unexpected stroke of good fortune. This time around, suggesting he watch his own back if he didn't want to end up dying a truly idiotic death later. Johnsik finally exhaled in relief as the tense atmosphere dissipated, slowly comprehending the extent of his narrow escape from certain death, vowing internally that revenge would be swift once he secured the position of representative. The angel surveyed the gathered chaos, wondering if these humans had actually managed to pick a representative without causing a massive brawl in the process. She appeared slightly shocked by the unfolding pandemonium, yet coolly stated their life status was irrelevant, given that she viewed them all as nothing but insignificant little insects. The angel then kicked off the election, summoning a ghostly, translucent screen that floated above the crowd, ready to explain the bizarre voting method. The rules required everyone to simply fix their gaze on their preferred candidate and mentally wish for them to win, which felt suspiciously like a magic trick. The angel also added a friendly, but firm reminder that anyone who didn't vote within the next 5 minutes would be immediately executed. As the players started locking their gazes on different people, No immediately assumed he was receiving all the votes. He was convinced he had become the main attraction, but the instant he noticed people were staring elsewhere instead of him, his ego deflated. He immediately launched into a tirade of intimidation and threats. He warned everyone present that their failure to vote for him would guarantee their imminent, painful deaths. The final seconds ticked by, the countdown hitting 0 just as every participant successfully managed to cast their vote, officially concluding this dramatic phase of the game. The moment the angel revealed the final tally board, she announced that Joe, whose chosen moniker was The Truly Bizarre Life is a Documentary, had just barely scraped by for the win, while Black Scythe finished in a very close second place. The angry thug stood frozen in disbelief, glaring at the crowd while silently determining exactly which individuals had dared to vote for Black Scythe instead of him. The angel wasted no time in finishing up, officially designating Joe as the new representative for their local map. She handed over the command right ability that let him control 10 other players, and Joe responded with a smug, wicked grin. He immediately began fantasizing about exacting revenge using his brand new authority, a classic mistake. His grand plans were immediately dashed when he finally got around to reading the fine print, and discovered the ability only lasted 10 turns. It also only let him issue one command at a time and, worst of all, was completely useless against anyone who had already unlocked a profession. The angel decided to drop yet another bombshell on the group, revealing that the map actually contained a hidden quest that allowed players to unlock a profession before the voting even began. The crowd looked utterly confused, prompting the angel to clarify that the side quest would only appear once a player managed to reach level 10. The players immediately started whining, claiming they never had a chance to level up because the area was completely devoid of monsters. The angel, looking thoroughly disappointed, simply informed them that the forest had actually been crawling with monsters the entire time. She did offer a bit of comfort by mentioning that only 8 people in the entire world had actually managed to complete that hidden quest. She then mentioned, almost casually, that a single person from their local group had somehow managed to unlock a profession. She pulled up the side quest results, revealing Black Scythe's identity, who once again ranked first both locally and worldwide, earning the terrifying profession of Reaper. The entire crowd spun around to stare at the protagonist in utter shock. While he casually struck a dramatic pose for their benefit, he was taking advantage of the opportunity to absorb some precious aura from their stunned reactions. Everyone started to wonder exactly what the Reaper profession entailed. Assuming that his possession of the actual scythe was directly tied to the new class, Joe completely froze in place, utterly bewildered, having designed his entire strategy around forcing Black Scythe to delete using the command right, only realizing now that the ability was completely useless against this particular protagonist. The angelic figure subsequently clarified the ranking system, explaining that the positions were awarded based on how swiftly players managed to complete the optional side mission. She appeared genuinely amazed that our protagonist didn't just manage to unlock a specific profession, but he also somehow achieved the #1 spot across the entire world map. She began to question if the flawless correlation between his name and his unique job specialty was truly nothing but a coincidence, or if he already possessed some prior knowledge. But our protagonist simply insisted that it was pure happenstance. He flashed a knowing grin, fully cognizant that the angels were totally clueless about the precise requirements for that new specialty. The angel found this highly entertaining and publicly pondered whether this was what humans affectionately referred to as destiny. She then pointed out the absolutely wild fact that he was now completely impervious to the command right. That news clearly caught the rest of the players completely off guard. After successfully snagging their attention, she clarified that anyone who had unlocked a specialty could no longer be controlled by the representative. Just when everyone figured she was finished, she completely destroyed the thug's plan as if she'd been waiting for the opportunity to strike, revealing that he could only utilize the command 10 times toable, instantly causing a massive wave of relief to wash over the players. Joe, meanwhile, clenched his jaw in an explosion of pure frustration. The angel finally turned to our protagonist and delivered the prizes for completing the side quest and securing the top global position. She presented him with a low-tier armor ticket, plus a special reward treasure chest. He redeemed the armor ticket and received the prompt to choose between 3 distinct styles of armor. He chose the skilled hunter's leather armor, since it provided the precise equilibrium between defense and agility. For the special rewards chest, he had to decide between an experience buff, 3,000 pieces of gold, or intel about the upcoming challenge, knowing perfectly well that there would be countless creatures to slaughter during the upcoming phase. He confidently opted for the experience point buff. Now that all the rewards were distributed, the angel proceeded to send every single player back into reality, making a casual announcement that the next round promised significantly more fun. Young Min suddenly woke up in his bed, completely rattled by the ordeal, only to notice that his arms and legs were, thankfully, completely intact and present. He let out a long sigh of relief, understanding that the damage sustained in the game would not transfer to reality, provided he actually survived them in the virtual space. He grit his teeth and made a solemn oath to never engage with Black Scythe again, refusing to even share the same vicinity with the terrifying protagonist. Back inside the hotel, Sung Chul offered praise to Erin for successfully navigating the challenges. Although she acknowledged being more of a burden, she sincerely thanked him for keeping her safe. He maintained his composure, informing her that he was merely performing his professional duties. Erin then mentioned her wish to thank Black Scythe for saving them, but admitted she was completely clueless about how to make contact. The dude claims discovering the Reaper is harder than finding a quiet Tyler because his real name is hidden. And since he never shared a bank route for his bonus cash, he clearly loves playing hide and seek. Maybe he suspects his secret life could be busted by following those digital crumbs. The fellow suggests that tossing a legendary loot box at him during the next stage might be a cool gift, which the lady supports. So the guy wishes her sweet dreams, and then exits. And within a single heartbeat, he enters the metal box, phoning that leader Meh. He wonders why the big boss is still away, but the man says his liver demanded a cocktail. The assistant cheers for his buddy becoming a spooky dark night. Then the boss asks about their progress, and the man admits that he and the girl stalled at level 8 after getting their butts kicked. The boss gets interested when the worker mentions reporting some drama, and checks if he has a moment. After learning the gossip involves that edgy Reaper, the leader demands he visit the fancy lodge to spill all the tea. Min spies from afar, while watching the target, jump inside the whip and zoom away, instantly realizing that the driver is speeding toward the boss. Recently, he utilized his searching talent to pinpoint where the employee was hiding, and the magical screen confirmed that the prey was quite nearby. However, the space between them begins to expand like a balloon. The observer concludes that the target is zooming, speculating if he plans on visiting the leader. Min decides to tail him, and witness the drama with his own eyeballs. Inside the suite, Ma brags about how the dark mate job is perfect for his sneaky side projects, but he understands that handling the boring paperwork must come first. Sitting down, he ponders about that mysterious slasher, curious what kind of report involves such a guy. Fearing the worst, He assumes the protagonist smacked his employee and swears to start a riot. To him, hitting his assistant is a personal slap, so he vows to crush any rival, and just then, the employee Seon Chol taps on the wooden portal, and the boss allows his entry. They trade greetings, with the worker claiming he is doing great, mostly because of the leader. Ma retorts that he is playing on an entirely separate field. The subordinate pours on the praise, claiming his aura provides massive inspiration, but the superior catches the act, and tells him to par. That lack he continues, offering hollow cheers, since the man did not perish, which the chief ignores, only for the guy to desperately toast his class, labeling it pure flu. The employee argues that serendipity relies on the individual, and mentions that grabbing global silver is nearly impossible, adding that serving him is a peak privilege. But the leader interrupts the fluff, ordering his worker to quit with the bootlicking, while betting that this fellow is definitely fishing for some major favor. Ma gives his employee permission to speak, causing Xiangqiu to waver before questioning the source of his gear, where the fighter mentions he acquired the equipment through slaying beasts. In truth, the item emerged from a random gift given to every participant when things began. During stage 1 via that first celestial, at that moment, he discovered the option to become a shadowy warrior upon hitting double digits. Ma knows he hit the jackpot early, yet he remains wary. He realizes sharing sensitive secrets is foolish, because comrades can betray one another instantly. The chief pivots topics, inquiring about those wounds, and if that shadow blade guy was the culprit, performing the foul deed. His manager clarifies the situation, stating they are actually in debt to the mysterious savior. The boss grows curious, as his aide details the chaotic mess. That manager describes some punks targeting the Lei, almost ending 2 lives, until the Reaper figure arrived for the rescue. The associate mentions that regardless of health, her sanity would crumble, effectively ending any chance at future work. Realizing he almost lost his top aide, and his income, the man goes silent for a bit. Finally, he asks about the thugs, wondering if they were sent to the afterlife. But the assistant notes that the warrior spared them, explaining that murder was seen as a waste which would jeopardize their next mission. The man worries those criminals might return to cause more headaches later, but he confesses the protector rescued the pair, meaning even Seomet is now obligated. He wants to reward the hero, but learns the mysterious fighter refused any payment and vanished. The leader figures out the guy is hiding his face by rejecting loot, proving he is super careful. He tells his aide to pass on greetings later and keep tabs on the hooded figure, offering assistance, mainly since the boss loathes being in anyone's debt. Right when he was halfway out the door, Ma abruptly stopped, spun around, and demanded to know the identities of their attackers. Stepping out into the hotel lobby, our protagonist paused for a second to size up the scene, feeling smug about how easily the manager had accidentally delivered Kyung Rokma right to his doorstep. He discreetly made his exit to keep things low profile, but couldn't shake off how strange it was that Ma ran a whole human trafficking business right out of his personal residence. As he strolled back to his ride, he congratulated himself on being firmly in control of the situation. It was all thanks to his brother's obsession with giving out free rice cakes, which somehow led to him bumping into Aaron and the manager. He planned to leverage his connection as the manager's neighbor to totally manipulate Ma and earn his trust. He still hadn't figured out if Ma deserved a spot on the roster for round 20. Keeping that decision hanging in the balance, he remembered Ma's Dark Knight rune, a ridiculously overpowered ability that felt less like a feature, and more like a cheat code for winning early. Runes usually flowed separately from professions, but this one locked Met into the role, forcing him to charge up some special energy called Dark Mana to activate his signature Dark Aura ability. He noted that gathering the necessary Dark Aura was highly unconventional and suspiciously well suited to Ma's specific brand of psychopathy. This led him to seriously consider whether a loose cannon like Ma was really the best person to have on the team. Ma's potential usefulness, however, convinced him to keep the psycho on reserve as a backup plan. He knew other strong players were available, including some mysterious girl. He then figured it was time to put his plans into action starting bright and early tomorrow morning. The next morning, we find ourselves at a local retail shop, where the shop owner let out a deep sigh, clearly distraught by the plummeting sales figures. Right on cue, his daughter Chiri walked in. She immediately asked why her father looked so glum. He explained that Nado was stealing all their business because the government couldn't decide how to handle all these players suddenly getting superpowers, which left him worrying about how to keep a roof over their heads. But Chiri quickly assured him that she'd step in and help out after graduation, perhaps even picking up a part-time job to ease the financial burden. Her father pleaded with her to ignore the money issues and concentrate entirely on school. He reminded her she had excellent grades and could easily get into a top university to pursue her dream of becoming a doctor. Chiri confessed that she abandoned her dream years ago, Realizing their current predicament made it impossible, her father's eyes welled up with tears as he finally grasped that money was the root cause, and he dreaded what Juri would ultimately be forced to do. He was completely overwhelmed by emotion, collapsing into tears, and unable to articulate his guilt or frustrations, but Juri gently held his hands, telling him not to blame himself since these events were simply out of their control. Before her father could even process her words, she casually announced that she had acquired a profession during the second round. She then used an ability that caused a strange green glow to surround him, leaving her father thoroughly bewildered. She explained that she had become a buffer, which meant she could bless regular people with the ability to boost their stats. It felt like a sudden rush of energy, making her dad instantly feel better, and Juri promised to apply the blessing regularly. He felt completely rejuvenated, and declared he would try his hardest. Right before Min walked in, stopping the owner dead in his tracks, Juri grills her old man regarding the stranger, and he mumbles that Min is the lunatic who nailed the bean sweepstakes by using identical digits for each individual entry. Consequently, Min asks the boss if he remembers the big spender who purchased a fortune in passes worth 100,000 won during the previous month, making the merchant quite curious why the legendary gambler has appeared today. The lad mentions how he desires to offer some penance, citing reports about bean vendors yanking inventory because of his jackpot. He clarifies that creating a headache for the establishment was certainly not his original intention. The proprietor insists that patrons are blameless, mentioning that a lack of fermented snack sales will not lead to his financial destruction anytime soon. Regardless of the reassurance, Min produces a thick envelope containing 10 million won and slides it over as a tip for the trouble he might have triggered, leaving the merchant totally shocked and frantically arguing that the boy really does not need to pay a single cent. Regardless, Min sternly insists the man keep the cash, as it provides peace of mind. Before he promptly departs the premises, the storekeeper is totally overwhelmed by the chaotic situation, and simply cannot accept such a mountain of moolah from a stranger. The girl offers to sprint toward the lad to return his cash. While her father provides a nod of approval, she bolts outside and eventually tracks him down, hollering his name like she was chasing a runaway bus. Sadly, Min acts totally clueless. She mentions they share the same classroom, but the boy lies about having a terrible memory for people. Even though he recognizes her perfectly well, the lad knows she is the merchant's kin who happens to possess those handy support skills. Our protagonist remembers their earliest meeting and his utter bewilderment upon realizing they attended the same school. He deliberately staged their first encounter in this timeline to look like a fluke, ensuring the girl would join his squad without asking questions. Juri suggests a private chat, and Min nods his head. The two of them relocate to a local park and settle down on a wooden bench. Juri tries to return the stuffed packet. Our hero spots the bundle previously presented to the manager. As Juri elaborates how pocketing a giant pile of cash is simply impossible, the boy smirks, aware she would refuse, because Juri hates being indebted to folks. Regardless of how broke she might currently be, Juri practically begs him to take it, but Min declines, stating the gift serves as his penance, and his personal honor prevents him from snatching the cash back. The girl reiterates that the massive sum makes everyone feel quite awkward, which is a sentiment the boy understands. He argues that this sum is basically pocket change for him, so they should stop worrying. While Juri remains baffled by his extreme stubbornness, he stands up and starts wandering away. She halts him to haggle, asking if returning 9 million and keeping 1 would work, but Min asks how she can decide without the boss. The girl confesses the manager is her dad, while Min fakes a stunned reaction and labels it a total fluke. Juri found it quite suspicious that the prestigious NADA contest winner ended up being her actual classmate, yet he apparently couldn't place her face, while she had instantly recognized him the minute he strode into the convenience store. Min, playing the part of the amnesiac, fibbed that he struggled to retain faces, and claimed this was their initial personal interaction. Juri concluded this implied she was so forgettable he must have only learned her name for the very first time just moments ago. She rose from her seat. She marched over to him, made a fresh introduction, and begged him to please recall her features in the future. Min promised he would definitely try. Juri then became overwhelmed by the sheer tragedy of needing to reintroduce herself to schoolmates when they were just days away from graduation. Min offered comfort, vowing to remain in contact after graduation, and then, immediately afterward, requested her phone number. Juri experienced a moment of hesitation before finally inputting the digits into his waiting mobile device. Min declared they were now friends before beginning his exit. Juri suddenly realized she still held the envelope, shouting after him. Min merely waved goodbye and continued walking. She remained frozen in place briefly, then felt completely faint from the realization that he had requested her contact information. Despite his assertion that it was purely platonic, Juri's heart did a little flop because, deep down, she harbored a significant crush on him. She recalled a previous instance when she observed him being aggressively tormented, and felt obligated to help, so she phoned the authorities. She discreetly tailed him to his residence, only to find him engaged in his part-time work, acting completely unbothered by recent events. It was then she realized precisely how formidable his personality was. From that point onward, her curiosity about him expanded significantly, yet she was paralyzed by shyness and couldn't muster the courage to initiate any contact with him. She decided to abandon her timidity immediately, reasoning that destiny had clearly united them, particularly after he had so generously gifted them a huge 10 million won. Feeling resolute, she determined to be bold and organized a plan to extend a lunch invitation. The focus moves to our male protagonist, relaxing in bed at his apartment when he received a message from Jiri, requesting a lunch date because she needed to chat. Min attempted to cover the cost, but Jiri firmly announced she was paying. He smirked, confident that his meticulous scheme was progressing flawlessly. At Jiri's desire to avoid feeling indebted meant she would gladly assist him in the future, he got out of bed to prepare for his date, deciding that he would allow Jiri to survive until the 20th timeline loop this time around. Right before exiting, a housemate inquired about his whereabouts. Min stated that he was off to meet up with a buddy, John, ever the nosy brother. He immediately pounces on the gender of this supposed friend. Min totally confirms the assumption, explaining he's going out for a meal, which means Juan will need to fend for himself for dinner. This whole exchange leaves poor Juan in a state of comical confusion. He's pretty sure his brother has finally found himself a partner. Now, we cut away to a brand new setting. The action moves to a fancy eatery where Min and Jiri are busy devouring steak for their lunch. Jiri feels starstruck, unable to comprehend that this one meal with Min is actually happening, making her too nervous to speak immediately. Eventually, she builds up enough nerve to ask him exactly how he pulled off beating Nata 4 consecutive times. Min flippantly responds that a dream gave him all the answers, leading Jiri to press him on how much money he actually made from those cards. Min smugly informs her that his financial worries are completely gone for the remainder of his life. Jiri suddenly recollects something important, and questions Min about his inaugural game round. Min explains that corralling all the goblins proved rather difficult. Jiri wonders about his specific player map location. He replies that the full number escapes him, but he definitely recalls the final digit being 5. She pouts, regretting that her map code concludes with a 7, which prevents them from encountering each other in the new world. Nen, however, reveals they are bound to cross paths later on, once the maps eventually merge as the player count decreases. Next, Jiri questions him about his level progression, prompting Min to fabricate a story and declare he has reached level 10. Jiri lights up, excitedly announcing she's level 10 as well. After asking his profession, he admits he hasn't obtained one, but Jiri claims great fortune in having landed the buff for profession. Min feigns ignorance and inquires if her ability functions just like a character buff in a video game, despite already possessing complete knowledge of its mechanisms. Jiri tells him her skill, Bless, has the power to increase any person's stats, then asks Min if he'd like her to activate it on him. Min accepts, and Jiri immediately amplifies his attributes by a stunning 50% for 3 hours, completely blowing Min's mind. Min admires the new numbers, calculating that the effect will increase significantly once Jiri reaches the top level. Her skill will actually become twice as potent. The real reason Min asked for the boost was because he had obtained a mysterious gold pouch from the last match, granting wealth based on the luck attribute. Consequently, more luck translates directly to a greater influx of cash. Min expresses his deep appreciation to Jiri for the powerful stat boost. She responds by promising to provide the buff whenever he requests it. Min finally asks about the main purpose of their meeting, and Jiri explains her father wanted to personally thank him for the significant financial contribution. Jiri also makes a solemn vow to reimburse the money as soon as circumstances allow. Min quickly calms her worries, letting her know that repaying the funds is completely unnecessary. Instead, she attempts to compensate him for his generosity by giving him a unique item she found during the last challenge. Jiri passes over a curious, purple-colored crystal. Once outside the eatery, they bid farewell and wish each other good fortune for the upcoming round. Afterward, Min wanders into a nearby public lawn and unzips his digital hoarder stash. Shockingly, the shiny rock Jiri handed over is actually a magical battery, basically grade, a premium loot. This took him by storm, so he reckons that the labels really undersell its true worth, and gamers want to actually grasp its immense value until they finally hit level 20. This stone lets users glue its power onto their pointy killing sticks, providing various magical upgrades. 7 distinct flavors of gems exist, including ruby, garrot, lemon, lime, sapphire, indigo, and crate. Every pebble does something unique. Crimson hurts more, apricot adds muscle, gold improves fortune, emerald makes legs faster, azure sharpens brains, Cobalt softens enemy blows. And Violet, the super rare one, jacks up every single attribute. Serendipity is currently peaking. And then recalls his karma points are already jacked by temporary magic. Thus he figures moving quickly is vital before gambling on that mystery money bag. He retrieves a plastic container of squirmy larvae, intending to squash them to trigger his massacre sigil, which grows his attributes slightly per murder, so he mashes the bugs again, observing his numbers double instantly, which catapults his serendipity score from 15 up to 45. Post squashing, he accesses his stash, retrieves that chance ace coin bag, plus encages the item, hoping to score maybe 3 to 6,000 shiny bucks, but he gets totally bamboozled by the actual loot draw. A digital bell rings as Min tears into the prize and glitches out briefly. Dropped after discovering a fat 10,000 gold bundle tucked inside. He is totally smacked because during his previous existences he never earned such cash. Because of this windfall, his gold total hits 16,000, potentially buying some prestigious loot. A specific armor piece he desires arrives in 14 days. However, so he decides to hoard his riches. Eventually returning to his residence, Min enters and finds his sibling hypnotized by mobile clips, wasting life away like an expert. Juan spotted him immediately and launched into a full interrogation regarding the supposed date. Min was equally blindsided by the accusation, quickly moving to shut down the rumor and emphatically stating there was absolutely zero romantic entanglement with that woman. Attempting a tactical retreat from the awkward topic, he quickly diverted the discussion by inquiring if Juan had managed to grab any food. His brother beamed like he'd just won a medal, proudly declaring he had single-handedly annihilated a delicious cup of instant noodles. Min attempted to convince Juan to broaden his culinary horizons and eat something new for a change, but his brother remained fiercely faithful to his beloved snack, a commitment far stronger than his ex's, claiming it was exactly what he had been pining for lately. The conversation soon triggered flashbacks to the penniless era where they struggled through everything, waiting for destiny to finally cut them a break. While pondering the past, Min suddenly recalled he hadn't glanced at his crypto portfolio in ages. He knew a market collapse was imminent, so he decided to liquidate his assets and invest the proceeds into finally getting his driver's license. Sometime later, Min took his place to start the computerized exam for his license, letting out a long, bored sigh as the process felt agonizingly predictable. Having repeated it in countless previous timelines, he answered every single question effortlessly, moving through the test like a hot knife through butter. Min finished the exam in record time, rising from his seat as if ready to leave immediately. The monitor observed his departure, likely assuming he was just another beginner quitting in frustration. However, the supervisor's expression turned to stone when the computer unexpectedly broadcasted Min's almost flawless test results. Because all the information was essentially hardwired into his brain, Min secured his driving license in less than 4 days, barely exerting himself in the process. This new development prompted a minor existential crisis for our hero. Reflecting on all his regressions, he calculated that he should realistically be a wrinkled old man by this point. The instant he received the brand new license, Min immediately zeroed in on his dream vehicle, a limited edition Lamborghini so extravagant it would make even the most boastful influencers green with envy. He questioned the dealer about the wait time for delivery, who informed him it would take approximately 4 weeks. Without hesitation, Min finalized the purchase, prompting the salesman to react like he'd just hit the jackpot, instantly flooding him with enthusiastic congratulations. A fortnight passed, marking the perfect timing for Min to offload his cryptocurrency and skillfully sidestep the impending market collapse. Juan noticed his brother's peculiar smirk and inquired if he had suddenly stumbled upon a massive fortune. Min, meanwhile, remained completely unbothered. Min calmly mentioned that he had liquidated all his digital assets for a staggering sum of 300 billion. This revelation caused Juan to almost projectile spit his drink across the room in total disbelief. Juan could only stare blankly, completely confused about how their small investment had somehow achieved such massive gains. Yet, for Min, it was simply business as usual. Juan recalled cautioning his brother against putting all his eggs in one basket and truly couldn't believe the outcome of this specific gamble. Min responded that he hadn't anticipated it either, and simply managed to set a new personal best completely by chance. His naive younger brother inquired if Min intended to withdraw all the funds, feeling a small sense of peace when Min confirmed this casually. The newfound tranquility, however, was incredibly short-lived. Juan almost dropped his coffee cup completely when Min nonchalantly revealed that he was considering venturing into stock trading next. Juan instantly became agitated again, clearly skeptical that his brother possessed even the slightest knowledge of the financial market. Min simply instructed him to relax and have faith in the old man's uncanny abilities and dream card. which he once again brandished confidently. The easily fooled younger brother actually bought it and inquired about a particular stock. Min was considering, slowly regaining composure, and choosing to trust his brother's judgment. Just for this single instance, our protagonist, meanwhile, completely understood exactly why Joan was so distressed. Furthermore, he totally remembers those prior existences weren't just for looks, giving him complete faith in the enterprise he's gearing up to put his chips on. This particular enterprise, folks, is Chumma Consulting Stocks, currently managing a truly hopping pile of 900 billion won, even if it appears as mundane as toast right now. Min is hip to the fact that this venture will explode like a firecracker when the fourth phase kicks off, so he doesn't pause for breath before tossing every last cent he owns into the pot. With this bold stroke, he aims to secure enough ownership to utterly derail those future gatherings, and more crucially, pile up a skyscraper of riches and influence along the way. Our main man nonchalantly launches his massive 280 billion right into those shares, while his poor sibling just stands there muttering pleas to every deity imaginable that they want to be sleeping rough on the streets again, having tidied up that little financial maneuver. Min can finally redirect his attention toward the specific treasure he needs from that shop in the quest. Later on that evening, tucked into bed while waiting for the clock to strike 12, he decides to log into the quest emporium and peruse the available gadgets and newfound proficiencies. Although the majority of the merchandise looks dreadfully pedestrian, there are still pathways to uncover the genuine gems, especially by watching out for the daily exclusive item that materializes. To the typical gamer, this strategy sounds about as smart as wearing socks with sandals, but our protagonist has endured over a decade of life and already has a mental catalog of the shop's every daily offering. Thus, he jubs the confirmation key like the button personally insulted his mother, and voila, today's prize is revealed. It's a bony skull necklace that cranks up how fast you swing, yet it's being hawked for a fraction of its actual worth. A total bargain. However, Min hasn't quite finished his shopping spree yet. Oh sir. Because he promptly whips out that forgotten discount voucher he snagged earlier and snags the trinket for half the already low sticker price. Our champion quickly surveys his remaining funds and immediately sits up straighter than a flagpole, completely taken aback to discover a hefty sum of nearly 14,000 gold coins still lounging comfortably in his wallet. He then switches gears entirely, adopting a full-blown Sherlock Holmes persona, meticulously pondering whether snagging some protective plating now is wiser or saving another 6,000 gold coins to unlock a completely overpowered ability down the line. Ultimately, he settles on the skill being the more prudent gamble, and fortune smiles on him, seeing as the subsequent phase solely involves slaughtering mobs, making the rest of the money collection a breeze. Time marches on swiftly, and as the first day of March dawns, all the participants are unceremoniously plopped back into that parallel reality, still utterly clueless about the next divine curveball the overlords plan to throw. One and after another, every player materializes in the new zone, and instantly begins dissecting the strange territory where they have landed this time. The location resembles a small hamlet, or perhaps more accurately, the skeletal remains of one, since there isn't a solitary living being present, besides themselves. As they wander about, they notice the place is ranged by defensive structures like a small fortress, complete with entry points extending in every direction imaginable. A massive, glowing crystal situated dead center bathes the entire settlement in light, further muddying the waters for the players regarding the precise objective of this particular round. Lounging against a weathered support beam, Min calmly surveys the unfolding chaos from a safe distance, showing not an ounce of surprise that the others are already freaking out in this odd new locale. On the other hand, Joe appears remarkably collected initially, like he just finished a nice yoga session, but that surface tranquility vanishes the moment the other players start murmuring conspiratorially about him right behind his back. Whispers fly around suggesting he's a fearsome mob boss, along with tales of him strong, arming votes, even when most preferred the rival known as Black Scythe, which naturally makes the tough guys see red. A slightly more level-headed gamer attempts to chill everyone out by noting Joe could just zap their chatter away, but no one seems intimidated since his magic button only has 10 pushes left. Joe, having reached his limit, starts tossing insults around like cheap party favors. Yet, this action only throws lighter fluid on the situation, as they gang up and start roasting his truly dreadful personality. Joe bellows at the assembly, trying to spot the snitch who kicked off the nasty banter, but not one person steps forward to claim the title, which only serves to crank his anger up a few more notches. A sudden heavy sound jolts him from his fury as one of the tough guys bends way over, greeting the crime lord like he's spotting his favorite movie star. Joe squints at the newcomer as if he sprouted another facial feature and demands to know this stranger's identity. Using some colorful language, young Min cheerfully blurts out Joe's complete, officially registered name, and explains he is present to conduct some very formal introductions. The heavy hitter immediately grills him about his gang affiliations, but Young Min denies belonging to any crew, instead voicing his deep desire to join Joe's operation someday, turning the tiny, rusty gear in his cranium. Joe's mind just turns to scrambled eggs as he tries to fathom that this remarkably silly person wants to become a gangster. Young Min blurts out that Joe is his absolute favorite person, and sweetly states his wish to join the tough guys group. The crime boss attempts to make some sense of this bizarre encounter, but Young Min suddenly drops dramatically to his knees and proclaims Joe to be his lifelong, respected senior. Joe lets loose a strangely curved grin, not anticipating anyone could match his own level of bizarre behavior. Though he admits to enjoying Young Min's daring moves, Joe commands the aspiring tough guy to rise and clearly state his objective. Given that no rational human would grovel before him after the previous round's drama, Young Min puffs out his chest with immense pride, and announces that yesterday's antics mean nothing to him, and that he truly reveres Joe as the supreme leader. He insists he ignores whatever nonsense others chatter about, claiming that becoming the senior's loyal assistant is the peak of his life's ambition. Joe easily swallows the hook, and agrees to groom him into an unstoppable power-leveling thug that would make even Pablo Escobar look like a lightweight. Relieved beyond measure, Young Min bends nearly double with another profound bow, and thanks Joe for such magnificent generosity. The remaining participants watch in stunned silence as Young Min cozies up to such a notorious heavy, judging him completely bonkers, while Min glances sideways at the unfolding scene, pleased that the script is running just as it did before. With a flash of dazzling light, the celestial messenger descends, hovering over the group, and calls out to address them all. The angel feigns surprise while casually noting the fewer number of survivors compared to when the last game concluded, which leaves the assembled players looking baffled as they try to process her strange remarks. Nevertheless, the official system bulletin successfully captures their attention instead, as they finally observe that a substantial number of competitors have vanished. The angel then ponders aloud that since fighting amongst themselves this early seems improbable, they must have engaged in real-world altercations instead. One of the remaining players yells loudly, instructing everyone to check the tally of people set to win this specific round, leading to an explosion of disorder as the system declares only 1 in 4 participants will advance, with one even daring to suggest the computer is malfunctioning. The heavenly messenger completely lost it, erupting in giggles over the side-splitting retort. She then swiftly assured the bewildered audience that, naturally, she had committed absolutely zero errors whatsoever. With the competitors looking utterly baffled, she chirped a reminder that the official regulations mandate halving the head count during every single progression stage. Given that the previous Saimin was disappointingly bloodless, the divine scorekeeper deemed it entirely reasonable that 75% of the participants should instantly disintegrate into fine powder. The assembled victims attempted to complain, but the angel airily interrupted them, suggesting they simply try not to be utterly awful. The angelic host proceeded to elaborate that the subsequent challenge would involve beasties materializing simultaneously from all 4 access points. These creatures would focus their attention on the enormous, gleaming rock sitting prominently in the town square during 5 distinct assault cycles. She stressed the critical necessity of teamwork, since failure to guard this precious item for the necessary 180 minutes would result in extremely unpleasant outcomes. Interestingly, whether or not they successfully defend the monument is irrelevant, as their personal performance score relies solely on the aggregate quantity of beasts terminated. The busy speaker continued, mentioning that despite the incoming overwhelming swarms of fiends, their power level would be significantly reduced, just enough to prevent the competitors from immediately despairing. Yet, tragically, the quality of items they abandon will also suffer drastic adjustments. Joe was practically vibrating with anticipation, thrilled about slaughtering enemies until he was satisfied, and the cherry on top was his current possession of the leadership credentials. As if reading his innermost thoughts, the divine being sharply brought her hands together. She then notified the specific zone delegate that Joe was permitted to utilize his official powers during this particular stage. Simultaneously, she decided to quell the barrage of questioning stares being directed straight at her. This was achieved by dramatically revealing exactly what messy situation occurs if the zone's representative happens to meet an untimely demise. A creepy grin slowly spread across her lips while she detailed that should the commander bite the dust thanks to a creature, the authority associated with the role vanishes completely, like a bad password. However, if the death blow is delivered by another participant, that lucky killer instantly assumes the position of the new delegate and acquires comprehensive governing rights. Suddenly, every single person present started intensely staring at Joe, treating him like the solitary, coveted sugar biscuit forgotten on the plate. Meanwhile, the nonchalant angel cheerfully informed them that the horrible monsters would be making their grand entrance in precisely 600 seconds. With a truly wicked sneer, She tossed out a totally serious suggestion that the competitors really ought to try being the best of friends. Following her advice, she instantly evaporated, disappearing into the ether, which seemed appropriate. Joe could not restrain himself from shouting terrible profanities directly at the heavens above. Yet, his verbal abuse ceased instantly the moment he recognized the highly distinctive, unpleasant noise of numerous weapons being unsheathed nearby. The thug swiftly materialized his personal shiv and challenged the assembled amateurs to try their luck if they genuinely believed they stood a chance. The mob began hurling insults and prepared to attack, utterly obsessed by the delicious, avaricious fantasy of immediately seizing his hard-won authority. Nevertheless, Min appeared to be operating on a completely separate agenda, sauntering calmly away from the group while the rest of the players instantly froze, afraid to twitch even an eyebrow. Joe heatedly required an explanation of what exactly Black Scythe assumed he was accomplishing, but the stoic young man placidly informed him that his sole intention was merely to engage in a short, friendly conversation. The notorious gangster attempted very hard to seem utterly unfazed by our protagonist's appearance and nervously insisted on knowing his intricate scheme. However, Min smoothly interrupts his spiel just as he's casually dropping a proposition for a deal. Spotting that poor Joe has gotten himself neatly wedged between a veritable boulder and a truly hard place, Min casually arcs his terrifying scythe over his shoulder while extending a deal to shield the thud. Joe can only stare blankly, completely bewildered, as Min calmly reiterates his offer to keep him safe from the other competitors, and the assembled onlookers are gaping in utter shock, barely processing the fact they might have to duke it out with Black Scythe. The rest of the competitors immediately start trading hushed thoughts about their actual odds of seeing tomorrow, while Joe struggles to comprehend that our main guy's reputation packs such a punch, actually contemplating accepting the arrangement, employing his brain, absent though it may be. He figures there's a hidden cost, and elects to challenge Min about it. Our star player quite nonchalantly lays out the terms, stipulating that Joe must instantly comply with his every single directive without even a peep of dissent. Joe is dumbfounded, realizing that despite being the zone's official leader, Min is essentially asking him to hand out over the keys and play the part of a rather obedient little lapdog. The gangster demands to know the logic behind such an absurd request, yet our chat maintains a stony silence. Joe tries to pry further, but Min refuses to budge an inch, just telling him to surrender already. The gangster's irritation starts to bubble up as he seriously contemplates telling this guy no deal, but the horrifying notion of being neatly folded like a dishcloth by our boy's wicked sharp scythe creeps into his thoughts. Min jolts him back to reality, urging him to make a swift choice, because the waiting contestants are getting quite restless. A single drop of perspiration traces a path down Joe's cheek as he finally blurts out his response, rejecting the splendid offer like a true simpleton. But our main dude had already predicted that Joe's colossal pride would vet such an offer for 1,000 lifetimes. Everyone else wastes no time in mocking his abysmal judgment and how his ego is too massive to settle for anything less than first place. The gathered opponents raise their chosen implements, clearly eager to impart a truly memorable, painful lesson to the gangster, while Min is quite pleased that the status quo remains unchanged and decides to sprinkle a bit more drama into the proceedings. Meeting his gaze directly, Min calmly proclaims that since Joe clearly spurns his assistance, everyone else is perfectly welcome to deal with him however they see fit. Our hero pivots and departs, coldly stating that the gangster's continued existence will ultimately amount to absolutely nothing, while the other players eagerly begin to close the gap, weapons brandished, itching to utterly dismantle Joe. Grubby holds his small blade tightly, genuinely starting to question if he made the wisest choice. Right before things spiral into true mayhem, Joe gets an 11-hour reprieve from the game's system itself, which announces that the dreaded stampede is moments away from commencing, sending everybody scrambling into their battle formations surrounding the central crystal object. Joe understands he cannot risk a brawl with a puss of players wanting his hide, and besides, this whole scenario wasn't supposed to be a cooperative effort anyway. The gangster spies Min heading toward a somewhat remote section, and, fueled by curiosity, chooses to follow discreetly. He quietly trails our protagonist, wondering if the plan is to tackle the approaching horde of monsters entirely on his own. But that brief period of quiet vanishes quickly as loud, savage growls suddenly saturate the air, sending a cold tremor of alarm through the assembled players. The system casually drops the bombshell that they'll be facing a whopping 10,000 goblins, which sends a shiver of sheer terror right into everyone's marrow. The criminal thug instantly sprints toward higher ground, but he's utterly perplexed by the situation. Specifically, Black Scythe's ridiculous level of chill completely threw him off. Observing closely, Joe sees a ridiculous number of goblins squeezing through the narrow gate opening, a horrifying sight that would make any veteran player need a new pair of pants. Joe, watching from the balcony, smugly decides Min is just full of empty promises and will definitely end up running away like a scared little kid. The vicious goblins quickly start flooding through the entryway, yet our protagonist stands firm, cutting through the horde like butter and dropping monsters non-stop. Refusing to give them a second, Min charges right in, moving rapidly past, in utter disbelief, completely baffled by how insanely overpowered the hero truly is. The goblins try to surround him for a tactical edge, but they fail hilariously because his massive area attacks are impossible to escape. Joe watches and wonders if this kind of raw power is something you unlock with higher levels. Getting seriously annoyed, the thug decides to stop cowering like a wimp and jump in to kill monsters for a level boost. Since all the other players are currently preoccupied with the creature horde, Joe figures he might as well take advantage of the mayhem and farm some quick EHE points. The other participants are completely consumed protecting the massive artifact, as they systematically eliminate goblins, while Joe covertly sneaks in to participate, quickly spotting a small group of monsters, and locks onto them instantly, and begins destroying the helpless creatures. Joe grins malevolently, perfectly anticipating the monster attacks thanks to his special rune, but his confident moment vanishes immediately as an arrow whizzes past his face and clips his earlobe. The criminal thug instantly loses his temper and frantically searches for the source, but he finds no goblin archers. Realizing a player is targeting him, his rage skyrockets as he fantasizes about squeezing the life out of the little coward, but just before Joe moves, he feels something sharp jab into his side as a nearby player slides a spear into his gut. The other fighter begins to celebrate, but the tough guy casually pulls the spear out like a Tubble legend, which completely startles the other player, who is then hit with a string of insults. The attacker instantly panics, but it's too late, because Joe quickly repays the gesture with his own blade, as he starts wildly swinging his surprisingly tiny sword. Another projectile whizzes close to his head. He spots the hiding, yellow-bellied archer. Joe immediately aims the spear he just removed at the coward. The enemy tries to shoot once more. A swift poke to the noggin halts that dude right where he stands. Grabbing his leaky hip, Joe fumes about being a clumsy oaf with bad luck. Our filming expert craves a name change, mourning the sweet deal he tossed away earlier like trash. Yet he chooses to go over barking for master, scouting the area like a lost tourist to dodge aggressive geeks and find some peaceful monster murder elsewhere while avoiding the scary mob. Luck strikes when the bronze medalist of this death game wanders into view, seeing that dark, bearded lizard dude turning tiny green guys into pulp. A creepy grin stretches Joe's lips while he creeps toward the scully warrior. He unleashes his dominant aura, and commands the man to act as the big chief's private meat shield. Meanwhile, Min snacks on sweet level up juice while deleting tiny green pests without ruining his hair. The main hero peeks at his digital backpack, jiggling because he already nabbed enough shiny loot. Hard work never ends, so he hunts for 2,000 extra coins for the giggles. Min uses his massive forehead power, realizing he can grab 2 abilities and snag that thinking rock sooner. Those sneaky short sacks attempt to ambush the edgy blade wielder during his daydream. However, he stays alert, pruning the green garden of idiots with one smooth swing of his farm tool. The remaining runts reconsider their life choices after seeing their pals turned into chunky salsa. Min refuses to quit, mocking those pathetic losers before sprinting at them like a hungry wolf. Suddenly, a giant laser from the heavens brightens the darkness, making every fighter pause their violent dancing. Each little monster begins to shimmer before poofing away like a bad magician's trick. The survivors throw a party for beating round 1, even though they look like absolute hot garbage. Min notes 1,000 corpses, pondering if these short green dudes are actually somewhat scary threats. Our hero looks through the leftover humans, spotting Joe. He wonders how the clumsy clown lived, though round 2 will likely end his lucky streak. That grumpy hoodlum feels salty because people ignore the monsters to hit him. Every gamer wants a piece of him, including one loser creeping behind him like a ninja. The non-player character jumps in, only to get floored by the mind-melted obsidian wyvern and tiny men. Joe feels blessed to be breathing, thanks to those 2 meat shields guarding his pathetic hide. The small boy frets over the old man's puncture, yet the boss finds it hilarious that no psychological manipulation was required for this absolute moron. He makes sad noises while squeezing his puncture hole, hoping his strawberry jam stops leaking out everywhere. Pondering whether his life continues past this imminent stage of warfare, clenching his jaw, the man draws inspiration from pure resentment to outlive anyone who questioned his hidden talent. Unexpectedly, a noisy alarm notifies each participant that a following stage starts soon, featuring those chunky hobgoblins too. Fresh uglies charge in immediately, but Min just hangs back to soak up energy like a greedy sponge chasing free experience points. Our favorite protagonist unfreezes his green-skinned extermination project, whipping that lethal blade around with renewed vigor. slicing through mobs as if he were just popping bubble wrap. Shortly thereafter, digital alerts notify our protagonist regarding hitting level 20 alongside receiving a regular status promotion. The warrior feels immense joy because he finally accessed manufacturing, which lets him merge garbage items into superior equipment. Moreover, digital tools grant another ability, while refining that specific seal of death skill, resulting in joy for men seeing how these talents match those mystical runes flawlessly. Those brainless creatures attempt another strike against him, but they are immediately blinded within shadows once our hero triggers that fresh Night of Death ability. That midnight weapon zips through those sightless monsters with total effortless speed, putting every creature into their final rest. Individually, this void consumes everything nearby and creates a massive pile of monster remains. As the interface declares that round 2 finish, causing Min to discard his scythe noisily before visiting the premium marketplace to purchase additional abilities for his arsenal. Our protagonist navigates the electronic catalog, and ultimately chooses that sixth sense trait. Such a perk enables him to perceive nearby entities, but presently he just detects cadavers, and recalls needing 20,000 more currency pieces to reach his next objective. Phase 3 commences with our hero slaughtering emerald pasts as per his daily habit. Whereas that dark beast keeps sprinting about governed by Joe's psychological dominance. Once that tertiary phase concludes, every survivor battles those nulls during the 4th encounter. The villain boldly utilizes psychic authority, turning neighbors into his sacrificial fleshy blockades to preserve his miserable life until game alerts signal that this difficult 4th tier ended. The criminal wobbles on shaky limbs, leaking perspiration while contemplating a self-made disaster, since he spent every single psychic energy charge, and prays his enslaved teammates avoid perishing. The interface warns that the grand final involves slaying 11,000 massive giants, a revelation that leaves every surviving participant paralyzed with pure, unadulterated shock, leaping straight into insanity. Humans plus creatures remain occupied piercing one another, as the villain frantically attempts to harvest growth points and eventually secure that premier ranking. The man's goofy fantasy terminates instantly as he rotates his neck and perceives that a pair of his lackeys get skewered by foes while rival participants, craving that leadership position, assault Joe to disable him. The villain panics, shoving his mindless puppets into danger, while screeching at them to perform better and insulting the brave rivals for striking. When the face is nearly complete, text, and some pointy sticks find their marks in undead skulls, letting the gamers swarm with their pointy toys. Consequently he loses his mind and opts for a frantic exit to stay breathing, while the squad hunts him down, declining to allow that criminal a getaway, as Joseph sprints toward a portal with his heart pounding. The fellow cameraman notices the protagonist recovering from the mayhem, while the mobster scampers over and pleads to be a lackey, for a bit of safety, but the main guy stays quiet, eventually giving the beggar a lethal look, and rejecting him instantly. Reflection makes the man go white, as the lead tells him that refusing an invitation once kills all future chances, then departs, delaying nothing. The poor soul attempts a pursuit, despite his confusion, but the hero states he dislikes people who waste opportunities. The fellow insults his own brain for skipping that deal earlier, realizing he is now stuck in a very tight spot. The crowd observes that his safety net vanish, making the scared guy tremble like a leaf in a thunderstorm. Our film enthusiast looks on in horror, as the gang mocks him, claiming his future is just a tragic reality show. Believing the end is near, the loser prepares for the final blow, as the mob surrounds him to finish the job. However, a shout rings out as a junior arrives to help his elders, making the target feel relieved enough to drop his defenses briefly, only for his young protege to clock him with a nasty right hook, sending the old man tumbling like a bag of heavy laundry. Grabbing his shattered face while howling in pain, he sees the kid smiling like a demon while telling him to pray. Though the thug still tries to mutter garbage, yet the youth shuts him up with a fresh fist. The student holds him tight and keeps smacking the soul out of his body with rapid strikes, while the observer, witness watches the carnage in shock, his mouth too broken to talk as his pathetic history plays in his mind. The teenager stands up looking scary and crushes the guy, effectively canceling his membership to the world of the living. He starts giggling when the game names him the boss, instantly imagining all the chaotic joy he can finally experience. He once with a famous idol, mocking his fallen senior, while expressing gratitude for the stolen power and blaming the loser, claiming this mess is purely the result of the old man being a chicken. Then the fresh chief turns around, pretending every single event was part of a grand design, which leaves the observers absolutely confused and scratching their heads. Each witness feels a mix of revulsion and surprise that a human being could sink to such pathetic depths. Hissing the mobster spoots just to stab him in the spine when the clock ran out. The gamers get furious that such a snake is now the boss, and plan to evict him from existence immediately. The kid anticipated this reaction though, and sprints directly toward our main character to find some safety. Just as the hero pivots to see the commotion, the little brat screams that he is the one in charge now, but the lead actor looks totally bored. This hoodlum tries recycling that cheesy proposition he pitched to Joe, vowing to become Min's personal doormat. Our genius villain assumes Joe got dumped for being a spent battery, while he thinks his own juice is still fresh enough to make rejection impossible. Min mentions the guy's face looks like a squashed potato, suggesting a humble floor pissing session might prevent his immediate demise. That mobster looks baffled because he gets viewed as stale garbage. Although our hero notes a slithering coward desperately requires assistance, the protagonist demands another round of genuflection, which really grinds his rusty gears. However, seeing that furious crowd nearby, itching to shred his skin forces him to choke on his ego and hit the dirt immediately. This goon begs Dark Lord Black Scythe for pity and protection, while Min yawns, having enjoyed mocking this loser countless times previously. Nevertheless, he confesses that even a stinky heap of refuse could potentially serve a minor purpose. The edgy Reaper adopts the stray pet, prompting the lackey to spam grateful emotes while thanking his new lord for the kindness. Min suggests the idiot stop the theatrics, then strolls directly toward the massive group, looming before the competitors makes them leak nervous puddles, terrified of facing our protagonist in actual combat. A random guy proposes a grouped-up battle, yet retracts it fast after his buddy mentions the green skin slaughter, so the mob schemes as Min tosses a suggestion forward, claiming they should play nice and vanish otherwise they might taste his sharp steel. Our leader recommends the exit strategy, otherwise he could accidentally confuse these mortals with the ugly beasts he usually slays. That terrifying warning causes every gamer to shudder violently, leading to a slow and steady withdrawal, refusing to donate their souls to a cause that is completely hopeless. The crony stares in amazement at the sheer weight of our protagonist's aura, feeling satisfied about jumping ship despite that bumpy initial introduction. The lead guy scans his surroundings and realizes this current stage is finishing without much drama, because the beasties are nearly extinct. Desiring to add a little chaotic flavor, Min sports a devious smirk and shouts for his fresh servant, who snaps to attention, receiving instructions to obey every command without a single peep of whining. Our main man nonchalantly declares he is burning through every instruction to force a total demolition of that big glowing rock. The dim-witted henchman asks what that treasure actually does, just as the realization punches his face, regarding the divine messenger's warning that breaking the shiny bauble would trigger a total catastrophe. Still, the criminal frets regarding the logic behind exhausting every single directive, begging for some shred of reasoning. The henchman pleads for a single leftover slot, yet our hero refuses to budge, leading to total submission while his leader manages those naming rights personally. The mysterious figure known as Black Scythe began reading the list of all selected participants. Bowman did a classic cartoon double take as he spotted an extremely familiar pattern among the names. Almost every name on the roster belonged to his own group of buddies, leaving him to suspect a truly awful prank. His supposed friends immediately started questioning his intentions, but the thug just gave a half-hearted apology, insisting it was simply business, nothing personal. Yeoman activated his mind manipulation abilities and commanded the controlled players to lay into the artifact. This triggered immediate chaos as the system alerted all remaining players that their essential lifeline was under attack. The zombie-like players started pummeling the artifact with their weapons while the horrified survivors screamed for them to stop. They sprinted toward the glowing crystal, desperate to snap their victims back to reality. When yelling failed, they turned to physical force, but it was already too late. As the enormous crystal exploded into countless fragments, the crowd instantly descended into mass hysteria as the system announced that their punishment for failing to protect the item had commenced. A divine punisher would now descend, raining destruction on them for the next 30 minutes while they scampered around like terrified mice. Min stood completely still with a subtle, villainous smile because the system had officially unlocked the hidden quest, and offered a hefty 3,000 gold reward for completing it. A secret mission and side quest appeared, challenging all players to outlast the punishment deliverer for half an hour. The reward would be 3,000 gold, significantly better than the paltry 2,000 gold they missed by failing to protect the artifact. Everyone began to cheer, but Min, possessing greater foresight, realized that destroying the artifact probably came with a hefty price tag. The attributes of the players who attacked the artifact were promptly decreased by exactly 50%, making them understandably furious with the map's representative figure. In that exact moment, the artifact singled out Yeoman, penalizing him by permanently reducing his statistics by 50%, which Min viewed as a guaranteed death sentence. Our protagonist decided to access the in-game store and purchase some fundamental items with his remaining gold to improve his stats for the upcoming challenge against the deliverer. He quickly began using craft combinations, first merging a necklace with a purple crystal, which increased all his attributes by 1 point. Next, he combined his armor with a navy crystal to reduce incoming damage by 1 point, then paired his scythe with an orange crystal to enhance its power by 2 stat points, knowing that he would absolutely require every little bit of advantage he could muster. Suddenly, a high-pitched whirring noise filled the atmosphere as every individual prepared themselves, getting ready to face off against the powerful deliverer of divine judgment. This was no easy feat, a fact Min knew all too well from a previous game session where only 500 players survived. Outlasting the deliverer is such a monumental challenge that it typically requires 5 level 40 players working together to take him down successfully. Min, however, was determined to tackle the challenge entirely on his own, planning to claim all the rewards for himself. As the sky tore open and golden light poured out, Min remained completely confident. He knew he could succeed, because he held the special First Angel Killer title, which handily doubles all his stats whenever he faces an opponent from the Holy Order, containing that holy spanker currently loitering nearby. This celestial janitor floats down to earth, and folks first assume he is harmless because he is pocket-sized, believing dodging this short stack would be an absolute breeze. While those jingle bells upon that rod create sweet melodies, the divine bouncer struts a bit toward the crowd, lifts his magic rod heavenward, and whacks the floor with some serious aggressive energy, quickly generating a growing bubble of stay away known as the no-fun zone. That round barrier grows larger, catching plenty of gamers within its walls, and the moment they are snagged by it, character values tank exactly half. Our protagonist figures about 300 victims are stuck, totally screwed by destiny. Since the holy hitter starts his big offense, using a gorgeous sapphire glow, infinite light spears blast out from that magic stick into every corner, destroying every lonely soul and item along that path. These gamers try escaping, however dodging light darts fails while caught within the barrier. Just how Min anticipated, spotting a gap, the fighter zips past that target and lingers until the dome evaporates. Once it disappears, our champion attacks noisily since the boss lacks hearing. Our hero closes that space, arriving within 16 feet of the high-level guardian, then attaches a fatal mark of ending upon the entity. However, the clock stops. The big guy irritates yet the black blade stabs that eye, then the boy scurries away toward a secure location. That murder mark reveals the big guy lost 40% of his life after a single poe, just as foreseen. The holy man pops his bubble once more to catch the shadow fighter. However, that hero vanishes, the barrier drops, plus our protagonist moves quickly. The fighter sprints toward the celestial warden once more, targeting the other eyeball. This divine warden shouts in misery, then activates the safety bubble one more time, locking the protagonist within. Yet he remains totally chill. He realizes the monster can see, but shoots like a galactic soldier in white plastic. That holy janitor tries murdering our champion by firing glowing bolts into every corner. That heroic gesture quickly turns into a tragically wasted opportunity the instant Min unleashes his devastating Knight of Death power. This darkness eagerly vacuums up every single projectile, meaning those sharp implements vanish faster than a politician's promise during an election cycle. Black Size promptly decides gravity is overrated, and performs an epic, giant-sized forward jump. He twirls his enormous, curved blade, slicing with lethal accuracy to ensure this messy business is concluded immediately. A quick, surgical sweep of that infamous scythe, and Min neatly freights one of the unfortunate deliverer's beautiful wings right off. Naturally, the now lopsided deliverer attempts to stage a comeback, but our agile hero sidesteps the counter, move like a seasoned dance partner, and subsequently lops off the remaining avian appendage. This dramatic amputation leaves the deliverer's vital signs hovering dangerously near the 10 mark. Oddly, instead of ending the entire ordeal immediately, Min wisely retreats as the deliverer triggers his legendary failsafe, the last glorious storm, granting him a brief, golden period of being utterly untouchable. Had Min aimed for the skull, the foe would have survived long enough to teleport away, proving that finishing the fight was a risky poker game during the shiny invulnerability window. The desperate deliverer then unleashed a furious, chaotic storm of blows, genuinely hoping to erase Black Scythe from existence. Min, however, observes this panic display from a comfortable, safe distance, looking thoroughly entertained. As soon as the magical safety blanket evaporates, our efficiency expert does not dither. Employing one flawless, economic movement, he sends the deliverer's noggin soaring through the atmosphere. Min's experience points shoot up instantly, rewarding him with a massive payout of virtual cash for securing the world first achievement of defeating the deliverer of divine punishment. Furthermore, he gains the prestigious title, the one who defies heavenly retribution, ensuring that when engaging foes of the Holy Order, 80 of damage simply bounces off him. He pockets a rare, highly compressed ether resource along with the newly acquired rune of the glorious storm. This special ether essence is essential for smithing the most ridiculously powerful, divine tier equipment. Meanwhile, the rune dramatically boosts the effectiveness of God tier special abilities, and simultaneously grants an impressive bonus to mental acuity based entirely on the user's current standing. Everyone who completed the minor task happily receives a bonus of 3,000 gold pieces, a financial windfall that leaves the entire group relieved and quite thrilled as the cheddar picks up. Still, a collective nervousness hovers regarding Black Scythe's absolutely terrifying level of power. Even the celestial angel looks mildly stunned and insists on an immediate interview, questioning his logic for executing the deliverer of divine punishment, when merely surviving the encounter would have still guaranteed the reward. He straightforwardly explains that watching people perish is something he fundamentally dislikes. This unexpected revelation thoroughly shocks the crowd, who suddenly discover their hero possesses actual standards of decency. The perplexed angel genuinely ponders how mere mortals manage to flip the switch so effortlessly between murderous intent and neighborly protection. Our protagonist grins, realizing those ego-driven celestial beings possess zero empathy for others. That divine winged being clarifies that status dictates survival, then flashes the scoreboard. Predictably, the legend known as Dark Blade secures the crown on every territory, slaughtering 3,600 beasts solo to hit level 30. Powered by a massive X boost, the champion gathers an uncommon gift container along with a quality jewelry coupon for being number 1. Regarding his loot choice, he selects the Band of Defiance, aware that, although its flavor text seems pathetic, it blocks lethal debuffs from ending him. Choosing the cash option for his grand prize, he predicts the following stage lacks combat elements. A heavenly referee declares that exactly 1,225 souls shall endure this phase, triggering a massive panic among the bottom tier trash while they frantically try purchasing their continued existence. It fails miserably, as anyone outside the cutoff simply vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, the lucky survivors find themselves warped back to Earth. Perspective follows Erin, who rouses within a private sleeping chamber. Glad she didn't perish, she celebrates obtaining the rare Conjurer class for future battles, enabling her to call upon sprites that generate protective energy fields. Those mystical barrier bubbles combined with her comrades' distraction tactics saved her, helping her evade a gruesome fate and land a bronze medal locally. She obtains a violet gem for placing third, pondering if Dark Blade might like this shiny trinket. In another location, that failure erupts into a massive fit of rage, smashing light fixtures and shouting insults, cursing that main character regarding those crippled power levels. He feels stupid for commanding his squad to destroy the relic, until his smartphone vibrates. Spotting the contact name, he realizes his life just hit rock bottom. He answers, and a former friend's voice immediately bellows through the speaker, screaming about how he abused authority and manipulated his own buddies into an early grave. The coward tries explaining himself, claiming that Dark Blade would have ended him otherwise. However, the furious voice insists he ought to have perished personally rather than abandoning his comrades to their doom. This failure moans regarding permanent stat reduction, whereas the insulted fighter roars that diminished attributes offer no justification for forsaking comrades, mentioning that zero issues would have emerged if he hadn't sought authority by becoming group representative originally. An enraged combatant brands him a traitor, and prior to that Snake replying, a former LE forbids future contact were approaching his presence inside the secondary world, promising to end his life. Seething in fury, Yunmin, still in full delusion mode, insists he is the wronged party and tries calling his friends to help him commit murder, but no one on his contact list bothers to answer. In a fit of petty fury, he hurls his mobile phone onto the soft bed. He grumbles that he doesn't need friends, declaring life to be a solitary grind, despite just having begged them for assistance. He clenches his jaw, simmering over Sun Wan's death threat, and vows to slaughter him, and absolutely everyone else if he ever gets the chance. The perspective shifts to the hotel, where manager Sun Chul gives Ma an account of the most recent round of events. Both men agree that the round was challenging, though Sun Chul points out that the monsters being weakened made the difficulty a little more manageable. Ma inquired about their stats, and Sun Chul reported he was a level 11 knight while Aaron was also level 11, working as a summoner. This information clearly took Ma by surprise. Sun Chul explained that Aaron had summoned a fairy, which created shields for their protection, allowing them to hunt creatures safely. Out of the blue, Ma suggested Sun Chul should try to bond with Aaron and even pursue a romantic relationship if he felt like it. The suggestion made him visibly uneasy, but Ma justified it by saying proximity would make discovering Aaron's vulnerabilities far easier. He found Sun Chul's thoroughly bewildered expression quite amusing. Ma added that Xiong Qi, of course, was free to reject this proposal if he wished. Xiong Qi replied that the actress probably wouldn't be interested in him, Given that she never spoke to him informally, Ma then got straight to the point and asked Shang-Qiu for the rest of his report. The manager apologized for being unable to personally thank Black Sayati or offer any meaningful assistance to the hero. He detailed how the hero defeated the divine punishment deliverer almost instantly, as if he possessed a detailed guide to its weak points. He concluded that Black Scythia appeared entirely self-sufficient and required no help whatsoever. Ma realized he had seriously underestimated Black Scythia, and felt deeply embarrassed about his previous assumptions. He felt ashamed for believing himself superior merely because of the Dark Knight rune. He now harbored a strong desire to meet the hero in person, and absolve the manager of blame for failing to complete his assigned task. Next, he inquired whether the manager had tracked down the thugs responsible for assaulting them. The manager confirmed the progress, revealing the primary suspect as Yon Manhwa, although many shared the name nationwide. Narrowing the search to so left 5 potential culprits. The manager further estimated that triangulating the exact location of the individual would take roughly 1 month. This timeline coincided with the end of the 4th round. Ma then shifted topics, asking Shang-Qiu about his accumulated gold reserves. The manager replied with 10,000, prompting Ma to point out that this was only half the amount necessary to purchase the skill tracker from the game shop. At that moment, the manager recalled a crucial detail, and informed Ma about a stakeholder who had recently bought a significant portion of shares in their company, Chuma Consulting Group. Upon hearing that the person had acquired 31 of the total shares, Ma was rendered completely speechless. The realization hit Ma like a financial brick wall. This whole investment totaled a whopping 280 million won. He immediately started calculating which eccentric billionaire, or hidden rich relative would splurge on something so huge. He quickly narrowed down the suspects to either a shadowy corporate rival or one of his own scheming brothers, because acquiring a third of the company's stock is less about investment, and more about staging a hostile takeover. Feeling a cold sweat, Ma immediately ordered his manager to provide the contact information for this anonymous investor. Meanwhile, back at the hero's apartment, Min was chilling on his bed, waiting for a certain incoming call. Suddenly, his younger brother burst into the room like a tiny tornado, demanding to know Min's current level in the game. Apparently, one's friends at school had been bragging about their siblings' stats, specifically teasing him, because some kid's brother was already level 11, and had a profession. Min confidently assured him that his level was significantly higher than that meager number. However, he kept his actual level a closely guarded secret, which was necessary to protect his real identity. Min offered Juan a decoy number, claiming to be level 12, but refused to share his profession. Acting completely mysterious, he declared his job title classified information, and shooed his brother out of the room dismissively. Just then, Min's phone rang with an incoming call from none other than Kyung Rukma. The CEO of the company himself was calling. Min immediately put on his best poker face and resolved to reveal nothing about his true nature. He answered casually, asking Ma to explain the reason for the call. Ma replied that he wanted to meet the company's largest shareholder in person for a dinner engagement. He suggested that they meet on Friday. Since Min was preoccupied with a heroic quest on Friday, they rescheduled their meeting for Saturday instead. As Min had correctly predicted, Ma's massive investment stunt was actually a desperate attempt to impress his father and gain his attention. The hero immediately began making plans to obtain the invaluable rune of thoughts before he had to attend the meeting with Ma. Min recalled that there were several different methods available for acquiring a rune. This could involve visiting certain specific locations across different timelines or rounds. He also considered completing difficult quests or defeating powerful boss monsters. Sometimes, you even get lucky, and regular monsters might occasionally drop one. However, finding a rune in the real physical world is incredibly rare, requiring a highly specific set of circumstances to occur. He thought about these conditions while entering a dilapidated warehouse to meet someone named So Hyun Kyan. Bizarrely, Jiang's nickname was identical to his real name, a fact the hero recalled very vividly. This criminal was responsible for kidnapping Min's brother during a previous timeline, hoping to extract vital information about upcoming events. Jen had figured out Min was a time traveler because he possessed the rune of thoughts, which allowed him to read both Min's mind and his brother's mind. Ever since that harrowing experience, Min has made it his personal mission to hunt down and take revenge on Jiang in every subsequent regression cycle thereafter. Even though the lead character swears he is over his resentment, he still sneaks toward the storage facility, hoping to grab the mental Jiang before Jiang can, wearing a disguise for anonymity. All at once the entryway crashes wide and that thug marches inside, lugging a woman over his back without stalling. He flings that dame across some dusty floorboards, ruthlessly peeling that gummy adhesive off her lips. The villain tells her to keep it quiet, but the second she can speak, She begins shrieking for assistance at top volume. That criminal looks super annoyed and suggests she skip the usual boring scripts about begging for pity, having children, or offering cash bribes for her life. But the lady throws a curveball by asking for a pardon, which honestly stumps him. Jang scowls while demanding to know what she is sorry for, so she shakily admits that she gazed at him too long yesterday, which apparently ticked him off. This absolute tool sneers and wants to understand why she would act so foolishly if she felt bad later, grumbling about how her eyeballs totally killed his vibe. Our villainous friend starts thinking back to 48 hours prior, when he was just roaming the pavement searching for some unsuspecting target to bother. That was when he noticed a lady who caught his eye. Stealthily, he trailed her like a creepy shadow, biding his time for the perfect opening. Once she strolled into a deserted side street all by herself, he took his shot by leaping into her path and turning on a power that made him shine like a massive light bulb, basically mimicking a famous spiky-haired anime warrior. The gal, dazed by that flash, lost her vision completely, making her an easy mark for his schemes. This bully really enjoyed having total control, getting a huge kick out of knowing that the guy basically possessed a magical get-out-of-jail-free card for any mischief. He brooded over his former pathetic existence of boring sandwich eating before the Room of Radiance turned him into a professional flashbang specialist who could rob people blind. Literally, during a separate encounter, our local menace saunters into a cafe, spotting the attractive lady brewing beans like she was a caffeinated angel. He requests a cold iced Americano, and she requests a kidney, or rather, $5,001. Following the robbery disguised as a transaction, he asks about the missing student worker, claiming he is a loyal patron. She explains everyone quit, because the current apocalypse makes surviving a shift harder than winning a survival game without a respawn button. Wondering if she is the owner, he investigates her age, noting she looks 32, which means she is a non-combatant civilian, a trait he finds quite appealing. Truthfully, he just likes that she has the combat prowess of a wet noodle without special powers. Suddenly, he demands her digits with all the grace of a falling piano. Confessing his awkward affection, the lady freezes, looking like a deer caught in high beams, completely baffled by his aggressive social skills. Her fragile ego thinks her silence is a critique of his face, so he yells about her judging his looks, and then tries to get his overpriced coffee money back as emotional compensation. Grabbing his cash, he stomps out like a grumpy toddler, grumbling that pretty girls are judgmental, completely missing the fact that he is a total creep. Obsessed with getting even, he plots a sneaky surprise party for her in a dark, scary alley later that night. Trapped in a dusty warehouse, she begs for mercy, promising she will never look at anyone funny again, but the jerk is not amused, so Jen roughly pins her wrists against the cold ground, claiming she lacks true emotion. He informs her that a heavy punishment is coming for her bad acting. The woman struggles for freedom, but the creep orders her to remain motionless during his cruel attempt at mockery. Out of nowhere, a heroic voice booms from the shadows, telling the creep to cut that nonsense out. This noise makes Jang jump out of his skin like a cat. Assuming a cop arrived, Jang shouts to identify the hidden stranger. Instead he sees a giant terrifying silhouette holding a massive scythe meant for reaping souls from bodies. His facial features are hidden behind a white mask. Our masked savior calls the thug a moron, advising the lady to sprint away, while his attention is diverted. Jenin tries to bark out a threat, but the main character moves much faster, diving ahead. He delivers a brutal strike with his scythe handle directly into the bad guy's most sensitive lower regions, causing him to drop in a wave of misery. Min simply instructs the female to make her exit. After the dame hits the road, he faces the pun, whispering that the actual contest is finally starting. This ruffian begins hurling insults at Min, attempting to look like a hardened warrior, yet Min finds the entire display quite hilarious. The criminal lunges toward the veiled champion with frantic blades, but Min sidesteps every poke like he is participating in a casual dance. Feeling totally bored, Min ridicules him for clutching the pathetic little kitchen utensil, then instantly removes his nasty paw with one chop. The bandit quivers, vibrating with sheer agony. Min stoops down, inquiring if the boo stings, while mentioning that the festivities are only starting. As Min promptly deletes a second limb, the villain Jang realizes the Reaper is knocking on his front door. Frantic for air, the crook attempts his flashy light trick to dazzle Min, hoping to scramble away like a cockroach. To his absolute shock, the trick fails completely. It seems Min pulled the shades early using his dark aura, vacuuming every single photon from the area before the clueless idiot even noticed what hit him. Skipping any potential idle chat, he glides across the shadows, trimming the ankles of the criminal with a very surgical and precise blade stroke, causing a fresh symphony of screams while the bad guy swears and hits the dirt. The loser yells out, asking why the caped warrior is being so mean. So Min avoids the speech and just pokes his sharp steel deep inside the meaty part of his leg, nonchalantly asking why gardeners spray for bugs in the garden. Giving the target 0 seconds to ponder that riddle, Min buries the steel into the remaining limb, softly mentioning that vermin create too much drama if they are not squashed immediately. He continues by dissing him from left and right with a very violent sequence of rapid cuts, obviously trying to shatter the last bit of ego the jerk possesses, who is now struggling for words. The rascal mumbles about why the world is so mean, speculating if Min might have some deep personal beef with his existence. The torture intensifies until the poor sucker simply cannot handle any more physical misery. Trying a pathetic exit strategy, he attempts to chomp his own tongue and punch his ticket early. Min spots the suicide attempt and stops the claw, clarifying that there is zero probability of him passing away comfortably today. He keeps on poking the guy with extra enthusiasm, ensuring the creep knows the party has plenty of time left. The crook Jen pleads for a final, merciful exit. Yet Min just giggles at the plea, asking if the dummy even realizes why he is getting the special treatment. Only, end. Once the jerk confesses his utter ignorance, our hero explains that their destinies collided previously, even shouting out the scoundrel's specific title. The criminal then begins theorizing our hooded hero is kin to the lady. However, Min kills that theory faster than a fly on a hot plate. Our protagonist details how the trash bag previously abducted his small sibling for classified data, while the lowlife attempts to refute the claim. Although his excuse gets cut short, our hooded legend interrupts to say that disaster hasn't actually gone down yet, because it is currently scheduled for the future. Furthermore, the scoundrel might have secured the telepathy relic if our hero hadn't intervened, consequently leaving the dazed jerk struggling to comprehend his current reality. Nevertheless, our champion persists, explaining the relic solely ignites after sensing authentic vocalization. Thus, had the monster completed his assault, the lady's legitimate screams for compassion would have satisfied every necessary requirement, enabling the creep to grab the mind-reading artifact, facilitating additional disgusting deeds through its supernatural influence. Our man mentions verifying these facts during his time travel loops, claiming the trash should perish for committing a dozen sins, each more annoying than the previous. Upon hearing his fate, the scoundrel whines again for a quick exit. However, the champion declines and sticks the wooden base of his weapon directly down the villain's throat, then chillaxedly clarifies he was merely burning daylight, permitting the target to expire organically while our main character continued a lengthy monologue. Muzzled by cold steel, the monster internally screams for lethal release to stop his agonizing torment, while contemplating why our protagonist employed such a silence tactic if the mind-reading gem needs total sincerity from someone to ignite. Given those facts, remaining quiet seems useless. Yet our hero nonchalantly answers those internal musings with his own mental powers, explaining that the psychic buff turned on the second the loser begged for the sweet release of the grave with total sincerity. Knowledge surfaces regarding how the psychic gem solely functions when a target remains within a 30-meter distance, giving the owner the power to eavesdrop on a person's most innate thoughts. Our hero admits he simply desired to verify the artifact's functionality, and since success was achieved, he feels content. Where is the criminal prays for execution once more? The champion declines the application for early retirement again, proclaiming that cosmic balance demands a predator who broke numerous people to finally ingest a hearty serving of total anguish. Finally, the lowlife finally kicks the bucket, while our champion casually boots up a technique labeled Tracer Rays, erasing all hints of the struggle from that alley, making the body vanish like a magician's rabbit. Our guy loves the spotless result, and feels stoked about grabbing the mind-reading gem, consequently planning a rendezvous with a fellow named Kyun, Breck by tomorrow afternoon. Returning to his crib, our legend puts on his fancy threads while the younger sibling pokes fun at him, inquiring about which unlucky female is the intended target. His sibling keeps pestering. However, our protagonist mentions he must attend an extremely professional corporate encounter. This update induces a panic attack since the boy fears failing commercially and sleeping under a bridge once more. Seeing his sibling actually cares, the protagonist beams a charming look back at him. Then Min offers a cocky smirk and vows to dish the gossip later if his scheme pays off. He questions if the kid thinks he lacks talent, making one huff, but Min tells him to relax and play nice by chilling at home for a bit. Goosebumps crawl over him while thinking about those overpowered jerks harassing people in reality, especially since some criminals just walked out of jail. The main character confirms his hunch that the system gives zero flips whether a player is a saint or a career criminal. He assumes it is logically impossible for the current world to remain peaceful indefinitely, remembering how earlier timelines featured players trying to turn regular folks into pets and rule the entire planet. The Black Scythe vows to prevent this tragic running of events and prepares to get absolutely serious about the mission. Prior to departing, Min suggests his sibling keep out of trouble, though one is clearly more obsessed with the suspicious corporate drama. The dude advises patience, and nags his brother to consume actual food rather than surviving on processed trash from the corner shop. Eventually, the legend stops in front of a massive skyscraper resort, fully expecting the big boss to choose such a fancy spot. Hyun Prukma secretly owns this establishment, but that classified fact is strictly for his relatives and not the general public. The young man approaches the reception area, prepared to weaponize this classified intel to get exactly what he wants today, which requires him to behave like a complete idiot and pretend to be a total love-struck moron with zero wits. Immediately, he transforms into a brainless wealthy brat draining his father's bank account while clumsily inquiring about his scheduled appointment. The front desk lady verifies the details and guides him toward the waiting area while mentioning the head onco will appear shortly. Min maintains his moronic persona, staring at the roof tiles with a jaw-dropped expression like a toddler seeing a magic trick. As a random person starts talking nearby, he rises and feels a wave of shock upon spotting Sunchul walking in rather than the expected corporate kingpin. The pair stands still as Sunchul identifies the well-known Mog instantly, while Min smoothly pretends he is just a nearby resident from their building, making that security guard dip his head fast to say sorry for his past attitude, even if the guy finds it hard to accept a kid having such massive wealth. Sensing that the situation might become uncomfortably serious soon, Min retreats into his stupid routine, and even greets the guard as the actual director to really ham it up. Looking at the flip side, Sunchul resolves the mess by explaining that he is only acting as the temporary supervisor during this time. He gestures toward a closed chamber and suggests the protagonist chill inside there for a short while. As soon as he leaves, he begins messaging the owner frantically, alluring him that this fresh investor could be concealing some shady business, and the muscle wonders if Ryu Min is harboring a dark mystery or is merely a hollow doll for a scarier villain. In the interim, the lead sports a cheeky grin because he anticipated Ma would use such a pathetic ruse, knowing a high flyer would never arrive late to a crucial negotiation. The entrance finally creaks wide, and the actual boss enters to say hello, followed by his devoted assistant who clings to him like a ghost. Once the sweaty palm gripping ritual concludes and the group occupies their respective chair, Ma executes a sneaky status play by allowing his subordinate to linger, clearly praying this tactic helps him dominate the social leaderboard. He signals the waiters to unleash the feast, whispering that he hopes the guest finds the garment spread somewhat tolerable today. Every inch of the tabletop becomes occupied by incredibly lavish delicacies, and our hero immediately commences gorging himself while perfectly performing his brainless wealthy brat act. The boss offers a fake grin during the praise, yet the subordinate whispers to his superior that this particular fellow feels quite fishy. Eventually, the leader feels certain that a rival dispatched the kid to ruin everything, so he starts cataloging enemies in his mind. The host directs a sneaky peek toward the guest, lazily inquiring about how many years he has lived, and the youngster simply answers 20. The CEO's pupils dilate in total shock, and he tries to giggle past the awkwardness, making a goofy remark about them being peers. At that point, the man quits dancing around the topic and bluntly demands to know how the kid acquired such massive wealth. Our main man remains icy cool, explaining that he was merely a boring scholar just a few short months back. The employer thoroughly misses the obvious signal. Consequently, the lad mentions a famous news story, asking if he recalls the jackpot victor, before revealing his true identity as that lucky guy. Ma almost loses his mind but remains composed, mentally connecting the dots, and wonders how the kid multiplied that 60 billion jackpot into a larger fortune. Instantly thereafter, the boy brags that he threw every penny into digital currency, while Ma confessed he lacked the guts for such a suicidal gamble. Sunchul offers a wild theory, suggesting that the kid must possess some sort of divine cheat code for luck. However, the young man denies it, leading the guard to remember a report about the boy seeing the winning digits in a dream. Nonetheless, our hero rejects that fable as well, finally spilling the actual beans. Although it makes him feel twitchy to confess, he explains he possesses a mystic stone that allows him to view upcoming occurrences, effectively transforming the youth into a roaming clairvoyant. Hearing this insane flex leaves the duo completely stunned, making them question if the boy has a few loose bolts in his head. The executive asks for the absolute truth, and our hero argues he has zero motive for deception. Yet Ma stays doubtful, then requests immediate proof of some future incident. The protagonist could easily reveal the secrets of tomorrow, but chooses to be cautious and keeps his mouth shut for now. Then mentions that his mystical foresight operates with a mind of its own, refusing to trigger whenever he specifically demands it. This explanation actually makes sense to Ma, because such a broken ability would be too ridiculous if it were fully under control. Nonetheless, a light bulb flickers on inside his skull, prompting the man to ask why the youth acquired such a massive pile of equity. At that moment, the protagonist nonchalantly claims it is because the enterprise shall skyrocket in value quite shortly. Hearing about his firm's inevitable success sends a jolt through Ma, shattering his composure. As he realizes this could finally earn him some respect from his old man, the man rapidly recovers his composure, internally scolding himself for such a pathetic slip. Min continued to press his point, humorously adding that achieving real success would require them to completely demolish the existing company and rebuild it from the ground up. Seung-chul absolutely lost his cool at such an outlandish proposal, reacting by slamming his hand flat against the table surface. Fortunately, Ma quickly intervened, keeping him under control. The protagonist stood firm in his conviction, retorting that exposing his supernatural rune abilities was an enormous risk with serious potential for blowback. However, he took the plunge because he holds the majority shares and genuinely desires to see the corporation reach truly spectacular levels of success. He flipped the script completely by demanding to know why a sane individual would choose to invest 280 billion in a seemingly ordinary business venture. He emphasized that without his involvement, their future prospects were heading straight down the drain. Both men remained unconvinced by his outlandish assertions. Min then brazenly inquired of Seung-chul whether he truly believed their shared apartment complex was merely a coincidence. Mu's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask about the subject of their conversation. The bodyguard explained that both brothers moved into the building 2 months prior, and Min clarified he chose to do so immediately after acquiring his foresight rune. That tidbit of information completely infuriated the CEO, who demanded an explanation for why it was only just surfacing, but Seung-chul immediately claimed total ignorance. After some deep thought, Ma concluded that the investment and apartment move only added up if Min possessed genuine foresight, though finding it difficult to believe he also knew about Ma's secret link to the actress. Even considering all the surrounding circumstances, the evidence wasn't quite enough to completely persuade Ma's shrewd intellect. Consequently, Min began speaking. He started discussing his family history and explained how this hotel project was apparently part of his grand plan to finally gain his father's approval. That revelation caused the bodyguard to leap to his feet in sheer frustration, yelling and demanding to know who exactly sent him, but Ma remained composed and ordered him to quiet down. That command immediately quieted Seung-chul. He regained his composure before informing Min that even with that information, it didn't prove anything, as those details were common knowledge within their family. At this point, Seung-chul also began to suspect Min was just a puppet for someone else, but he decided to play along, and replied that even if he agreed to completely change his entire industry, pulling off such a feat would be utterly impossible. Of course, just like any typical human being, he genuinely wanted to see his company truly thrive and succeed. However, our protagonist's offer simply seemed far too good to be true, so he politely thanked the young man for his generous investment, and proposed they revisit this conversation during the upcoming shareholder meeting. Ma stood to close the discussion, but our protagonist quickly interrupted, urging him to slow down and seriously reconsider things. He advised Ma to carefully consider if his planned actions were truly the wisest decision for the future. He decided to take a huge risk by revealing a crucial tidbit of information concerning the upcoming round of events. Ma instantly perked up, sinking back into his chair, energized by the information he had just been told. Min flashed a confident grin and asked if that piece of new knowledge was enough to finally persuade both men that his supernatural abilities were truly legitimate. Once the meeting concluded, Seung-chul offered apologies for his previous outburst of temper. Ma simply brushes it aside, acting as if the entire thing is just a silly, harmless trifle. The bodyguard formally requests permission to speak candidly, admitting that Min gives him a weird vibe. He claims Min's intentions feel shady because there's absolutely zero logical reason for him to be helping their group. Ma speculates that Min is only doing this because he's hoping to grab an even bigger stack of cash. Seung-chul shakes his head dismissively, refusing to believe that this whole thing is purely about simple greed. He warns that placing any form of trust in a guy like that carries far too much risk. Regardless, Ma refuses to risk missing a big opportunity if Min turns out to be telling the truth. He considers it potentially smarter to keep Min as a strategic ally rather than an opponent. Keeping a guy like him nearby might actually be their golden ticket to surviving these deadly challenges. Ma tells his anxious right-hand man that they simply need to chill out, wait for the next step, and see what happens next. Min strides away, certain that when the next round begins, his new friends will have no choice but to finally believe him. Even though he held back all the juicy details, he only gave them a brief mention that the quest would require the contestants to battle each other. He's absolutely positive that after the final battle finishes, they'll start treating him like a messiah and understand that turning a prophet into an enemy is extremely bad business. Mission accomplished. Min realizes it's the perfect time to leverage his new prophet status to go visit a specific individual. Meanwhile, a young woman dashes toward the crosswalk area. She starts getting frustrated as she waits for the traffic light to turn green. Her eyes immediately shift to a very flashy sports car parked directly in front of the corner market. Jury nearly sputters her insult. But she stops short when the window lowers, and she spots Min behind the wheel. When the pedestrian light switches green, she rushes across, and demands to know if the fancy car is really his. Min, seizing the moment, offers to give her a ride. She completely throws modesty aside, and agrees immediately. He mentions that he's never actually driven this car before, and is only giving it a quick test spin. Intrigued, Juri asks how much it cost, and Min casually mentions the price tag of roughly 900 million, as if it were pocket change. Her jaw drops in disbelief because she realizes that with that much cash, she could have opened a handful of new businesses. Min reminds her he won the lottery, so the price tag barely made a dent in his newfound wealth. His simple statement hits Juri like a freight train, making the painful gap between their financial situations painfully clear. She begins to feel incredibly awkward and flustered, because the entire encounter suddenly feels much too much like a date. The tension builds when Min leans in and says he has something serious to confess to her. Juri's heart executed a perfect backflip right out of her ribcage, but our hero quickly added that he wasn't confessing to a romance novel, just some serious business. Juri might have executed a dramatic escape, diving headfirst right out of the window if he didn't clarify. Once her heartbeat stabilized, Juri questioned Min's meaning, prompting our guy to admit that his dream about lottery numbers was a total fabrication and a blatant lie. He confessed the truth. He got the numbers from his foresight ability, which unfortunately also branded him with the highly inaccurate nickname of the Prophet. Juri's excitement peaked, and she offered massive congratulations to our protagonist for snagging such a ludicrously powerful skill. She was deeply touched that he considered her trustworthy enough to share his highly classified secret. Min quickly reminded her that she had spilled the beans about her own abilities first, so it was only fair. Juri instantly brightened, launching into an animated and enthusiastic description of her personal power rune. She detailed how her defensive stats skyrocket proportionally to the sheer number of other players nearby. Now that she had finally shared her secret, she felt significantly less burdened and lighter. She asked why Min suddenly chose this moment for the big reveal. He explained it had been stressing him out, and he worried about being dismissed as crazy. After giving her the full rundown on the horrors scheduled for the fourth tournament round, Juri let out an audible gasp in utter shock, struggling desperately to absorb the terrifying details. With a completely humorless expression, our protagonist gave her a grim warning: trust absolutely no one once the competition commences. Juri felt flattered that her attractive classmate cared so deeply, feeling uniquely special for being the first girl to hear this highly personal secret. As she slyly looked his way, her thoughts began to spiral, wondering if perhaps he harbored similar romantic feelings for her. Meanwhile, Min returned to his apartment building. Min checked his feed, and was stunned by the revelation that Juri apparently had a massive crush on him. He concluded this new information would be extremely useful, making her recruitment to his faction far easier and more efficient. Having finalized all his preparations, Min decided to officially conclude his busy day, feeling satisfied that he had successfully tackled every major problem that arose this month. The calendar pages flipped rapidly until March 31st suddenly appeared. Our protagonist thought strategically, making sure to visit the item shop before the looming transfer to the next stage. He bought a pair of dark shadow gloves, which provided a beneficial invisibility perk and complemented his other abilities nicely. A sudden knock on the apartment door diverted his focus as his older brother appeared to visit. The purpose was to remind Min that the impending quest was about to begin. Min's brother looked visibly worried about his younger sibling's safety. Min simply told his brother to reserve judgment and wait for the results. The brother mentioned Min's prophetic abilities, demanding his safe return. Min jokingly told him to watch his language as he drifted off to sleep. All players were instantly transported into the alternate world, prompting young Min to immediately clutch his head in profound frustration. Fumbling with his quest window, he saw with sinking dread that the pesky penalty was still active on his profile. Cursing his past betrayal of Joe, he worried about the fourth round, anticipating that greedy players would once again single him out as an easy target. Scanning the surroundings with discomfort, he began to question the nature of this strange place, which made him feel like a helpless lab rat. Amidst the throng, he spotted Black Scythe, and immediately cursed him for the mess he was in. Convinced the man had foreseen this whole situation, he was still baffled by how easily the divine creature died, yet remained frustrated by his inability to adequately pummel Min. Nevertheless, the current priority was determining how he could possibly manage to survive. Therefore, he shouted toward our protagonist, begging for assistance. The thug questioned our main character about the status of their arrangement, specifically if he still had protection. Min simply dismissed the thug, explaining that he no longer needed that kind of henchman by his side. Black Scythe countered by saying that Min had lost command rights, adding that everyone possessed a class now regardless. Min started sweating, as our hero casually declared him to be a ticking time bomb who was no longer useful. Yeoman kept nervously looking around, while our protagonist insisted he just needed to relax. The thug looked bewildered, but Min pointed out that the representative role held no prestige anymore, since everyone now had a profession, and there was no bonus for attacking him. The pieces finally clicked into place for the gangster, and Min's statements suddenly became clear. His internal pondering was cut short when he saw a certain couple walking towards them, causing his face to turn bright red. Aaron stepped toward Min and offered agreeing, while the bodyguard asked if our protagonist recognized them, making Min wonder why they were here. Sun Chil extended his thanks once more for saving them from the large brute. However, Yeoman quickly became offended and moved closer to the group, eager to start a brawl. Min pushed him back with one hand, letting the pair know that assisting them a single time was plenty. The bodyguard tried again, proposing a reward and an introduction to his CEO, but Black Scythe waved him away dismissively, leaving the bodyguard without a better option. Aaron quickly offered a purple crystal and implored our hero to accept it. Min examined the high-quality crystal with a look of astonishment. The actress explained that offering the crystal felt like a better apology than simply apologizing again. He accepted the thoughtful gift, deciding to craft something useful from it later once he returned. Aaron nervously eyed him, completely unsure if the present met with his approval. Meanwhile, Min effortlessly rid her mind, fully aware that she had no real understanding of the crystal's immense worth. Immediately after, our protagonist detected young man's thoughts as well, discovering the guy also possessed magical abilities, crystal, and was stunned that he had somehow acquired a reinforced black crystal so early in the game. Such a treasure was extremely rare, and the gangster had just accidentally revealed that he possessed one. Aaron attempts to play the hero by offering his services as a personal bodyguard for our protagonist. She excitedly explains that her new character class grants her the ability to conjure tiny, magical sprites. Min politely declined the offer, gently reminding her that he was quite capable of handling himself without assistance. Despite this polite refusal, Aaron couldn't help but feel a little deflated. The two then exchanged pleasant farewells before separating. However, our protagonist intervened, halting the thug's escape attempt just before he could depart. Min began his psychological assault, convincing young man to reconsider by noting that a useless role doesn't prevent becoming a prime target. He suggested to the criminal that despite most people having classes, the power was still effective against a handful of select individuals. But young man wasn't buying it. Min countered by posing the rhetorical question of whether anyone truly had a reason to go after him immediately. The criminal took the psychological bait, immediately showing signs of anxiety. Min quickly reassured him that protection services were available. This eased the thug's tension somewhat, though the service clearly wasn't pro bono, so Min requested all the mana stones he possessed as payment. The criminal quickly handed them over without resistance. Min attempted to negotiate for a further remuneration. However, the gangster had already exhausted his resources, retaining only his self-respect. Min generously decided not to strip him of that last remaining item, agreeing to protect him in the upcoming challenge, or radiant, golden light materialize. The angel returned, appearing in the heavens, and nonchalantly mentioned that the player count had decreased again, making the onlookers wonder if real world violence was erupting. Min, however, felt that it would be truly shocking if no one was fighting outside the game. The Divine Messenger then announced the parameters for the 4th round's quest, which required all players to actively eliminate each other over the next 3 hours. The angel let out a maniacal, chilling laugh, encouraging everyone to simply follow directions and start a free-for-all stabbing spree. Much to the horror of all present, she remained resolute, clarifying that the objective was for the players to thin out their own numbers. Because the usual monstrous threats were conveniently absent this time, the players were completely baffled, and one brave individual finally asked if eliminating just one opponent was sufficient. The angel airily responded that figuring out the specifics would contribute to the overall enjoyment. Min, however, instantly grasped the truth, realizing she was required to remain silent because the angels were mere chaperones. The ultimate decisions and strategies came directly from the showrunner, not the guides. Nevertheless, she offered a single piece of advice, noting that merely eliminating a player wasn't enough to secure victory, and the ranking system would remain classified. She added that the guidelines for elimination didn't necessarily adhere to strict time constraints. With a final flourish, she wished everyone good fortune as they embarked on their violent, chaotic new game. A large timer materialized in the sky above them, triggering a collective panic among the players as they realized the time for combat had arrived. The gangster immediately eyed the group, mentally calculating which unlucky soul he would eliminate first. This aggressive response was precisely the type of behavior Min had anticipated from him. Min viewed the widespread hesitation as a golden opportunity, realizing everyone was too scared to initiate a fight. So he decided it was the perfect moment to exact retribution upon his old friends. Black Scythe crept up behind the unfortunate player, making him jump high enough to probably scrape the clouds. The victim nervously turned, asking the intimidating figure if he required anything in particular. Min recalled the promise he had made, just as he pulled out his scythe and launched a sudden, unexpected strike. The blade flew directly toward the target. Young Min's head cleanly detached from his neck as the system congratulated our hero for successfully completing the side mission, and awarded him a special prize. One player shrieked in horror, while another immediately tattled on Black Scythe, completely forgetting they had all been ready to commit murder just moments before. Not long after, the rest of the players gathered around Min, unleashing a barrage of insults and accusations. They denounced him as heartless and declared him a cold-blooded murderer. But Min didn't even bother to point out their hypocrisy. After all, he had definitely offed quite a few individuals in the past, though always with a perfectly justifiable motive. Furthermore, the entire point of this game session was literally based on killing other people. Despite all this, everyone pretended to be morally superior, when in reality, they just wanted to steal Black Scythe's newfound power. Their performative indignation caused our hero to barely stifle a chuckle. The smile only enraged them further, leading them to suspect he had completely lost his marbles. At that very moment, the system interrupted their whining to declare Min as the zone's new representative, which immediately silenced the crowd. Black Scythe seized the moment to ridicule the sudden quiet. He sarcastically inquired if they had all turned into yellow-bellied cowards, specifically targeting those frightened players who hadn't even chosen a class yet. A keen-eyed individual in the crowd quickly noticed Min's name had changed color on the display, immediately drawing attention to the anomaly. Everyone started gossiping about the newly crimson nameplate, while Min recalled from previous existences that taking a life triggered this visual change. The hue deepens further as the total number of eliminations continues to climb. The prominent color essentially serves as a target marker, causing others to try and bring down the killer, only to inevitably descend into murder themselves. This vicious cycle repeats until the entire combat arena becomes completely soaked in gore. The group's current unwillingness to fight is precisely what will guarantee a much higher body count further down the line. Min scoffed at them to stop dawdling, but the players made it clear they were not amused by his attitude. Our protagonist then accused them of hypocrisy, pointing out that they had already plotted to take down the previous leader, before reminding them their only options were to duke it out or face immediate defeat. He asked the group what they would do when survival required them to kill someone, urging them to decide fast and stop standing around like statues. Our hero offered a sarcastic suggestion that they hold another pointless meeting like last time, walking away while internally acknowledging that everyone would inevitably start fighting soon enough. It will already be too late when they finish, and he worries they will simply keep complaining and wasting precious time. This will ensure fewer participants manage to complete the mission, resulting in even more people being eliminated from the game. One girl tries to initiate a civil discussion, but another contestant immediately becomes rude, successfully pushing her past her breaking point. An MC suggests they organize some friendly competitions between the players. However, another quickly dismisses the notion, explaining there isn't nearly enough time for a recreational activity like that. The crowd grows increasingly agitated as the discussion devolves into arguments. Aaron worries about their next course of action and debates whether to cooperate with Black Scythe's brutal plan. Sunchul completely agrees with the hero's perspective, advising the actress that her own life is far more important than any stranger's. With this in mind, he cautions Aaron to mentally prepare herself for the absolute worst-case scenario. This makes her suspect the bodyguard has some prior, shady experience with this kind of impossible situation. Sunchul abruptly changes the subject. The actress asks who they should target, but in the end, they decide to delay making a decision until the very last minute. The collective tension keeps rising, because nobody can agree on who deserves to be sent to meet their maker. Some players even begin to consider the poor decision of launching a desperate assault on Black Scythe. The players attempt to discreetly talk sense into each other, failing to realize that the hero can hear their entire conversation. They quickly look away in embarrassment when our hero turns to glance in their direction. The arguments escalate as the frustration levels within the group reach new highs. Some players insist they must kill others to survive, while others argue that only the true murderers should be targeted. A juvenile NPC mocks a player's proposal, immediately triggering a heated confrontation. The two start shouting at each other until another NPC joins in just to taunt them, telling the pair to stop flirting and start fighting for real already. This tactic backfires immediately as the arguing pair turn their collective fury onto the instigator instead. Suddenly, all three individuals simultaneously pull out their weapons. Min shakes his head in disappointment, concluding that everyone here is all bark and no actual bite. Amid all this pandemonium, one player finally notices something strange when Yang Min suddenly sits up. He appears to be completely unfazed by the recent unpleasantness involving his missing head. The players immediately stop arguing and stare at the gangster in shock, as if he returned from the grave. But Black Scythe knows this system revives players exactly 10 minutes after they die. Yang Min looks around in confusion, wondering why everyone is staring at him like he just stepped out of a science experiment gone wrong. He also has no recollection of how he ended up in that particular spot. The revelation throws the crowd into even greater turmoil as they realize the system actually includes a resurrection feature for dead players. Because the hidden reality finally leaked everywhere, those contestants grab their hardware and begin enjoying the concept of erasing one another. A single guy with half a brain tries calming the mob, explaining that everyone is clueless, the specific way this respawn gimmick functions. But the opportunity has passed, whereupon a stealthy villain approaches that dame and slays her without delay. This lunatic demands her death while shoving jagged metal into her anatomy, subsequently ordering her immediate magical restoration. Onlookers gape with shocked quietude, feeling utterly disgusted by the sudden gore. Tension starts growing because this lady fails to pop back up, yet a witness remembers a specific fellow recovered following a short wait. Hence the collective chooses to linger and watch future developments. Following a small wait, her lacerations start disappearing, wherefore the dame rouses like she finished some shute. Yet the moment that dame recognizes the recent events, she shrieks, requesting the name of her assailant. That assassin tries a sneaky double dab, yet before the weapon connects, a giant warrior rotates a heavy polearm, crushing him with one brutal impact. While cheering over the reality of people coming back, this audience becomes awkwardly quiet, not knowing how to react. Scythe understands that although restoration works, slaying remains quite frowned upon. Yet the protagonist anticipates certain creeps will eventually show their hidden monstrous side. Pure mayhem erupts as various participants begin assaulting one another, whereupon tiny fights immediately morph into a giant lethal confrontation. 100 participants commence wreaking havoc upon their neighbors. That Reaper opts for diving inside the messy brawl, beginning with eliminating 3 clueless victims before their brains process anything. Certain contestants, observing his fast movement, choose to gank the guy collectively, yet those folks get deleted faster than a bad browser history. Our main dude peeks back and spots that skilly goofball, Black-eared Dragon. That bronze medalist from the last heat is loving the chaos, muttering how his vacuum rune makes this stage a tumble breeze. Scythe notices his tag is basically ketchup-colored currently, guessing he has previously smacked about half a score of poor souls into oblivion. Wishing for additional amusement, he aims to rack that lizard clown, while the beast opens a magical interface, grinning like a dork as his magic battery bar ticks up. Every casualty makes his progress meter grow significantly. Joy fills his black heart because a complete bar grants a bonus. Thus he sends a different soul packing. That progress indicator jumps quite aggressively, leading him to suspect that last victim was actually a high-level expert or something. Total avarice kicks in, making him hallucinate regarding backstabbing Scythe to obtain an instant jackpot, and that sweet power boost. Yet that fantasy dies pretty fast. The dude knows he is basically a side character compared beside the protagonist, so he sticks toward bullying helpless nobodies. Chuckling like a cartoon villain, Dragon keeps on slapping around more defenseless players, really drinking in those panicked expressions. Reminiscing about that stint serving as some mobster's private watchman, he laments how that duty stopped his earlier predation. However, this current level seems comparable to a gift from the gods, since this fellow gains experience by deleting folks while most gamers are merely idling in one location, lacking his special cheat code talent. It is hilarious watching those casualties respawn, just to get whacked once more. Plus he ponders whether he might relocate to find fresh meat to tenderize. Suddenly, right then, the dude crashes into that Scythe fellow, who promptly triggers his gloomy midnight murder technique. Lights go out everywhere, spooking the entire crowd. Dragon sees that the legendary blade is looking a bit ghost-like, so he tries to get ready, but his brain is way too slow for this. The world rotates weirdly, consequently getting deleted before his synapses even fire, whereas the focus now pivots toward Yang Min. Witnessing the messy carnage nearby involving constant deaths and immediate rebirths, plus finally comprehends the gory point within this stage. Sporting a spicy glare, that man plots some petty payback against buddies who ghosted him earlier. Those peepers sweep every war zone, hunting for Shan Huan. Plus fairly quickly, the man locks onto his target, sniping random folks nearby currently. Lacking any doubt, Yang Min sprints forward, offering a knuckle sandwich directly to that guy's mug, which launches Shang Huan like a human frisbee throughout that arena. Yang Min wanders over, looking frosty, plus snatches his victim's laundry at the neck, challenging that guy to end his life provided the man has the guts. Then, Ignoring any reply, he delivers meaty wallopes upon Huan, every hit packing more wallop than any previous thud, before the scuffle concludes, yielding Shen Huan napping quite permanently atop that dusty floor. Having manually deleted that pound using his own mitts, Yumnin looms above the static corpse. He checks the bloodbath, seeking his remaining duo of traitors, knowing they are hiding nearby, plus his feet will not quit until they pay for such flaky behavior. Aaron sinks into her brain, thinking if Hades existed, such might mimic this chaotic area, a site in which folks just want to stab stuff and break things. Xianchul spots her panicked, yells her name, and checks her vibe, so she vents about the messy storm inside her noggin. Sinchul fears provided Aaron loses those marbles, that girl's job is toast, making him a total failure towards the seal lady who wants her kept intact. Right then, some random camper creeps behind Aaron's back, yanks that ponytail, plus unsheaths a pointy shiv to finish her. Sinchul moves like grazed lightning, parrying that blade using his steel, making it do a backflip. The man adjusts his hold, thereafter poking that steel deep into the creep's wing, commanding the guy quit. Sinchul mandates Aaron finalize that specific lethal task, plus even if the girl shakes while blubbering briefly. Aaron snaps into focus, then promptly cancels that stranger's subscription. Following that, she is totally rattled. Worries Sinchul stays chill, happy she actually did what she was told. Aaron, shaking like a leaf, wonders how much more misery is left. Plus Sinchul notes 60 minutes remain. The girl vents sadness, baffled why everyone seems thirsty regarding a high body count, making Sinchul feel bad about her. Seeing she has a heart made of marshmallows, he casually inquired whether she'd managed to dispatch at least 50 unfortunate souls. Upon her affirmative nod, a wave of relief washed over him, as her murderous accomplishments guaranteed a spot on the leaderboard. He then instructed her to simply let him handle the remainder. A silent mental thank you from Aaron echoing in response. Sinchul expressed his gratitude for the precious time she'd afforded him, perfect for racking up some serious points, and as moments evaporated, the display declared a mere 10 minutes until the final bell. Black Scythe, a whirlwind of destruction, was observed gleefully dispatching players in every direction. His resolve was steely, aiming to reclaim the top spot on the global leaderboard, and thus unlock entry into the perilous 20th round. His primary ambition involved accumulating maximum power before inevitably confronting the game's ultimate, formidable antagonist. Remaining completely clueless as to the true extent of their formidable capabilities, he relentlessly pursued a small cluster of digital adversaries. Just as one unfortunate soul mentally resigned himself to his virtual demise, our quick-footed protagonist, however, simply bounded past him. Black Scythe understood that repeat eliminations of the same opponent yielded 0 additional score, rendering further pursuit of that particular individual utterly pointless. He then spotted Yongmin, a man blissfully unaware of this peculiar, unwritten regulation, relentlessly dispatching his 3 unfortunate comrades time and again, a strategy that, ironically, diminished both their prospects of continued existence and his very own. As the clock dwindled to a single minute, our protagonist frantically sought eliminated combatants, discovering this task increasingly arduous. Finally, 2 unknown avatars appeared in his sights, prompting an ambitious attempt to dispatch both simultaneously. Alas, the allocated temporal window abruptly slammed shut, an ethereal, shimmering force field swiftly enveloped every single participant. Then, the angel herself materialized, declaring the round's conclusion with a distinctly mischievous, almost giddy, expression. She quipped about the participants' probable delight in their mutual slaughter, noting how the pristine white floor now resembled a macabre splatter painting. The celestial messenger then announced her intention to resurrect the fallen combatants, now that the chaotic segment had drawn to a close. Our astute protagonist, however, immediately recognized this as a rather transparent falsehood, knowing the system handled resurrections autonomously. Subsequently, the deceased participants rose from their digital graves, each instantly enveloped within protective force fields. Yeoman's revived companions, however, appeared distinctly unamused, promptly unleashing a furious barrage of shouts concerning his earlier, excessively enthusiastic pummeling. Overhearing the ruckus, the angel sternly admonished them to maintain silence, threatening literal cranial detonations if they failed to comply. They swiftly fell silent, and she promptly unveiled the round's final results, the celestial being commenced by disclosing his surprise side quest. Much to the collective astonishment of the unsuspecting participants, this particular challenge involved terminating the designated map representative before the merciless countdown concluded. She revealed that only one lone contender had conquered the bonus objective, identifying the triumphant player as Black Scythe, which instantly sparked murmurs among the other participants. As Blackbeard Dragon angrily ground his teeth, he understood he had completely whiffed the golden opportunity. Yan Min scratched his head trying to remember anything, then looked for his command ability stats only to discover it had completely vanished, which was awkward. He felt like a spurned lover, utterly betrayed by the main character who had sworn on his life to keep him from dying. Right after the side mission was officially revealed, the angel dropped another bombshell, explaining that killing a diverse population yielded bonus points, essentially meaning repetitive murder of the same folks was inefficient and boring. The leaderboard was promptly revealed for all to see. Black Scythe once again dominated the charts, topping both the world and local rankings with an insane total of 722 kills, which made the angel practically giddy with excitement. The remaining players were collectively dumbfounded by Black Scythe's body count, which seemed less like a game and more like a horrific population cleansing. The angel then began distributing Black Scythe's prizes. These included a ticket for a rare piece of medium-level armor, and a special mystery reward box. For his new armor, he picked out the stylish and menacing blood-stained assassin suit. As for the unique reward, he selected a significant 50% boost to all his stats for the upcoming challenge. The angel then casually mentioned that anyone ranked below position 521 would simply vanish from existence. This news sent players scrambling to their knees, desperately pleading for mercy. A futile effort that fell on deaf ears. Surprisingly, young Min managed to hang on and survive the round, while Aaron looked genuinely horrified and deeply disturbed by the sudden vanishing act of so many participants. The hero paused for a silent moment of reflection. For the world spun, and he found himself back in reality. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, manager Seon-chil sprinted down the hallway and dramatically burst through the door of Ma's room, where a very sleepy Ma was just waking up, who was completely startled by the sudden intrusion. The manager quickly apologized for barging in like a maniac, explaining he'd been frantic with worry, but calmly reassured him, and reminded his nervous manager that he had secured a safe position in the rankings. They both concurred that the recent round had been pure chaos and completely wiped them out. Ma remembered achieving just over 430 kills himself, then wondered what kind of unhinged psycho Black Scythe was to have racked up more than 700. The manager hypothesized that the main character, given his exceptional abilities, was probably a special operations commando or someone equally dangerous. Ma pondered Black Scythe's impressive accomplishments and concluded that, despite having no idea who he really was, he absolutely needed the guy as a teammate. He would later ask the Prophet Min for more information about this mysterious hero. Sung-chil notes that the game went just like Min's spooky spoilers, since he initially doubted the guy but changed his tune once reality hit, but concurs, reflecting on their talk, and the weird info Min spilled. The boss asks how to handle the cash, and Ma says the firm's destiny rests on that guy's shoulders, even if they must sell techas instead. He mentions that keeping Min close is better than a winning lottery ticket for their future, and warns Song-chil not to annoy the talent, suggesting he nod along like a programmed robot to win Min's favor and get filthy rich. Song-chil gives a nod. Ma asks Song-chil to ring Min up for a fancy feast with his whole family clan, plus that cinema icon Aaron Seo. The camera pans to a coffee shop where Min waits for Juri, hoping food buys her friendship. She shows up, they swap boring hellos, then hop into his ride like getaway drivers. Juri claims she escaped the fourth stage purely because his crystal ball was working. Min wonders why she drank the Kool-Aid so fast, but she says he had no reason to trick her, then thanks him for the scope. Min realizes Juri's magic shield would keep her safe anyway, unlike Aaron, who is basically a pampered orchid that would wilt if a breeze hit it. Juri conversely had to struggle like a weed in a sidewalk crack to stay alive. The pair hits a bistro, where the spread is massive enough to feed an army. She thanks him, then they dig in, but then she stalls, feeling like a total villain, because of all the digital bodies she stacked during the match. Min, ridding her brainwaves with his psychic powers, says to quit moping about the players she deleted, since everyone was just trying not to become a ghost, himself included. Juri starts leaking from her peepers, but Min tells her to knock it off in a very serious tone, reminding her that her relatives are waiting for her to pop back from the virtual madness, thinking about her dad crying a river if she kicked the bucket. Juri squeezes her hands, getting her mojo back. She appreciates his attempt at therapy, and Min claims he just wanted to cure her sadness with some high-quality calories. They keep munching, and Min sees Juri finally chilling out and acting like a normal human. Eventually, the protagonist allows her a moment to stop hyperventilating before he actually delivers the big news. Min shares vile secrets concerning the following face, cautioning Juri that fifth stage is brutal since every individual zone is slated to fuse into massive battlegrounds. Looking quite worried, the girl asks if they might reunite within that strange dimension. The boy spins a massive lie regarding their proximity, realizing the lady might squander critical minutes searching for his location instead of training. His plan involves providing assistance, while remaining a total mystery man in the shadows. Therefore the boy suggests she should prioritize not getting eaten by monsters. She must beg the edgy black scythe for protection. The lady feels completely floored regarding his wild idea, verifying whether he means that legendary reaper with the dark blade, that gamer residing atop our global power ranking. The boy suggests it isn't merely about requesting aid, but rather securing a partnership with an legendary icon. The young lady questions why a tier warrior might even notice her. Yet our hero explains how magical enhancements serve as payment for such aid. Even if she realizes his aid is priceless, Jury feels quite conflicted. Our hero guarantees his friend regarding having witnessed every upcoming plot, plus a protagonist shall persist, while protecting the girl through future levels. Odd burden. That lady repays her debt by applying some power, up since she dislikes feeling obligated. Then our protagonist retreats toward a private residence. Utilizing that hefty 50% bonus to his power, Min begins a very casual insect genocide mission, thus effectively doubling those carnage-related attributes using strength from an ancient war. His personal fortune stat suddenly jumps up to E4. The boy extracts a basic enchanted stone voucher out of that digital storage space, while reflecting on how common people would likely beg the heavens for mercy. Though he refuses to participate in such religious nonsense, the player feels certain the creator designed this brutal murder contest simply to mock the human race, and plans to ask for a very specific favor after winning, which involves the creator of the universe finally meeting a permanent and painful end. The hero cashes in his voucher to obtain 5 colorful jewels, specifically a pair of rubies, 1 lemon, 1 line, plus a gray, reaching the peak capacity. He finds it quite funny that he was just talking smack about the creator of this whole universe, but his personal jackpot chances stay maximized. The gamer meshes those 2 basic crimson stones together with great enthusiasm, resulting in a shiny new upgraded red rock. Moreover, he fuses that violet stone with the gift from Aaron to forge a decent magical trinket. Subsequently, the boy inserts that crimson jewel inside some headwear to boost overall offensive output. Plus he slots the violet stone into those shadowing mittens for a universal boost, before gemming the golden rock into a band to improve his fortune. That emerald gem goes inside his sneakers for extra zoomies. And this concludes his gear upgrade session. A dark gem got slapped onto his ninja gear, reducing his chances of dying by 1 tiny %. Content with the equipment, that main guy believes he can finally handle Not again without crying. 24 hours later, the younger sibling queries Min regarding the corporate leader being his kin, and the older boy mentions their invitation to a banquet. The boy worries, wondering if he belongs at this bash, but the elder sibling promises they are welcome while fixing his collar. Suddenly, the buzzer goes off, making the youngster jump in surprise. As they swing the entrance wide, the group encounters a nearby dweller called Seong Cheol, currently acting as their private driver. The tiny fellow, spooked, lurks in back of the adult sibling while Min offers a greeting to their visitor, who recalls their past scrap and offers a tiny contact paper, saying he feels bad for acting like a jerk earlier, and mentions this dinner is a fancy way to say sorry, adding that a giant limo is idling downstairs to fetch them. Once reaching the host's establishment, the big boss personally meets the group. The host voices his joy that neither of these guys has actually kicked the bucket yet, then wonders if the small fellow following them happens to be related. The elder brother handles introduction, and the boss reaches out, though the dazed youngster grabs with the incorrect limb. The host inquires whether the youngster is actually a gamer. The youngster says no, as Min explains that his sibling hits the big 14 milestone shortly. The boss notes the youngster is quite fortunate for not getting dragged into that digital hellscape. The host shows them into a room that looks like it was decorated by a billionaire. This specific furniture piece appears ideal for a monarch, with fancy piles of food everywhere, and both the cook and the lady in charge are waiting to say hello. The youngster feels impressed, which makes Ma attempt to seem like a regular humble guy, claiming that even if the spread looks tiny, it will probably satisfy their hunger. The boy, however, thinks Ma is a huge liar for calling this giant feast small. Exactly when the group begins to eat, that wooden barrier finally unlatches, leaving Min feeling totally stunned. That Aaron guy walks inside the chamber. The host bounces up like a pogo stick to greet the superstar. She says sorry for the graveyard visit, while the boss tells the kid she basically owns the company. The woman begins her pitch but stops upon spotting the local guys who gifted her some snacks. She grins while privately suspecting the old man is pranking her about this teenager being a boss. The sibling nearly has a heart attack and questions his kin if that celebrity is actually real life. The boy realizes his brother is oblivious to her job, yet ponders if this fanboying is medically normal, resolving on joining the prank. The guest fakes curiosity. The host spots their shock and thinks he has the kid bribed with fame, waiting for him to swoon. Once those polite bows conclude, the boss tells everyone to sit down for some grub. During dinner, the sibling keeps pushing dishes toward his kin like a frantic waiter. The host queries whether the meal tastes alright, bragging he bullied the kitchen staff into perfection. The brothers enjoy the meal, making the host happy because he forced the cooks into a kitchen marathon. The host wonders why the youngster arrived with just one sibling rather than the entire family. The youngster explains it is just the two of them, because their parents are long gone. The man shares his grief. However, deep inside, he knows he just ruined the dinner's lively vibe. Sensing the social death, he shuts his trap to let the guests survive the cringe. The quiet is thick enough to cut with a knife as the sweets finally arrive. The boss notices the thick tension and seeks a method to keep the party alive. He begs the actress with his eyes to say something, but she acts like a statue. Sensing the heavy air, the host suddenly stands and tells the woman they need to chat in the other room. He drags her toward the corridor and queries whether the expensive food was actually any good. She gives a happy answer. Yet the old man's features turn grim, while eyeballing the woman, with faces full of disappointment. He confesses he only wanted her there as cheerleader, and she says sorry, mentioning she truly believed she was coming to a normal gala. Grumpy, he asks what gave her the idea she deserved a seat at this table. He asks if his assistant gossiped, and she admits she heard this kid holds all the cards. Mama must spilled the tea that Min actually owns the whole playground now. Plus he is a spooky psychic who predicts the future, using his frostiest voice. Ma insists on pampering Min like royalty, hoping the human crystal ball spills the beans about the upcoming deathmatch details. The boss orders Erin to weaponize her gorgeous face, and seduce the big boss. Erin gets salty, hating the idea of being human lady base. Ma claps back, mentioning he practically gifted her that shiny acting career she loves, and wants his investment repaid pronto. He demands she get cozy with Min using any dirty trick she knows. She remains speechless, wondering how to fix this incredibly weird and heavy vibe. Ma barges in, saying sorry for ruining the moment while claiming he had super important work stuff with Erin. The guy proposes moving the party elsewhere since the snacks are all gone. While the whole gang exits the area, Erin starts walking toward Min then falters. Suddenly, one stands there totally amazed, screams about her being a literal goddess, begging for a bunch of selfies to post on his social media. She flashes a cute grin and says yes, making things feel slightly less awkward for once. Witnessing that interaction, Ma shoots a fast text to Erin, telling her to charm the socks off Min's little sibling. The lady feels totally wigged out, because she feels like a total villain tricking an innocent kid for some corporate gain. Ma thinks if she was the kid, the big brother will definitely notice, finally letting them squeeze out some juicy spoilers about the upcoming level from the main guy. He drags them to a VIP lounge, serving up booze and some tunes, but Min says nah and orders Erin to go snap those photos with his little bro. When they are finally solo, Min glares at Ma and asks if he genuinely considers the protagonist to be a total moron. The boss attempts acting cool, yet Min mentions his divine powers already revealed that secret talk with Erin, leaving the boss shaking. The main guy then coolly explains that keeping secrets from a seer is a total waste of effort. The main dude mocks Ma for his pathetic attempt at being sneaky, which makes the boss man sweat bullets instantly. So Min just casually restates the exact same commands he dropped on Erin before. However, Ma tries spinning the situation to look like a nice favor, but everything breaks when he drags one into his messy scheme, definitely pushing his luck. Then he realizes his massive mistake, says sorry fast, and waits for the hammer to drop on his head, because the dude sounds truly sorry. Min lets him off the hook today. Plus the boss man blubbers with thankfulness regarding the divine pardon. Suddenly now, Seonchul barges inside while Ma desperately hides the messy evidence like a ninja. He directs his subordinate to escort the folks away, seeking the lonely spot to gossip about some life-threatening crisis. While the BFAG guard departs, Ma begins roasting his own psyche for annoying the divine seer once more. Our protagonist wakes him up, nonchalantly spilling some intel regarding the following level. Ma feels rattled that Min discovered the hidden motive for this party, though trusting anyone in this creepy mess feels like holding a live grenade. He begs for pardon, though Min insists they stop keeping weird mysteries hidden from each other, and demands Ma leash those greedy investors. As our lead character beams seeing the boss act like a submissive puppy. Plus Min vows to launch the corporation into the heavens, while whispering top secret data about level 5. He subsequently mentions that the following stage will definitely be a soul-crushing nightmare, although he assumes the guy can survive without suffering a major breakdown. He explains that every gamer must slaughter 300 green monsters during the next phase, but it gets complicated because the various regions are beginning to fuse. This move instantly turns the executive into a jittery wreck. Minnie explains that maps collide due to the lack of survivors, while Ma fixates on potentially encountering the shadow scythe. Min kills that hope immediately, because their locations differ, while strictly hiding his actual name, although he guarantees Ma a future encounter, then switches topics to investigate the hunt for youthful guys. almost causing the big boss to suffer a brain hemorrhage during their chat. He mentions the magic of the future, seeing Gem while fishing for secrets, but our champion tells him to buzz off. La attempts to press the matter more, but Min cautions against hunting the criminal right now, as he intends to exploit the thug a bit longer. Our champion successfully manipulates the director for the time being, plus the pair finally chooses to revisit the loud festivities, although Ma stays extremely jumpy. Once the large event finally finishes, a wounded fellow appears, wandering a murky tunnel, before finally hitting a total sack, the rhythmic thumping of leather boots approaching from the darkness. That digital extra pirouettes with terror while a masked assailant lifts a sharp blade and carves him up throughout his torso, forcing a sudden collision with pavement. This fellow bellows when the shadowy figure, exposed as the chief executive, politely offers to remove his vocal organ. The target entreats Ma for some justification, and questions his motivations, yet the leader retorts by charging him with monstrous acts involving a toddler. This backgrounder attempts protecting his person. However, Ma stays quiet, and lets his cutlery perform the chatting. That guilty rascal attempts another loud, dramatic yelp. Though the leader warns him to hush or things will get much more agonizing, the corporate leader calls him a submissive pet for obeying, and then casually asks if his life is worth keeping. Immediately, that guy triggers magical talents, plus a surge of obsidian fog flows forth while enveloping the target, furthermore consuming his flesh entirely while vanishing every bit of proof. Ma calculates he would have finished this slaying faster if he was busy sucking up more evil mana. Yet utilizing his magic requires draining vital energy from folks who are currently still inhaling oxygen. After he snatches the required spirit fuel, he concludes the execution with his weapon, and considers how his choices occasionally haunt his mind. Although humans provide much better magic fuel than any forest creature could, to soothe his conscience, he only kills villains, which makes him believe he is doing something productive, consequently validating how the role of Bun Warrior matches his personality flawlessly. Specifically, since he treats this bloody work like a very peaceful weekend interest, he commands his pointy stick to keep snacking, but the blade refuses. Subsequently, he realizes this equipment merely eats breathing targets, excluding the deceased. Some unexpected noise snags Ma's focus, but it is merely a kitten strolling through. He never anticipated a guest arriving here regardless, because this dirty path is typically vacant throughout the daylight. However, he is fairly certain our protagonist is fully aware of what transpired here. Since our buddy Min arrived despite understanding the situation, Ma displays a wicked smirk, and he nonchalantly instructs his tiny servant to rush here and scrub the filth immediately. Eventually, our main guy chills in his flat with zero plans while he silently reviews his current circumstances. He concludes it is finally time to quit stalling and start taking some serious steps forward. Min clicks follow on a stream that feels strangely familiar. Scheming for the future, he targets a mystical boulder hidden on Earth, specifically the artifact for duplicating oneself. The television broadcast transitions to constant news updates regarding the escalating mortality rate among participants. Meanwhile, some sweaty tubby student scoffs, dismissing every single victim as total amateurs. He possesses zero compassion for the atrocities committed by gamers, assuming any human would behave just as poorly. That stubby troll gets livid about the various limitations placed upon his freedom. Using those regulations as justification, he releases his rage by burying a massive blade into the soil. The boy understands that trivial matters no longer concern him, having finally achieved status as an elite gamer with the power to smash whoever he likes. While his schoolroom overflows with casualties, he lacks any sympathy, attributing these violent actions to events occurring during stage number 4. Unfortunately, harvesting normal people gave him low-level, up rewards, so he reminisces about regarding why that earlier stage excelled at increasing his numerical power. This kid, known as Black Dragon, switches to stalking fellow gamers after remembering a sketchy website where they hang out. He concocts a wicked scheme to infiltrate their circle, intending to treat other humans like mere experience points. That webpage asks for private details, and even though the kid pauses briefly, avarice eventually wins. So Black Dragon submits his details while salivating over the fact that nobody suspects his betrayal. Shortly afterwards, the pupil waits by a property in a desolate neighborhood, doubting if he actually arrived at the correct destination. He confirms the coordinates on his device. Feeling anxious about how secluded this spot truly is, he decides to act like a total boss toward the manager if the interview starts poorly. Yet the very stylish and sleek look of the bistro interior leaves him speechless. Some older dude rises from his chair, welcomes the thick teenager, inquiring what he should be called. The man identifies as an active gamer and claims he reached 20, stunning the youngster since the stranger appears ancient. That host presents a flamboyant guy in a magenta sweater as a rival candidate, requesting both participants share some juicy secrets. That hefty student inspects the vibrant newcomer, while they swap some polite formalities. While questioning why the whole restaurant is so deserted, that recruiter explains that such isolation is the primary reason he picked the venue, mentioning that the chef is currently preparing a meal for them in the back. Black Dragon gave the shop a quick scan, mentally high, fighting himself for finding a place completely devoid of security cameras. He briefly entertained the idea of making these two the grand opening act for his imminent murder spree, before deciding they were probably too much paperwork for a warm-up. Figuring he could always collect more players later, he shifted gears and politely inquired why the actual meeting hadn't started yet. The interviewer sighed, explaining that one of the final candidates was currently running far behind schedule. But precisely at that moment, as if summoned by their words, the final applicant strolled into the coffee shop and made his introduction. He introduced himself as the infamous Black Scythe. The name alone was almost enough to make the interviewer start frothing in surprise. Jumping back a few days, the former president called a meeting to discuss the new wave of players joining the guild. Despite recent membership losses, nearly 2,000 players joined, all thanks to a specific Article 1 member was currently admiring. Executive Yami immediately claimed all the credit, so the president showered her with compliments. Before asking about the number of skilled newbies present, he then requested that the group prioritize the list to include only genuinely useful players. This quickly led to Black Dragon's name being mentioned. Even though he seemed ordinary, he consistently ranked in the top 3, leading others to deem him slightly sketchy before finally agreeing to recruit him. The forum members then moved on to analyzing other promising new players. The president was initially ecstatic about the sheer number of recruits, but then realized with dread that interviewing them all would require immense effort. The leader noticed member 30 nodding off, so he gave him a good scolding, while the exhausted employee attempted to justify his sleepiness. But the president was unsympathetic, immediately assigning him 50 interviews as a fitting punishment for his nap. He reluctantly accepted his fate. Mixed, the president asked his trusted executive, Lost ER, if Black Scythe had made contact, only to discover that their hero still hadn't reached out. This news left the president feeling quite crestfallen. The executive then turned back to Yami, requesting more articles, and she instantly agreed, provided he paid her for the work. The president quickly gave her the green light, not hesitating for a second. But precisely at that moment, an unexpected alert for a brand new recruit flashed across the screen. The president casually asked who it could possibly be. But as soon as someone uttered the name Black Scythe, everything changed. Everyone immediately sat straight up in surprise. Back in the present, 30 immediately began flattering the supposed top player, claiming he was nearly overwhelmed by his powerful charisma. The imposter coolly sat down, while Black Dragon stared at him with the look of a man whose grandmother had just been insulted. The player wearing pink clothing welcomed the applicant. As the introductions of everyone present began, Pink Hoodie found the imposter's self-assuredness highly amusing, representing the genuine Dark Harvester, who hides behind secret and mysterious mask. The Obsidian Drake leaks anxiety while confronting the pro, dying to know why the guy bullied him so ruthlessly before. Mr. 30 questions the student about his silence, snapping him to reality, so the kid offers a timid self-introduction. Our main hero gives him zero recognition, a snub that makes the Ebony Serpent feel absolutely furious and ignored. Meanwhile, the authentic legend contemplates if he really seems as stuck up as that pathetic copycat makes him appear. Truth be told, the fraudster is a career bamboozler who finds great joy in swindling every single person he meets. Should he successfully grab that magical duplicate zone, the amount of chaos he would trigger would be totally insane. Our protagonist feels great relief for arriving fast enough to steal the relic before the other guy can reach it. The recruiter begins the formal screening, requesting that everyone present validates their private identity credentials to ensure total accuracy. Magenta Jacket starts reciting his tall tales, pretending to be a legendary hitman despite his claims being absolute fiction. Only his online handle is actually legit, mostly because he pilfered the tag from some random computer-controlled guy. Nevertheless, adopting this phony persona is mandatory for snatching the prize, as a killing is required for the quest. Following that, Shadow Lizard reveals his name as Simp Hyong Tai, appearing as the group's baby, which shocks the boss. Yet Min questions if that admiration would last if the man realized what nasty stunts the kid pulled on peers. The elderly host queries the validity of his listed feats, an inquiry that mildly irritates the fiery young gamer guy. Subsequently, the faker Kim In Han claims he works as a fiancer, stealing credit for every single heroic deed performed. That moderator lacks the courage to doubt those claims. Meanwhile, the dragon knows the plan involves extorting cash from others, and with that, the profiles are all finalized, so the leader transitions to the core discussion, probing the candidates about their motivations for wanting to participate today. Rose Sweatshirt feigns terror regarding potential attacks from rivals, claiming he simply wants to find some sanctuary for himself. The wyvern conceals his secret agenda, choosing instead to echo whatever sentiments the main protagonist had previously mentioned, claiming he cannot even attend classes without suffering a total meltdown. At the same time, the fake guy attempts a cool lone wolf persona, claiming he joined purely for himself. The recruiter takes his word as the gospel true. At last, the recruiter informs the trio that a final trial remains before they can join the exclusive circle. Specifically, they must perform some genuine wet work in the physical world to prove their dedication to the cause. Min acts totally repulsed by the idea, which causes Mr. 30 to initiate a speech regarding why authorities are now hunting gamers due to fear. He maintains that elites must join forces against the corrupt regime, as they aren't common peasants bound by rules. Plus, the group needs to demonstrate their defiance by completely ignoring every single legal restriction imposed upon them. Min performs like an award-winning actor while the recruiter demands they commit a slaying to prove their independence. Our masked protagonist pretends to swallow the lunatic's drivel as the guy keeps on rambling, and offers an opportunity to quit now, though they shouldn't expect an invitation to return later. But the boy knows this is merely deceptive marketing intended to stop recruits from fleeing the gang. The whole crowd goes quiet, which the psycho views as a green light, commanding them to commence the operation immediately. Dark Lizard wonders where they might find a soul to slay, but the crazy boss has apparently already selected a victim for them to target. As the crew stands up to depart, a manager unexpectedly pops out from the pantry, suggesting they linger as the entire building was leased. Senior 30 rapidly offers an apology, stating a busy agenda, then seeks a small helping hand instead. He implores the sweet woman to fetch his ride towards the front, and she joyfully consents to help him out. The master takes a Broly into the downpour and steers his ride to the shop front, when out of nowhere, a couple of slimy mitts clamp around her throat. She struggles to resist, yet the mystery thug rapidly chokes her into a deep blackout. The participants gawk at the recruiter in total shock, who screams that everyone should jump in and cease moaning about the details while that neon-clothed fellow suddenly understands they intend to finish off the kind lady boss. Grandpa 30 choffers them toward a dusty vacant barn to finish the concluding stages of their trial. The man ushers the group indoors, tosses the shopkeeper onto the tiles, then requests a starting candidate. The boss glares at the fraudulent dark blade, appearing to be the most obvious pick, but our hero suddenly blocks him, innocently asking if he could take a crack at it instead. Old man 30 is impressed the small fry has such guts and looks toward the dark warrior, wondering if he might hand over this golden chance to the short fellow. The pretender concurs and steps away, hollering toward the rosy combatant that he ought to appreciate such charity. The protagonist expresses gratitude to the fraud, pledging he shall utilize the duplication spell quite effectively. That fellow gazes at the youth with bewilderment yet lacks the speed to move before the hero clutches his mug with both mitts and snaps his spine, resulting in him beginning a never-ending slumber. The foamy person's corpse slams onto the floor with a loud bang just as Mr. 30 gapes in utter shock and loses his remaining sanity, clutching his skull firmly while screeching our main protagonist. Min fires a soul-shattering look which promptly mutes the noisy brat, wondering how the skinny beanpole managed to crank his energy up to legendary levels. The game interface pings to applaud him for snagging the secret glyph in this area, which now gets permanently etched onto his skin, making him glad his goofy outfit wasn't a total failure. The raisin-faced geezer wants clarity, but our lad casually hides his face and claims he just dumped some fraudulent garbage. The talk show host is still clueless, hollering about why he decided to wreck the famous Reaper. Min leans down to untie the lady's eye cover and repeats his previous statement, adding a light verbal burn to ensure the dude feels the sting. That talkative fellow demands a vocal encore while brandishing his dangerous pointy stick, yet his courage evaporates the second Min unsheaths his blade and floods the zone with heavy energy. Our champion tosses another witty roast toward him while Mr. 30 struggles to comprehend the current wacky situation. Noticing that the sharp tool looks remarkably familiar to him, it finally dawns on the slow learner that just a single kind of gamer uses such steel, and he suddenly remembers the caution given by the neon sweatshirt kid earlier. Following that, our champion pivots toward the dazed man asking questions, inquiring if his last pair of neurons finally understood the situation, then offering a sarcastic sorry for the previous deception. Mr. 30 instantly fumbles his gear due to pure terror, collapses onto the tiles, pleading with the great Min for some divine pity. Min dismisses the regretful words and takes a massive swipe, canceling his premium membership to being a living person. The detached skull bounces toward the shoes of the dark lizard, who howls like a banshee realizing our lead is far too powerful. The protagonist pivots while aiming his lethal edge at the solitary remaining fellow, then asks the student if he has any last requests before his departure. The teenager wants to grovel like a pansy, choosing to mention a thought that's been nagging him, The Reaper immediately assumes the conversation concerns their previous encounter, precisely why he totally obliterated the guy during their last scrap, and sheepishly revealed his motivation, claiming he felt Black Dragon was the only other contender in the popularity contest. The antagonist considered the protagonist possessed some potential, mentioning he needed to squash this little pest before his power level went platinum. Following this heartfelt confession, Black Scythe inquired about any last remarks, but the Black Dragon was clearly experiencing terminal microphone fray. Hyun-taek sputtered out a single, desperate query, wondering why he was also scheduled for the big dirt nap. Min instantly responded that it was self-evident, pointing out the young man smelled remarkably worse than a dumpster fire filled with old gem socks, and used up valuable air. The distraught youth pleaded with our intimidating champion, emphasizing that he was merely an innocent bystander, and thus, Min declared that the plus-sized apprentice was free to bounce. The newly pardoned school kid beamed like a winning lottery ticket, but Min quickly informed the human cushion that surviving meant forfeiting every single item he possessed to the victor. Subsequent to a highly efficient, lightning-fast looting process, our triumphant character paused briefly, thoroughly appreciating the embarrassingly large mountain of stolen goodies nearby. Concurrently, the slightly round student swore that his pockets were cleaner than a tax return, a claim Min appeared to accept readily, yet he only bothered to pocket the sparkly twin gemstones, and dismissively ignored the junk heap remaining, because frankly, the majority of it was simply redundant to his needs. The formerly wealthy youngster tentatively inquired if he was truly off the hook now, and Moonin, surprisingly, honored his promise like a true gentleman. When the player character commenced rapidly shouting a single skill name, Bull, it started to seriously grate on Min's patience, resulting in Min ordering him to cut the nonsense immediately, and exhibit substantially better manners henceforth. Black Scythe casually strolled past the unfortunate corpses, concluding he should transport the distressed female companion elsewhere. The schoolboy volunteered to assist with the luggage, but Min promptly told him to scram. Just before our protagonist shied into the sunset, Hyun-taek inhaled deeply, attempting to settle his frazzled nerves, immensely grateful that he merely suffered an equipment downgrade rather than a permanent dirt bath. Regardless, the student was absolutely steamed about being needlessly relieved of his assets, especially since he hadn't committed a single violation of the rules. He shot a look of pure loathing at the fleeing hero, while a decidedly underhanded scheme began slowly worming its way into his thoughts. A marvelous vision centered entirely on exacting swift, brutal payback. Observing Min's potentially weak moment, he calculated this was the optimal opportunity to attack, guaranteeing an absurd stat increase. Abandoning all shreds of good judgment, he fully committed to engaging the protagonist in a serious beatdown, certain that bypassing this moment would lead to a lifetime of pitiful self-loathing. The portly student stealthily tiptoed closer from the rear, clutching a rather sharp implement tightly, and mumbled an earnest plea to the cosmos that the star of the show wouldn't abruptly pivot and spot him. The very instant their proximity achieved maximum sneakiness, he buried his hatchet deep into Min's spine, consequently launching the unsuspecting victim straight down for an involuntary dirt facial. Black Dragon burst into high-pitched cackles like a deranged hyena, celebrating what he assumed was an easy victory, and then proceeded to mock the supposedly lifeless body while stomping on it repeatedly. He gave a sarcastic thank you to the corpse for the free points but started panicking quickly when his level didn't increase. The larger player began sweating profusely, suddenly realizing he hadn't received any experience points, and having no idea what went wrong. Out of thin air, Black Scythe materialized directly behind him and asked the schoolboy precisely what he thought was happening here. The sheer suddenness of the voice almost made Bacon Boy wet himself on the spot. Black Dragon slowly turned his head, his face frozen in pure terror, as our hero lowered his hoodie and teased him by asking if he'd just seen a ghost. The unfortunate student's entire body started trembling uncontrollably as he began to wonder if Min somehow possessed a revival ability. He backed up several steps and quickly glanced over his shoulder only to realize that the body he had just been stomping on had vanished into thin air without a trace. So Black Scythe calmly explained that the figure he detected was just a physical copy created using a magical rune of cloning. Our hero found amusement in the fact that even a defenseless decoy proved useful in the end and decided it made for a rather fun practical joke. Then the schoolboy got absolutely furious that he was fooled so easily, but Min reminded him that he wasn't exactly the only person who had been outsmarted. And when Black Dragon tried to plead his case, Min simply didn't care. He summoned his own weapon and swung it so rapidly that Hyun-taek's mind couldn't even process the movement, and instantly became another victim of sudden cranial separation syndrome. Following the incident, our hero utilized Levy's special sanitation power to wipe away all traces of evidence before proceeding toward the woman who was still enjoying a peaceful slumber on the floorboards. He told the cafe owner to abandon her pretense, and stand up, since he could already read her thoughts anyway. The terrified woman apologized profusely, then rose to her feet, asking if she could finally take the bag off her head, but Min instructed her to keep it on for just a little longer. Our protagonist remained calm, as he told her to answer his questions accurately, and follow every one of his instructions precisely. He then asked if she remembered any customers' faces. She replied that the only one she saw clearly was the interviewer, because they spoke face to face, but she couldn't recall anyone else. Min accessed his mind, reading power, and confirmed that she was indeed speaking the truth, so he told her to calm down completely, and stop worrying. Black Sathi added that she should head straight home and never mention this incident to anyone unless she wanted to bring even more trouble upon herself. Afterward, Min told her to count to 60 before leaving the premises. That minute felt like an eternity for the terrified woman. But finally, she was released. As she surveyed the empty building, she began to wonder if the entire experience had been a bizarre dream. Subsequently, Min returned to their flat, finding his younger brother already loitering near the front entrance, probably waiting to ambush him with questions. The moment he saw Min sporting one of his favorite sweatshirts, the little brother instantly demanded an explanation about exactly what was happening. Min dismissed the query with a dramatic shrug, pretending to be utterly exhausted. The younger sibling refused to let it go, relentlessly badgering him for details. When the topic of dinner arose, Min suggested his brother could order anything he wanted, encouraging him to be extravagant. Secretly, In was fixated on the hoodie itself. It was clean now, but he simply wasn't prepared to hand it back to its rightful owner. Min disposed of the messy evidence while Juan made a beeline to reclaim his precious belonging, causing Min to promise a new item infinitely superior to that tattered, worn-out garment. His younger brother, however, still felt completely betrayed, resorting to the most pitiful puppy dog expression possible. The younger sibling said it was fine, noting that schools were currently closed anyway. Min immediately realized how exceptionally monotonous it must feel to be stuck inside the house every day, so he proposed taking Juan to an amusement park tomorrow. The suggestion immediately lifted Juan's spirits, causing him to leap with joy, and Min agreed to the trip on the condition that Juan promised to be a well-behaved child and go to bed early. The next morning, Juan's face shone with pure delight when he gazed at the multitude of attractions once again, after such a prolonged absence, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Min felt a tinge of guilt for not bringing him sooner, expressing surprise that the park was still operational, which made him realize that hope was just as necessary for existence as survival itself. The younger brother spotted a family group wearing novelty bunny ears, and was immediately struck by a mischievous thought while Min was still deep in contemplation. He seized Min, dragging him into the shop where Min, the reluctant victim, eventually found himself modeling a pair of animal headbands, and asked for an assessment of his new appearance. The younger sibling instantly began gushing about Min's new look, and then dashed off enthusiastically to explore the remainder of the shop, while Min proudly brandished his premium credit card. After completing their shopping spree, Min asked what activity Juan wanted to pursue next, and Juan seized the opportunity, declaring they would experience every single attraction. Following several intense rides, they made a stop at a petting zoo, where Juan practically squealed with joy over the adorable baby pandas, while Min felt relieved that his brother's mood had improved completely. Nevertheless, being the anxious little guy he was, Juan voiced his concern about being up so late when the big quest was scheduled for tomorrow. Min reassured his sibling, telling him there was no need to worry, because Min would be completely unconscious for 10 hours tonight. Juan tried to voice another complaint, but Min simply patted his head, silently pledging that he would never abandon him, and then asked if he wanted to try the safari adventure next. After several more hours, the pair finally made their way back to the apartment. Suddenly, Min's pricey gadget begins screaming for attention. Our hero peeks, discovering Juri sent a digital hug for his struggle. This confirms her internal panic is spiking, causing our champion to vow once more that he shall guard her soul. Min abandons the device just as the clock strikes the midnight hour. Subsequently, the entire group materializes in a creepy dimension, dumped onto gloomy fields like lost luggage. A few dudes scratch their heads, pondering if the guest list shrank because the atmosphere feels rather desolate. Our protagonist eavesdrops, concluding the void makes sense since 10,000 folks originally joined. Yet he realizes this silence won't last long. Right then, the winged lady appears, offering sarcastic claps for those survivors who managed not to perish yet, while participants glare back with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. Spotting the long faces, she teases the crowd, freeing where that bloodthirsty vibe from the prior massacre vanished to. Receiving no witty replies, the celestial being chooses to drop the Kami routine and get serious. The speaker mentioned 80 participants vanished among 520 since actual existence drama ruined their gaming schedule. This prompt forces the winged pest to confess her utter lack of interest in mortal earthly struggles. Yet, to maintain high rating, they definitely required a much larger victim pool. Wearing a wicked smirk, she gazes hungrily while announcing a special treat prepared specifically for their misery. Some brave soul questions the definition of integration, which clearly ruins the lady's mood. The lady reveals 875 zones exist within this country, leaving the crowd staring like confused goldfish. She adds that foreign lands possess greater map counts, which folks explain away by looking at birth rates. The group inquires if every arena features a dedicated Yahello wearer, a fact she quickly validates. A random dude guesses that these winged entities didn't actually build this chaotic mess, stunning Ola, causing her to request his logic for such claims. He argues that thousands of celestial doves collaborating on one project sounds like a logistical nightmare. Alive dives like a hungry hawk. She calls him incorrect, threatening to end his life if he keeps poking his nose where it burns. Following that bullying session, the lady assents. Min deduces a strict gag order exists, stopping these flyers from blabbing about the head boss. He guesses a creature that players can murder lacks the celestial juice to construct such a massive simulation. Alive shuts down the queries, telling players to prioritize living over wasting her precious minutes. She proclaims the merging starts now. Since the current head count is pathetic enough to be boring, the ground suddenly started doing the jitterbug, while blinding yellow beams of light illuminated distinct square patches, causing the players to completely freak out. Took them long enough. Fresh recruits, presumably from neighboring areas, materialized in those newly lit spots. The original players just stood there gawking. They were totally starstruck as 10 different angels materialized right there on their turf. The heavenly beings explained that 10 separate smaller zones, each containing fewer players, had officially merged into this single massive game space, resulting in a total population of 844 players. This freshly combined territory received the designation K7. It housed individuals from every corner of Korea. The existing players felt a significant relief now that they could actually communicate with fellow Korean players. One player then hypothesized that they would eventually merge with players hailing from completely different countries. The protagonist understood that once the population dipped under 500, a map merge was imminent, which meant they would eventually be forced to compete against players from different nations. He knew battling foreign players was a foregone conclusion, but for the time being, he decided to concentrate on the immediate situation, especially considering the angels were preparing to announce a bonus challenge. The heavenly beings explained that each original map possessed its own representative, and now this newly formed map required a single leader. Olive announced that the 10 representatives from the previous maps must battle each other in a free-for-all until only one person survived, who would then assume the new representative position. While some players considered this method overly cruel, a significant number viewed the upcoming fight as a truly entertaining spectacle. The representatives from all the maps were naturally quite apprehensive about potentially losing their lives. Black Scythe understood that holding the representative position would unlock substantially greater rewards in the challenges to come. The angel reassured everyone by clarifying that failure in this bonus challenge would not result in permanent death, but rather in a full respawn immediately afterward. This announcement brought a considerable amount of relief to the players. Olive continued by explaining that the new representative would be granted the ruler ability, which was different from the previous command ability. This power allowed them to command any player with a rank below theirs, entirely regardless of the player's profession. However, it only had 10 uses, and any player could kill the representative to take the position. Alive actively enticed the candidates by highlighting the benefits of the reward. The representatives appeared increasingly enthusiastic at the prospect of gaining authority over others. Meanwhile, the angels internally noted that following the map merge, they would also need to appoint a representative from among their own group. One angel inquired if anyone would be interested in volunteering for the role, but every angel present hesitated, as absolutely nobody stepped forward. They started trying to figure out alternative methods for choosing a single representative. One angel proposed deciding the matter with a dice roll, but the others immediately dismissed the concept, labeling it far too boring. A different angel proposed they simply take turns, but the major flaw in that plan was the concern that the angels scheduled to go last might never actually get their chance, particularly if another map merge occurred. Then, Angel Priscilla, perhaps envisioning a divine cage match, playfully suggested letting the map representatives brawl. The divine catch was, the angel whose player perished first would then guide all humanity, a somewhat peculiar prize, yet the other angels wholeheartedly agreed. However, Olev, clearly not content with mere guiding, had a decidedly grander scheme. She suggested the angel whose player triumphantly clinched the bonus round would ascend to become queen of all the heavenly host. Olive clarified her vision, explaining that this newly crowned queen would possess ultimate authority, dictating which angel would lead humanity and ensuring every other celestial being meticulously followed her every command. The other angels, clearly fascinated, found her ambitious proposal quite intriguing. Meanwhile, Priscilla, ever the keen observer, noted that Olive had certainly thrown down a rather bold gauntlet, and appeared suspiciously confident in her chosen champion. She loudly boasted that her chosen player had never once relinquished his top spot on the local map since the very first round began. Olive just smirked back. She mused that if Priscilla only knew her champion was the infamous Black Scythe, that smug confidence would surely evaporate quicker than a puddle in the desert. Priscilla and the other angels then heartily agreed to the audacious terms. Olive then majestically descended, ready to kick off the big game, summoning all the map's chosen representatives to gather beneath her. Once all the champions had convened, then, with a flourish, Olive summoned a mighty arena right from below them. She clarified that this deadly contest would only conclude once a single, triumphant player was the last one left alive. By curious stipulation, all the vanquished would be magically resurrected, provided they hadn't inconveniently perished beyond the arena's boundaries. The game dramatically commenced, weapons materializing with a flash. Yet one observant player quickly noticed the awkward silence. Wondering why everyone was suddenly playing so incredibly cautious, he mused that, considering every single one of them was a respected map representative, they absolutely had to be unbelievably talented. Concurrently, his own ego started to inflate. He drastically overestimated his own prowess, all thanks to his flashy rune of dissolution, a delightful little enchantment that flayed his unfortunate adversaries alive with just a single sword touch. Essentially, he was betting everything on his blade behaving like a perfect, infallible aimbot. The angels up above started to get quieter, wondering why the human players weren't engaging in glorious combat. The confused player, tired of the awkward silence, finally decided to bravely initiate the very first move. Utterly convinced he was the most formidable combatant present, he figured a truly dazzling first impression would instantly petrify the other players, leaving them too terrified to even think of challenging him. He confidently drew his blade, meticulously searching for an easy target to publicly humiliate. He then adopted an aggressively offensive stance, eagerly anticipating a challenger, but for him, fate had a cruel twist waiting. Suddenly, the genuine hero confidently stepped right up to face his challenge. Our overly confident player immediately chalked him up as an easy target, then belatedly noticed that the hero's chosen weapon was a truly enormous, menacing scythe. This was a genuinely uncommon spectacle, as he typically only encountered players who had the word scythe in their nicknames, not actually brandishing the formidable tool itself. He then casually flicked his gaze towards the hero's moniker, and the very instant his eyes registered Black Scythe, sheer terror seized him. The fighter instantly drops his weapon, speculating whether he truly represents that famous elite warrior whose stats topped every leaderboard since the start. Those celestial spectators feel completely flabbergasted. Seeing the guy drop his bravado faster than a sinking stone, they pivot toward Priscilla, questioning if this trembling wreck is really the champion she selected. The girl frantically chews her thumb, baffled by her humans suddenly catatonic behavior. Yet prior to any possible reply, Olive starts howling. The lady yells back angrily, though Olive just highlights how amusing it is seeing that champion quiver before her own fighter. She inspects the warrior, admitting the giant scythe looks scary, but shouldn't turn a person into a statue. Priscilla asks if the guy is terrified, and Olive simply nods. Priscilla dismisses that, claiming her pick has dominated the local rankings for a long duration. However, Olive ruins her mood by mentioning that Black Scythe has ruled the entire world map since the beginning. Priscilla snorts, calling it fate, but Olive suggests checking the alias and deducing the truth. Those divine beings recognize the title, and Priscilla feels a chill, feeling her ego shatter. She gnaws her lip, fearing her warrior stands zero chance against Black Scythe. Precisely then and there, the winged crowd gasps as the rival gets his head chopped off before he can blink. Olive kicks Priscilla out of the match while she stands there in total shock. The rest of the gang shrinks back, finally seeing the massive level gap separating them from Black Scythe. A dark realization hits. Victory is impossible even if they all swarm him at once. Once Black Scythe steps forward, pure hysteria breaks out among the crowd. They start sucking up, saying what a pleasure it is to meet him, but he ignores them. They hide their gear, and scream that they quit, begging the angels for an exit. The winged overseers are furious, calling this gutless behavior a total embarrassment to the heavens. The divine entity warns he will pop the skull of anyone quitting without getting a respawn. Terror sweeps through the group, making the cowards quickly pull out their blades again. Some guy tries acting tough, yelling that they might win if they just attack together. Black Scythe looks on with total boredom, seeing they fear the sky bosses more than his blade. As they prepare to mob him, a tiny grin appears on his face, as he thinks of them as nothing but pathetic ants. The rival players, deeply offended, screamed back, insisting they were elite big shots from their own zones, and absolutely refusing to let their egos take a hit. They launched themselves at him, throwing every available ability and item into the fray. Black Scythe wielded his huge blade at blistering speeds. He made short work of the zone leaders, as he tore through their ranks like a hot knife through butter. The other competitors could only stare open-mouthed at the astonishing spectacle. Our champion zipped past the onlookers, effortlessly delivering decisive blows left and right. The angels watched the whole thing unfold with a mixture of shock and utter revulsion. The heavenly host whispered amongst themselves about the lightning-fast resolution, as a golden-hued angel declared Olive the winner and crowned her their new queen. Suddenly, the red-maned angel Priscilla verbally assaulted Olive, stubbornly accusing her of underhanded tactics and foul play. Olive simply shrugged and accepted the charge. The furious redhead attempted to turn the crowd against Olive, claiming this exact outcome was predictable. Our champion's angel countered immediately, stating that the competition was designed specifically for this, and everyone knew the stakes beforehand. The other angels quickly backed her up, putting the red-haired sore loser on the spot while Olive openly ridiculed her for acting like a toddler throwing a tantrum. Olive escalated the taunting, daring Priscilla to physically attack, which would reduce her to the level of a common mortal, adding a threat to report her actions to the big boss. This caused Priscilla to visibly flinch as traumatic memories of a past penalty in the disgusting bug dungeon resurfaced in her thoughts, leading to an immediate change in attitude and behavior. Olive handed down the punishment, ordering Priscilla to act as a tour guide for the humans. Priscilla attempted to negotiate the length of service, but our zone angel just piled on more criticism. The red-haired angel descended toward the ground, deeply lamenting the foolish wager she had agreed to. Concurrently, the system notified our hero that he had officially become the new zone representative. The surrounding crowd whispered nervously about Black Scythe's escalating strength, agreeing silently that challenging him further was a terrible idea. Priscilla proceeded to resurrect all the defeated players. These revived individuals blinked in confusion, trying to figure out exactly what catastrophe had just occurred. As hazy memories of their swift demise returned to them, the red-haired angel updated them on the current status, explaining that they were about to lose their representative abilities. She encouraged them not to despair, since the method for regaining their status was now clear. Once the bonus round wrapped up, the angel began outlining the objective for the core mission. Suddenly, blast windows materialized for every player, demanding a kill count of 300 orcs per person and revealing that the pass percentage had been drastically lowered, prompting widespread grumbling. Furious, Priscilla snapped at the crowd for their incessant griping, and threatened to reduce the requirements further, which successfully shut down all further complaints. The lady mentions that because the earlier stages were basically child's play, she cranked the settings to God tier, making several scrubs doubt if this challenge is truly that spooky. As that feathered lady just smirks and says stay tuned, a random side character inquires regarding that secondary mission and prize, whereby Priscilla notes that while the secret objective is finally out, the loot stays under wraps for now. Min glares at the flying bird woman, annoyed that she treats data like classified secrets, then remembers that this stage offers the balance rune, a piece of gear that is seriously broken, a shiny trinket that exactly one lucky soul per area gets. Sure, some other folks might potentially snag one, yet pulling that off is harder than finding logic in a sitcom, because winning the side mission is just the first annoying hurdle. That winged troll tells everyone they must hoard every single balance rock, but clarifies that only a single winner actually walks away with the grand prize at the end. Essentially, if just one loser fails to grab all 4 pebbles, everybody leaves the party completely empty. Candid, Priscilla flashes a devious grin, pointing out that mugging your neighbors for their shiny rocks is a totally valid strategy. The crowd keeps bugging her with annoying queries, so she explains that petty theft is the only option for those specific rocks, nothing more. Additionally, she mentions that their stash of free respawns is officially bone dry for this particular level. After those words, Priscilla yells for them to try hard before flying away, leaving a giant digital clock floating over everyone. Our main guide is still salty about those annoying sky beings, yet he starts butchering green monsters to break the local high score, following which he intends to help Jury stack some bodies, then jumps off the stage and shoves his way through the masses, nearly causing the surrounding dudes to have a collective meltdown. The gamers breathe a sigh of relief when he moves past without murder, debating if they should stalk him like creepy fans. A few folks pause, but the rest claim Min is playing Ford chess, so his chaotic vibes must actually be part of a plan. Most are scared of being spotted, whereas a side character advises staying far back. while an old area leader gets hyped and says they can lead or suck on his fumes as he exits the zone. In the meantime, the other losers wonder if following a maniac is smart, yet they still ignore their gut feelings and chase the scythe guy regardless, finally believing that this top-tier player isn't just winging it for the last. Shortly after, the protagonist arrives at a tiny hamlet of dead men hidden away inside the dark forest, and the squad of followers stalking him seem amazed by this dusty, broken down rural dump as they witness Black Scythe engage the initial monster and delete it from existence. As if it were a mere appetizer, that massive porky beast drops down like a heavy bag of flour, while he marches toward the middle of the town where those monsters appear to be prepping a huge summer cookout, and as soon as they glimpse him, each green brute loses their mind and unsheathes their sharp pokey sticks. The terrain began to rumble mightily, signaled by 3 gargantuan beasts charging directly toward our unsuspecting champion. Yet, he held his stance like a statue, fearlessly lopping off the first Finn's head as if collecting bonus points on his Grim Reaper's favorite gardening tool. Subsequently, the remaining pair attempted to flatten him into a crispy wafer snack, but Min swung his mighty scythe with such vigor it cleared every single structure in the hamlet, until absolutely 0 green-skinned troublemakers remained standing. Observing this swift demolition, the other adventurers decided that these particular orcs weren't quite the monumental threat they first imagined, even though the local homeless sage muttered that the guy with the black scythe was hardly some run-off, pathetic newbie like the rest of them. He then advised that they probably ought to locate a different settlement and faithfully follow the mysterious hero's previous path. Unsurprisingly, that collection of good-for-nothings was already plotting to utilize their close quarters combat specialists at expendable cannon fodder, while they themselves planned to hang back safely and snatch credit for the final, rewarding blows for their own amusement. Regardless of their plotting, they soon stumbled upon an even larger settlement this time, complete with a very official-looking watchman posted high up. The orc perched on that high turret wasted absolutely no time in blasting a deafening warning signal from his massive war horn, which reverberated intensely across the vast expanse of the community. That startling announcement instantly threw the entire band of heroes into utter disarray, and their rising panic intensified tenfold when a massive swarm of hulking brutes spilled out of the dwellings like an angry, buzzing hive of angry insects. It took mere moments for the dozen or so players to become completely encircled by the massive adversaries. That's when everyone finally grasped that the village size wasn't just for visual appeal. The terrified mage nervously mumbled about what their next move should possibly be, and the swordsman promptly informed him that the required action was painfully clear. They absolutely had to engage if they wished to keep their current bodily integrity. As the orc horde roared and rushed forward for the initial engagement, the group charged ahead full speed, mistakenly believing they were only battling slightly larger than average green sprites. And when one particular buffoon managed to deflect the orc's enormous, crude weapon, his overinflated self-assurance immediately skyrocketed as he became ridiculously pumped up, concluding that these green foes were actually quite inept at the art of fighting. A total breeze. He drove his shining blade deep into the monster's midsection, while sporting a ridiculously smug, self-satisfied expression, but that happy look dissolved rapidly when he discovered his weapon was utterly jammed, much like his sibling stuck inside a running tumble dryer. The enraged orc promptly retaliated with a brutally effective, sweeping blow across his face using its mighty club, sending him into an instant, long-term unconsciousness, and following that swift outcome, the remaining members of the adventuring squad were systematically eliminated one by one, with no interruptions. Only this instance, sadly for them, there was absolutely no magical second chance button waiting to rescue their sorry hides. Meanwhile, Min felt rather pleased, recognizing that those bothersome little gnats who thought they were clever, stealthy assassins had finally lost his traceable location. He figured they were probably safe enough anyway since there were, 20 of those clueless novices running around together. A sobering thought hits him. Even those impressive numbers would be completely annihilated if they dared to challenge the colossal villages where over 200 orcs reside. As if that wasn't enough trouble, orcs are absolutely loaded with thick, defined muscle tissue that grips onto weapons, making it nearly impossible to extract them once they re-embedded. This is exactly why other players are advised to aim for the neck, as it represents the thinnest part of the orc's anatomy. None of this applies to our protagonist, of course, who simply saunters up to an orc like he's going for a cup of coffee, and knocks it out cold with a pristine one-hit strike using the blunt side of his scythe. After that little demonstration, Min pulls up the system window to verify that he has indeed collected 300 orcs in 1 hour, making him number 1 across all regions. With the top spot secured, he decides it's time to see how Jury is doing, activating his tracking skill to pinpoint her exact coordinates. Elsewhere in the world, bandana guy turns to his boss, checking in on his well-being. The somewhat smarter members of the group are slowly beginning to grasp that orcs are a bit more complex than simple bipedal pigs. Their leader, Joyong, requests a status report from bandana guy, who informs him that the team has only managed to eliminate 50 orcs thus far. Yongo quickly calculates the numbers, realizing their progress is far too sluggish for a 5-person group to meet the qualification requirements. One of his party members reminds him that this isn't just about disqualification. It's essentially a total failure or game over. The boss lets out a frustrated sigh, informing his team they have absolutely no choice but to start a fight with a larger orc village. This news understandably makes his men incredibly nervous, considering they almost didn't make it through a fight against only 3 orcs. The tank suggests they should play it safe and continue grinding in the smaller, less populated villages. But Jumbo counters that their current progression speed is equivalent to a snail wearing concrete shoe. He argues that even if it means putting their lives on the line, it is a necessary gamble they must embrace. Referencing a quote from Lionheart, he reminds his team that there is zero benefit in hanging around on a ship that is already sinking. The group proceeds cautiously through the eerie, shadow-filled forest until a member points out a settlement he strongly suspects he has encountered previously. He quickly warns the leader about an orc scout posted near the entryway, prompting Yongho to propose they circle around the perimeter to stay out of sight. The gang manages to sneak past the unsuspecting orcs with the kind of ease you only see when playing a stealth game on the absolute lowest difficulty setting. They soon discover a section of the defensive fence where there's a convenient, unmissable gap. One of the less important party members peers through the opening for a quick assessment. He reports back that the coast appears clear, with no guards currently visible in the immediate area. Taking that as their signal, they start squeezing through the small gap individually, one person after another. They spread out silently to assess the enemy configuration. The scout estimates approximately 5 orcs are crammed into each hut, a significantly higher number than their leader anticipated. The blonde-haired member suggests ambushing each hut separately, rather than attempting to charge in blindly all at once. Yongho approves this plan of attack, and the team quickly forms up outside one of the orc dwellings. They try to hype each other up, acting like they were about to raid a warehouse in a tea drum, while simultaneously trembling from head to toe due to pure fear. They carefully push aside the hanging curtains, and finally find themselves facing a very large, imposing wooden door. Just as the head honcho waves, our crew smashes through, immediately reconsidering every poor life choice. Seeing twice as many green dudes just chilling there like they own the dumb, looking quite uninterested. Noticing the intruder, a beefy monster yells something primal and suddenly every single beast is ready to rumble. One of Yonghu's henchmen looks at his captain, and begs for instructions before everyone turns into green, stained floor grease, and the chief suggests that they should at least delete one enemy before they all perish. Then he rushes the leftmost brute while the heavy hitter blocks a swing so the blade expert can give its calf a quick trim. Let the headscarf guy deliver the final, demonstrating coordination that would make pro gamers weep. As the beast hits the deck harder than a bag of heavy rocks, triggers the remaining monsters into a total rage, causing them to lunge directly at the little group, screaming loud enough to suggest that everyone is becoming breakfast meat within the next few heartbeats. A massive ogre delivers a nasty blow right onto the bandana wearer's collarbone, forcing him down to the dirt in agony and leaving his throat wide open for trouble. However, Yongu takes command, and won't tolerate that garbage, shoving his sharp blade deep into the monster's wide, dark and muscular throat, which sends that monster crashing down that very second, while the surrounding monsters start huffing with pure, unadulterated anger. Our squad huddles tightly, shielding every member's rear. Yongu glares at that octet of surviving green tights, and questions their chances just as the front laner loses his nerve, and screams for everyone to haul ass out of there. Without wasting a second, the whole squad bolts for the exit with the green horde hot on their heels. Shortly after their escape town, they realize they are totally boxed in, leading the hurt heads our fellow to assume their clocks have finally stopped ticking. Yet Yongu charges his power, and commands his cowardly pals to grow a backbone already. Whereas the quitters in the back have already started writing their final wills. The captain notes the beasts hadn't killed them yet, and highlights the arrogant smirks and sheer vanity leaking from those hideous, green faces across the room. Yongu mentions that they are getting mocked for being such cowards, and wonders if they have any self-respect left in their souls. Standing before a titan twice his stature, he tells his boys to fight directly and perish in a manner that looks somewhat respectable for once. This instantly injects a jolt of high-octane motivation into his entire crew. Meanwhile the gross orcs begin howling with laughter like they are observing baboons in a tiny metal box. Nevertheless, Yongu instructs his band of merry fighters to stab the target he indicates immediately upon his command. But precisely at the moment they prepare for impact, Every single one of those grotesque orcs bolts away as if they just saw a clown convention disperse. Their collective focus abruptly darts toward a distant source of flickering flames, and the lads ponder what terrifying spectacle could possibly make even orcs flee like frightened little field mice. Seizing this unbelievable moment, Yahello orders them to maintain composure because they finally have a decent chance now that only a meager 8 of the beasts remain. Following a grueling stretch of several utterly savage minutes, the determined fellows successfully manage to subdue the very final monster, and they offer profuse gratitude to their commander for supplying inspiration right when they were on the verge of surrender. Maintaining his trademark nonchalance, Yahello humbly claims he achieved absolutely nothing without the aid of his trusted comrades. Then he rushes to check on his wounded fellow who honestly resembles a sleep-deprived marathon runner. Yahello promptly resumes his leadership duties, directing the exhausted platoon to hide their battered teammate somewhere secure while he scouts the immediate vicinity ahead. With that instruction delivered, he commences advancing toward the structure that had been aggressively engulfed in fire moments prior. As he turns the bend, a prickle of unease arises from the sudden, complete silence, and the shocking absence of any rampaging monsters. The determined individual moves through the desolate settlement, scanning the area when an object or presence materializes that totally, piled haphazardly across the dusty earth lie horribly mangled orc carcasses emitting an odd, distinct type of energy. While carefully traversing this bizarre tableau, he mentally questions who could possibly be responsible for this unbelievable carnage just as his gaze fixes upon a figure draped entirely in midnight black. It doesn't take more than a fleeting second for him to recognize the infamous Black Scythe, who seems marginally surprised that another soul still haunts this forsaken place. But the genuine shockwave hits him full force when he reads the player identification tag, and identifies the figure as none other than Yahello, more famously recognized throughout the realm as the legendary king of mercenaries. It is then explained that the mercenary designation is a close quarters specialization, permitting the bearer to swing a variety of hefty weaponry. However, their true tactical advantage materializes through establishing formal pacts with supporting allies or, preferably, with the mercenary king himself. Being the sole individual possessing this rare class at the time, Yahello thus wields a singular, potent ability that ensures mutual prosperity, as both contracting parties receive enhanced bonus payouts, effectively creating a mutually beneficial arrangement that simply cannot be beat. Minkin struggles to process the sheer serendipity of encountering this powerhouse by sheer luck. Beginning to approach with the hesitant gait of an overly cautious fawn, he quickly catches himself, curiously attempting to formulate a diplomatic opening for speaking to the top-rated player, while our protagonist unintentionally fires an intense, challenging stare his way, all the while internally conceding that the man genuinely embodies the very essence of his class, projecting an undeniable, inherent aura of command. Yahello inquired if this individual was responsible for annihilating the entire population of greenskins, and the stranger confirmed his involvement. The leader started profusely sweating, and made a hasty bow, expressing gratitude for rescuing his team from impending doom, although our hero confessed he hadn't noticed their existence. Nonetheless, Yahello once more expressed his appreciation for the assistance, and men advised him to evacuate his troops immediately before additional greenskins appear. The mercenary king began to perspire, inquiring how the stranger had learned of his companion's existence. Min offered a relaxed look backward at the comical group that had chased after their generous leader due to genuine worry. Our protagonist silently analyzed the hired help with whom Yahello likely had written agreements, and found it noteworthy that the mercenary king secured such devoted partners at this preliminary stage of the playthrough. While everyone gawked at the highest-ranking player, Shield Guy, and his colleagues started panicking about what the Black Scythe might be doing in this remote location. He responded that he was gathering the stability crystals, fully aware that the zone boss would emerge after the settlement's destruction. Our hero ordered them to depart immediately, and the collection of loyal supporters promptly followed his directions with glee. Exactly when they pivoted to depart, Shield Guy mentioned hearing an unusual sound. Seconds later, the sound intensified, becoming audible to all, and our protagonist yelled for them to flee immediately as the mid-level monster approached. Yahello failed to grasp the caution over the deafening resonance. Yet every sound ceased as a gigantic orc radiating a frightful energy started striding directly toward their position. The hired soldiers became paralyzed with dread as they observed the mid-boss accelerating toward them, moving exceptionally quickly for its immense stature. Whereas men felt only elation, contemplating the acquisition of the initial stability crystal. As the entity rapidly approached, Yahello's chin nearly collided with the earth, and he screamed at his subordinates to flee, as his own limbs remained uncooperative, gaining ground incrementally with each passing moment. The boss brought its heavy tool down exactly where Yahello had been moments prior, when the particulate matter dissipated. It appeared he just managed to evade destruction in the final second, despite being absolutely terrified beyond belief. Our protagonist intervened to rescue him, unceremoniously throwing him clear of the danger. He questioned Yongbo about the reason for his sudden paralysis, then instructed the others to back away significantly, if they valued their lives. The oversized warrior orc stepped forward, eyeing the defeated opponent like a dinner appetizer, and let out a truly obnoxious laugh. Min, thoroughly annoyed by the sound, charged straight at the repulsive monstrosity. He intended to silence the noisy brute by slamming his scythe straight into the center of its giant, vulnerable foot. The beast roared in agony, then attempted to crush Min into a pancake with its massive foot, a rather predictable counter tactic. Min effortlessly dodged the attack, leaping backward while simultaneously gathering his magical aura. He executed a flawless mid-air somersault and prepared his follow-up attack. He mentally called out the administrator for designing a boss with massive damage output, yet zero utility against anyone who actually moved, and used the dodge key. The grumpy warrior pig let out a final, frustrated grunt. Blackscythe grew tired of the constant noise and dove forward, his weapon prepared for a truly lethal strike. Following the delivery of his devastating skill, he repositioned behind the creature, relentlessly focusing fast, sharp attacks on the thick-hided neck. Our hero was mildly astonished that the chunky piggy's neck had somehow absorbed 2 full force blows without snapping immediately. However, that fleeting thought vanished instantly, as he quickly charged forward once more, wrapping his scythe tightly around the creature's neck. Blackscythe propelled himself off the monster's shoulder, using the momentum to cleanly decapitate the big, dumb animal. He stood triumphantly on top of the carcass of his defeated foe. The system immediately showered him with a generous amount of shiny gold and fresh experience points. Yonho's crew watched in utter disbelief, shocked that Min had managed to solo the massive creature. Meanwhile, Min ignored the group's astonishment, instead staring intently at his reward window, which was brimming with valuable drops. Among the spoils was a legendary sword component boasting higher damage stats than his current netherite scythe. He also received an orc's heart, perfect for crafting a unique item, and the essential balance stone. The rest of the men scrambled over like children greeting their father, thanking him profusely for rescuing them from certain doom yet again. Min remained aloof, and calmly informed them that this exact scenario was why he had suggested they just leave in the first place. This response caused the men to swoon and practically prostrate themselves in admiration. Min accepted a few final congratulations from Yongho's group, then departed immediately. The remaining party prepared to restart their hunt, but suddenly, the man wearing the bandana dramatically dropped to his knees, clutching his chest in pain. He whispered that he could see his grandma's spirit waiting for him. Yongho was furious that the guy hadn't mentioned this crucial detail earlier. He frantically yelled at him to hold on, using the power of friendship and main character plot armor until the death timer expired. The frantic fellow in the bandana declared they'd all meet their maker if the slaying ceased, pleading with the others to abandon his fate. However, the stoic leader flat out refused, offering a consolation prize of letting him land the final blow on orcs, just like scoring easy gold from lane minions. With impending doom practically breathing down the heavily wounded player's neck, he gasped that his internal batteries were dead before dramatically collapsing, plunging the entire squad into sheer pandemonium. It was at that precise moment Min Swivel, utterly flabbergasted that the mighty mercenary Kane was shedding tears, or at least looking incredibly distressed, over a single individual. Min then figured they were simply chummy, perhaps even soulmates, or something equally sentimental. However, because this whole dramatic spectacle felt a touch too familiar, uncomfortably echoing memories of his own complicated history with one, he boldly stepped forward, proposing to examine the situation himself. The guy's questioned, with palpable doubt, if he truly could assist, but Blackscythe, after a rather nonchalant glance at the grievously mangled limb, declared with unnerving confidence that he could mend it, provided it hadn't completely detached itself. He then proceeded to somehow conjure forth healing magic, which was utterly baffling considering his class was, by all accounts, fundamentally opposed to such benevolent practices. This unexpected feat utterly flabbergasted both Yongho and the entirety of his bewildered crew, leaving them speechless. Noticing their utterly blank expressions, he casually informed them it was merely a run-off, the ill skill readily available for purchase at any general store, like a cheap potion. Subsequently, another fellow chimed in, confessing he never imagined that seemingly overpriced 20 gold skill he'd once dismissed would manifest with such astonishing potency. However, Min was, shall we say, significantly omitting certain crucial details, as the skill itself was barely more effective than a rudimentary band-aid and a quick prayer. However, his own special rendition eventually became ludicrously overpowered, thanks to his ridiculously inflated egg of 123 and, naturally, a dash of assistance from the legendary Radiance rune. He sternly instructed Bandana Boy to refrain from improper arm usage again, advising him to allow the limb a much needed, deserved period of rest. The grateful fellow shot to his feet, gushing an overly dramatic torrent of thanks for the miraculous, life-saving intervention. Soon after, the remainder of Yeonho's impressed squad eagerly joined the chorus of appreciation, all keen to demonstrate their boundless gratitude for his heroic deed. The mercenary king, not to be outdone, bestowed upon him a weighty, gleaming golden stone. Then, almost immediately, one of his other enthusiastic party members eagerly put forward a vibrant crimson gem. This promptly triggered a bizarre gifting frenzy, with every single person attempting to outshine their comrades with increasingly elaborate tokens of appreciation. Our somewhat ungracious hero tried his utmost to politely decline, informing them with a straight face that he had absolutely no use for their utterly worthless trinkets. Yet, they practically groveled, imploring him to graciously accept their offerings as a humble, albeit insistent, mark of sincere appreciation. This left him rather inconveniently stranded right in the village square, reluctantly clutching an armful of presumably pungent, owned equipment. Nevertheless, he remained considerably more captivated by the genuine, underlying compensation he expected from this whole carrot. After all, he glanced at Yeonho and shrewdly recognized that he had successfully curried favor with a rather influential, potentially very rewarding, big fish, all accomplished merely by deploying a convenient skill he already possessed within his repertoire. His mission accomplished, he then nonchalantly bid farewell and sauntered away with an air of absolute authority, as the bewildered populace dutifully prostrated themselves before their newly anointed, unquestionable king. Back in the thick woods, Juri glanced at the countdown, starting to panic because 60 whole minutes had ticked by, and her kill count remained tragically 0. Our heroine began shedding tears of self-pity, mostly for having obsessed over Black Scythe Senpai so hard that she ended up completely lost in the process. This was especially embarrassing, because she had actually located him without any trouble during the bonus event with the representatives, right before the competition officially started. But she was absolutely mesmerized watching him turn all the other participants into little pieces, chopping them up like they were just a bunch of carrots. Once he finished his business, and she found the perfect opportunity to approach him privately, her knees buckled from the overwhelming strength of his impressive charm, so she closed her eyes tightly, promising herself she would try talking to him once he wasn't quite so intimidating. Yet, the instant she blinked them back open, her senpai had vanished without a trace, and it instantly dawned on her that she had lost sight of him completely, just like the spacey idiot she always proves to be. Juri remembered Men's old warning from Earth that defeating 300 orcs was no easy task because those beasts typically travel in massive groups, and for that exact reason, she shouldn't attempt to fight them alone, but rather hold off until she located Black Scythe after the servers had finished synchronizing. He also forced her to vow that she would wait a minimum of 60 minutes before attempting to contact her crush during the actual match. Now, because of that very advice, she found herself stranded and lonely deep in the woods, knowing that Black Scythe wouldn't be returning to the spawn point, and realizing that waiting around was completely useless. So, our little heroine got to her feet, having made a firm decision, and started moving forward. She was absolutely determined to track him down, come hell or high water. Juri proceeded further into the blood-red woods, remaining extremely cautious as she followed the trail she thought her senpai had taken. She eventually stumbled upon a small village located in an open area. She figured that if this happened to be an orc stronghold, Black Scythe would likely be operating close by. However, she immediately discarded that thought, calculating that she'd be utterly destroyed if the orcs inside decided to enact a brutal goblin slayer scenario on her. With absolutely no warning, a hideous green creature suddenly appeared directly behind her. The instant she realized what was there, they both started shrieking hysterically in mutual bewilderment, but our heroine wasn't a total coward, so she instantly cast Bless on herself, and quietly thanked Senpai for the orc being completely isolated, as she already understood its vulnerability, even though she knew the neck was the single spot thin enough to actually slash. Juri was concerned about her notoriously poor accuracy, therefore, her clumsy attack might accidentally hit another competitor if anyone else happened to be in the vicinity. Understanding that missing would mean getting her weapon stuck in the orc's muscles, and an immediate game over, she gathered every ounce of power for a perfect, singular blow, which, predictably, resulted in her aim completely failing as the creature skillfully evaded the attack. However, Juri still managed to make a quick escape because she hadn't driven her blade too far into the ground. She continued to expertly dodge the enraged orc's chaotic-like swings until she finally spotted an opening, and charged straight into action without a moment's hesitation to deliver the final strike. The sharp, deep cut across the orc's throat made the monster bellow in absolute agony, which only served to pump up Juri's confidence even further. so she drove her sword forward at blinding speed, turning the orc's neck into a slab of perforated Swiss cheese. The massive, intimidating orc crashed face first at her feet while she stood there, still trying to fully grasp how she actually managed to pull off such an impressive feat. Right after that, a mysteriously familiar robed figure materialized out of thin air nearby. As she watched him stride purposefully toward her, she seriously began to wonder if her brain was high on adrenaline and hallucinating, or if the man she had been chasing this entire time actually appeared and was heading straight for her with intense swagger. That hopeful fantasy immediately shattered when he walked right past her as if she were nothing more than a passing whiff of air. Gathering every last scrap of courage she possessed, Juri called out to him. Black Scythe glanced back at her with a look that essentially said she had 10 seconds to explain herself before he left. Stumbling over her words in a panic, she blurted out an awkward challenge for him to fight her, which immediately made the guy wonder if her fight with a single orc had completely broken her sanity. She quickly corrected herself and instead asked if he would consider forming a team with her. He demanded she provide at least one good reason why he should even entertain that thought, so she practically shoved her unique skill in his face, explaining that her Bless ability was the strongest stat buff in the entire game. Min gave her a quick, bored glance at his in-game status window and confirmed her claim like a seasoned professional. She then asked if that was enough to convince him to form a party in exchange for regular buffs, while they went monster hunting together. Our hero flatly responded that he could just use his authority to dominate her and force her to cast Bless whenever he felt like it. Juri's mind instantly short-circuited in fear. She started sweating profusely until Min coolly added that all he actually wanted was her solemn promise not to betray him, and she nodded like a bobblehead, accepting the terms without hesitation. Black Scythe extended his hand as a sign of trust, and formally introduced himself. Juri introduced herself in return, proclaiming she was the level 13 buffer known as Democracy. He told her she didn't genuinely need his assistance, especially after witnessing how she took down that orc, but she innocently revealed that specific kill was pretty much her only successful action in the past 90 minutes, so he took pity on the clumsy woman and promised to help her reach her goal as quickly as he could. As they began walking toward the next village, he instructed her to remain within his line of sight at all times, stating that it was purely for her own safety. Spotting Min's concealed benevolence, the woman lauded the astute counsel provided. Just as a brutal horde of green-skinned fins materialized, appearing entirely unexpectedly. Its arrival caused shivers to race along the woman's vertebrae. Black Scythe nonchalantly commanded his female companion to safeguard his personal brew, while he fearlessly charged toward the three grotesquely overweight adversaries, promptly severing their lower limbs, as if preparing for a morbid cookout of green meat. Each monster was systematically dismembered. Then she received instruction to finish their torment. Afterward, she simply stood, gaze fixed blankly upon the formidable warrior. He briskly urged the lady onward. Therefore, Juri clutched her blade with deep uncertainty, directing it straight at the monstrous gullet. As accumulated combat proficiency began to manifest, she soon realized eradicating these brutes felt significantly simpler than her predictions, primarily due to Black Scythe's invaluable contribution. Man merely stared, informing the female adventurer to either expedite action or face abandonment as he departed, forcing her to chase closely behind. Subsequently, following a period of elapsed moments, Juri cheerfully relayed the defeat of 52 orcs in merely half an hour. Nevertheless, Min judged that pace excessively sluggish by his personal benchmarks, even though he reasoned vigilance was more intelligent, since Juri might sustain injury if they became ensnared during a hostile incursion. He theorized their prime opportunity rested with an Orcish spellcaster. Consequently, he proposed that instead of prolonging matters for 3 weary hours at their present velocity, they could genuinely complete the task within one. Juri appeared perplexed, questioning the male individual how such a rapid conclusion might even be achieved. He then detailed that merely locating an Orcish shaman, capable of continuously summoning green-skinned adversaries for relentless culling, was all they required. This strategy ensured no time would be wasted pursuing scattered remnants. Min then utterly astounded her by nonchalantly stating he'd easily manage the mystic and his minions concurrently, thereby assisting her progress. Immediately following, she pressed him about his mysterious source of information. He calmly divulged a prior encounter with such a being, adding that she remained perpetually secure when Daddy Black Scythe was nearby. That disclosure left her utterly flabbergasted, as she commenced believing he truly exhibited far more benevolence than her initial judgment suggested. As these events transpired, upon their eventual arrival at the site, the woman inquired regarding any mystic's presence secreted within that tiny settlement, prompting Min's retort such a precise arrangement proves fatal for many naive adventurers, as the spellcaster effectively entices targets with undeniable, deadly charm. Recollections overwhelm him regarding those brilliant Babylon mages who decided that cultivating small people is much more lucrative than vegetables. Yet he realizes he can exploit that massive ego for his benefit. As the pair wander past that silent rustic hamlet, the man mentions how the majority of dwellings remain entirely vacant. Plus there resides a single cracking mage lurking inside the massive structure using a fairly basic snare. The precise millisecond a brainless amateur meanders directly upon that blatant ambush location. That wizard conjures a literal mob of green methods to swarm them, making Juri panic about how she will avoid becoming a snack. At that moment, Min concludes it is the ideal opportunity to tease her, and act like a total prankster. Thus he invades her personal space, until she blushes hard, murmuring a spicy strategy to bamboozle the ugly monster. Overflowing with courage, because her dream guy spoke, she swears on her life that she will not mess this up. Furthermore, she startles the man by claiming she will manage the entire situation without any assistance. Consequently, the fellow sulks plus mentions he feels perfectly happy relaxing outdoors until the girl completes her chores. With that resolve, Democracy enters the spooky dwelling and gazes into the endless, gloom-filled corridor that seems to go on for several eternities. She creeps further into the darkness until she discovers a massive chamber featuring a very suspicious crimson robe. Plus her brain finally realizes that the edgy warrior already provided the briefing regarding this specific location. During his previous explanation, the man mentioned this rug chamber represents a monster spawn point. Consequently, she must tap the floor then retreat fast. This trick forces the boss to send out lackeys for them to slaughter, which seems like a cakewalk to her. She gallantly approaches within a hair's breadth of the rug. However, before Juri can even wiggle a toe, the magic man sparks some glitter and glares like he just smelled a fart. Regardless, she remains a fierce lady who does not waste a single heartbeat before running away like her hair is on fire, and thumping the wooden barrier closed directly against the mug of that weirdo, while her pulse is drumming a heavy metal solo against her ribs. She informs the gloomy warrior that she executed the maneuver exactly as he had instructed her earlier, and Min casually remarks that they just need to sit tight while the free experience points deliver themselves. In that instant, the heavy door begins to groan open with agonizing slowness. Plus a few green goons wander outside to see who was ringing their doorbell so rudely, merely to find themselves ambushed plus chucked into tiny pieces within one beautiful motion. The man glances toward Juri plus mentions the area is secure. Therefore, once she destroys that initial cluster of victims, the lady ponders whether the head monster possesses sufficient idiocy to succumb to that identical prank once more. Min claims the creature is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, and definitely possesses the intellect of a used napkin, yet all her initial hesitation completely dissolved the very instant she gazed upon his brilliant, captivating grin. After a relatively short amount of time pass, Juri finally reached the gruesome milestone of 300 vanquished orcs, and naturally, Black Scythe couldn't help but brag about how he finished the entire task in less than an hour. She continued to express her gratitude repeatedly, thanking him profusely for providing his assistance. Min, however, was clearly more interested in her level, which she mentioned was 19, so he casually informed her that just one more level would unlock a new rank. He was actually quite excited about the prospect of the new abilities she would acquire during the rank up, as they would make her much more beneficial to him, especially since he needed that extra leverage to secure the world record on the boss fight, which is exactly why he offered to help her reach level 20. While Juri remained entirely wrapped up in her fantasy that he was truly nothing more than a selfless, genuinely good guy, and stood there awkwardly, acting like a maiden in a romance novel who felt guilty about potentially cheating on her beloved. At the same time, a group of 5 obnoxious simpletons showed up, and started making a massive scene about how Daddy Black Scythe totally annihilated the orcs. Immediately, the first simpleton attempted to greet Min, but our hero quickly told him to stop stalling and just get straight to the point already. The guy quickly explained that he and his team had only come over to gather resources from farming some creatures, but deep down inside, he was losing his mind wondering how only 2 people managed to wipe out every single orc lying dead on the ground. Meanwhile, the other 2 started gossiping, questioning how some average woman ended up becoming partners with the #1 ranked player in the game, and immediately began fabricating all sorts of creepy, ridiculous theories about how she possibly managed to convince him to join her, just as the cheap-looking ninja guy started intensely staring at her as if she were an exceptionally attractive villainess. Our main character dramatically drove his scythe into the earth and ordered them to get lost immediately. Looking beyond enraged, he stated that men without a spouse and no real-life goals have no business being anywhere near him, because they apparently just drained his powerful aura, which really got under the skin of the headband-wearing guy. Juri began panicking intensely, worrying about the catastrophic consequences if Level players like them attempted to start a fight with Black Scythe, but Min refused to give them the slightest opportunity, delivering a swift strike that left a significant dent in the large forehead of the headband idiot. Min's short and sharp speech about justice came to an abrupt end when he noticed the blood beginning to drip down the guy's face, and the group of simpletons wasted absolutely no time in booking it and getting out of there as fast as possible, concluding that they would instead secretly observe the farming strategy from a secure location far away. However, Min already knew precisely what they were planning, and intended to turn them into human shish kebabs the second they attempted to steal the boss. As he resumed the important task of helping Juri successfully achieve level 20, the loser gang believed they had put enough space between themselves and started debating whether spying on Black Scythe was truly worth the risk to steal his farming technique. They crouched low in the foliage, mimicking a classic Assassin's Creed hiding spot as they prepared to wait, watching as two orc scouts charged directly out of the bushes and launched an attack on Min. Predictably, our hero scoffs, concluding that these weaklings aren't even worthy of seeing his sharpest tools. Instead, he chooses to show off his strength by bare-handedly smacking one unfortunate soul directly into the face of another. Having thoroughly tenderized them to a pulp, he holds back, allowing Juri to collect the crucial experience points for finishing blows. Hiding in the shrubbery, the self-proclaimed loser brigade stared wide, finally understanding the vast chasm separating them from this powerhouse player. Still, one confused rival scratched his head, pondering why the woman kept taking the last hits, while the main player stood back and let her do it. After much mental effort, their sparse brainpower finally sparked just enough understanding to confirm he was essentially giving her a significant boost, and the group completely lost their minds, speculating wildly about the pact she must have forged to receive such preferential treatment. Suddenly, one of the observers furrowed his brow, noticing that the numbers simply weren't adding up correctly. He observed that every time she emerged from the small building, she was invariably followed by more angry orcs. This defied all logic, as there was absolutely no physical space for that many large creatures to fit inside such a tiny structure. Frustration boiled over when one member identified a clear spawner hogging situation, but they quickly decided to be patient, knowing they were hopelessly outmatched against the strongest player. Elsewhere, Juri examined her character's statistics and proudly exclaimed that she had finally crossed the significant threshold of level 20. She discovered she had also acquired a completely unique new ability and received a substantial upgrade for her existing blessing skill. Min then requested that she demonstrate her enhanced power by applying the new blessing directly to him. His personal statistics experienced a sudden, dramatic spike, jumping by 60%, far exceeding the old bonus. She immediately followed up with her newly acquired ability, Sway, which increased both his running speed and attack rate by an identical percentage. The hero raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sheer power of the effects, suggesting they conclude this encounter by challenging the powerful orc shaman next. He then issued a command for her to stay completely clear of the action, insisting it would be the most helpful thing she could possibly do. He casually glanced toward the Gunner gang hidden nearby, who were already giving him their best dirty looks from behind the foliage. Juri remained standing there, wearing her signature cheerful and innocent expression, completely unbothered by the unfolding events. He inwardly mused that the look on their faces when they realized his next move would be absolutely legendary. Juri positioned herself just outside the hut entrance, patiently awaiting instructions for the upcoming phase. The Bush Squad observers also noted with surprise that the legendary Black Scythe had actually chosen to enter the small structure himself. The door violently flew open as he burst out in full sprint, immediately followed by an enormous, angry swarm of orcs close behind. The creatures were clearly out for revenge, while Min looked like he was about to pull off some truly magnificent and sneaky maneuver. Observing their supposed hero rapidly sprinting away from the horde, Juri started to panic slightly, wondering if something had gone drastically wrong with the carefully crafted strategy. In the bushes, one rival stared wide-eyed, completely stunned that the legendary Black Scythe was running in terror, while his partner dismissed it as a simple overreaction. Simultaneously, the staff held by the orc shaman began to throb, emanating a truly sinister energy. From its tip, it manifested 3 colossal arms that slammed into the ground, summoning more orcs wherever the appendages struck. Currently, the young woman just stands there buffering while her favorite main character gets swarmed by a mob of angry green dudes, and thinks for a second about tossing her original schedule into the trash to go play bodyguard for him. Regardless, that worry evaporates fast, since he starts acting like a garment chef with those monsters, keeping his gorgeous face perfectly calm while serving up a platter of fresh defeat. Right then, that grumpy magic using green guy decides to spawn a fresh dozen of his buddies to bloat the already annoying crowd. Yet even as Min ends up stuck in the center of a literal circle of death with creatures itching to bite him, he performs a majestic gravity-defying leap away from the danger, making those creepy observers drop their jaws. And right then, one guy whispers to his buddy to quit obsessing over the hero since their actual prize looks ready for the taking. All at once, their weirdo captain swivels with a disturbing smirk and announces they should go snatch the rewards before the window of opportunity slams shut. Instead, the crew feels quite shaky and mentions they might end up as monster snacks too, but the boss assumes the hero's too occupied with the trash mob. Upon hearing his logic, a timid guy suggests they can just claim they were assisting if a powerful warrior decides to get aggressive with them. Consequently, the group crawls quietly toward the edge of that smelly wooden shack, and she notices their suspicious wiggling through the shadows, questioning what sort of oily scheme these losers are trying to pull off. Fast as lightning, she realizes they intend to poach the magic boss, while Min is busy juggling 100 angry minions. A memory flashes back to her timidly expressing gratitude for his assistance, claiming she was merely a burden, but he assured her that he completed his primary objective and secured a legendary rock, meaning his schedule is wide open for helping people with their little problems. He then mentioned grabbing loot from a muscular fighter and figured he could stockpile more gear if he kept hunting down big targets. Thus she should not feel guilty about being a passenger since he is getting paid in shiny items for his troubles. This realization makes her blood boil when she spots those low-life looters attempting to hijack a kill that definitely belongs to her protector. The girl immediately launches herself forward to prevent that group from grabbing the magic user prior to their successful hit. Quite unexpectedly, the group of bandits gets swallowed by a massive cloud of pitch blacking, leaving everyone staring in confusion, while they fumble around like blind bats. A member of the squad forcibly mutes his companion to prevent any loud noises, since they are currently hovering directly behind a terrifying beast that just sensed their clumsy trespassing. That creature twirls around and begins emitting some truly disgusting throat sounds which indicate, very obviously, that their health bars are about to reach zero very quickly. Consequently, they bolt away with all the speed their untrained limbs can muster, but the boss slams the escape path shut. It encircles them with a ring of orcs, repeating the exact same trap it had used on the previous group of adventurers. The very second they realized they had made a grave mistake was now. An orc slices into the dark-haired fellow's shoulder, then grabs him by the hair and hoists him high. He's then slammed back down onto the ground like a disposable ragdoll. As he struggles to lift his head, he realizes an orc's foot is about to turn his skull into a pulpy mess. The orc's foot descends, bringing the end closer. The difference this time is that he's the fruit about to get squashed. Meanwhile, back at the main event, our hero finishes dispatching the final remaining orcs. He then observes the incredibly predictable outcome of his little test, finding out if those stalkers would try to steal the shaman kill he deliberately baited. He feels zero remorse, however, because these clowns would have died regardless, having wasted precious time hiding in the bushes and staring at him instead of finishing the actual objective. With that little diversion concluded, he strode directly toward the orc shaman. The shaman growled in defiance, ordering its remaining orcs to make threatening sounds and try to frighten him away. Our protagonist, however, dispatched them effortlessly, and realized he felt significantly faster than normal, attributing it to a buff received from Jiri's assistance. This speed boost was further enhanced by the rune of the Grim Reaper, which granted a 50 increase in attack speed after sunset. It also made him essentially invisible to enemies in the pitch black of night. A single, precise cut from his scythe was enough to separate the orc boss's head from its shoulders, ending the fight instantly. Once the shaman was successfully dealt with, he collected a massive amount of experience points, gold, and a whole heap of rare treasures. While reaching level 33 was satisfying, what truly excited Min was finding a mysterious, cracked necklace known as the Marble of Eternal Slumber. It granted him stat points for every 100 monsters he defeated, but it had a significant downside. It lost durability with each stack and would shatter after providing just 10 stat points. Min compared it to the absorption rune that Black Dragon once possessed. The most frustrating part was knowing it would simply break after reaching a measly 10 points, all thanks to the durability flaw. However, he already had a plan to exploit this. Acquire the durability rune in round E, visit a blacksmith for repairs, and if successful, create an infinite stat glitch for himself. Suddenly, Jerry called out his name, stumbling around in the dark to locate him, as Min essentially turned into an invisible phantom at night due to the rune's passive ability, making him both extremely powerful and hard to keep track of. He quickly remembered to do one final thing before turning off the spell that had engulfed those fools in complete darkness. He erased every single piece of evidence that they had ever been there. Thereafter he serenely finishes that fatal dust. Right at that moment, the spooky darkness evaporates like a ghost in a vacuum. Juri freezes and bats her eyes in sheer confusion, looking quite bewildered. She eventually notices our lead, and scurries across, rambling about her anxiety, though he simply dismisses her with a remark regarding some top priority chores. Upon listening, the girl wonders if he overlooked that gang of looting Morons who attempted to kidnap the Green Priest while he was occupied. He plays dumb, swearing he has no recollection of meeting such shady characters. That kind maiden appears totally perplexed, mainly because those agonizing shrieks are still vibrating inside her eardrums, but our lead decides she has no business witnessing whatever fleshy confetti the chieftain produced from their corpses. Following that, he informs her that the next big baddie is overdue for a scheduled beating. Time slips away, and the pair eventually stumbles upon a fresh settlement, in which Min initiates a total bloodbath, exterminating every common goon plus those snipers perched atop high platforms. He confronts that master marksman, delivering a demise that is truly savage. The creature essentially becomes monster confetti. His experience bar refuses to move during this specific attempt, yet he snags 3 stability rocks plus a sack of fancy exotic treasures as a bonus. Rummaging through digital storage, he immediately inspects those nimble bowman kicks that make him run like a cheetah on an energy drink. Such footwear appears light years superior to those miserable rookie slippers currently attached to his feet. Afterwards, our protagonist fuses those items with an emerald power crystal, launching his quickness attributes toward the stratosphere. Following the moment he concludes thrashing every secondary village chieftain, our main man finally stands prepared to scrap with that ultimate foe, a nasty creature titled the High Or, whose primary challenge involves a tight schedule requiring an absolute speedrun approach, utilizing those rapid travel gadgets. He remembers a personal record spanning various incarnations totaling exactly 43 seconds, yet with a competent helper like Jiri to boost his stats, he is positive he will crush the existing record and become a legend. But first, he must beef up his numbers, and keep wrecking mobs to fully charge his shiny power-up necklace. While the clock bleeds out, a mere 30 minutes are left before the session terminates, and the man enjoys a quick breather after making the final orc town look like a graveyard. The lad fails to reach rank 40, yet he continues anyway since his remaining schedule permits 0 additional farming. He feels quite content receiving 9 bonus points, despite that charm now possessing merely a single point of structural health left out of 1,000. Spinning on his heel, Dre suddenly inquires why our hero stopped murdering those local green-skinned inhabitants. He then explains his preparations for that final encounter are complete, suggesting their paths should now diverge while mentioning she performed a surprisingly decent task trailing him throughout this journey. As she reached out to shake his hand, a little wave of sadness washed over her, and she briefly considered the selfish thought of asking to tag along with him. Until the final boss, she quickly decided against it, realizing she would likely just meet a swift, agonizing end. Meanwhile, he thought her sudden attachment was slightly strange, but he truly understood the high orc encounter was far too lethal to let her tag along. As a final goodbye present, she applied one more temporary enhancement to his stats. A swirling green glow enveloped him, and he expressed his gratitude for her support during the hunt, acknowledging that she had been utterly hopeless when they first met. Then, she brought up her inventory menu, and mentioned that what she was about to give him wasn't particularly valuable. She explained that she had obtained a shimmering blue crystal during the orc hunt and wanted him to hang onto it for a potential future emergency. Upon hearing this, he told her to keep it, but she adamantly refused, claiming the experience points gained were sufficient, all while secretly realizing she could only spare one, because she was saving the second one for Min. Since she obviously hadn't connected the dots that he was Min, he correctly surmised she felt genuinely indebted to him for his help. He graciously accepted the item, explaining that she had also provided assistance to him, making them completely even. Following the exchange, he turned and continued his journey, wearing a small, slightly mischievous smile. As he proceeded toward the boss fight area, he activated his tracking ability to find the high or, observing that it remained undefeated, as its strong presence was still clearly evident in the surrounding area, although, to be fair, absolutely no one in his previous timelines had ever succeeded in slaying it either. The High Orc was one of the 4 main bosses for round 5, but its absurd strength made the other 3 feel like glorified minor enemies in comparison. To defeat this monster under normal circumstances, 100 level 20 players were needed in a tightly organized raid, and defeating it solo was considered completely impossible. For instance, even Min failed his first 4 solo attempts against it, but after numerous tries, he grew strong enough to finish the entire fight in a mere 43 seconds. Leaping from one tree branch to another like a highly agile forest ninja, he propelled himself toward the boss as quickly as humanly possible, absolutely prepared to establish another unbeatable record for the kill time. With just under 100 meters remaining, he finally caught sight of the enormous creature. its massive body looming ominously behind the dense foliage ahead. However, his eyes widened considerably when he heard the agonizing shriek of a blonde player being flattened between the boss's enormous fists. The high orc had a truly sadistic expression on its face as it held up the crumpled remains of the unfortunate player, and the remaining members of the party started freaking out completely, puzzled about how the situation had devolved to this point. Rewinding a bit, this exact collection of players had recently begun asking around for new members to join their group. The man wielding the sword introduced himself as Junsuit, claiming to be a level 12 warrior with solid credentials. Next, a blonde individual stepped forward to declare that he was Brai, known as the Archer. The person in the hood then uttered a name so strange that it sounded like they had planted onto the keyboard during registration. Although they had all joined for different personal reasons, they somehow managed to click and form a bond much better than anyone had predicted. The guy with the blonde hair ordered the warrior to start provoking the orcs. Without hesitation, he immediately leaped into action, while the spear-wielding girl efficiently eliminated another monster in the background, fueled by the awesome power of bromance. Their slaying marathon stretched for 6 grueling hours. Every single member of the group managed to achieve a kill count of 300 orcs. Even though Junsuk still felt bad about their decision to split up, he offered to keep hunting, and the squad eagerly dove back into the grind to push for level 20. They managed to unlock a brand new skill after that, which made defeating orcs as simple as stealing candy from a small child. The hooded guy suggested that they should try to find a much larger challenge next, but before they could finalize the plan, the warrior suddenly pointed at something far away, and the blonde guy spotted a truly towering monster. One of them suggested it vaguely resembled an orc, while the warrior speculated it might actually be a boss. The spear girl questioned if they possessed enough bravery to confront it, and another player agreed, convinced the loot would be worth the risk. He proposed dividing the spoils equally, and the others instantly nodded in agreement without any hesitation as they proceeded directly toward the monstrous creature. Without warning, the creature with 2 heads emitted a deafening roar that completely froze everyone solid in their tracks. It charged toward the group, then launched itself into the air, while the rest of the party remained absolutely frozen like statues. The monster crashed down with a massive thud that created shock waves in every direction, yet the spear girl somehow managed to barely dodge it. The high orc didn't bother to waste any time as it swung its monstrous claw arm, and quickly turned the spear girl into nothing more than ancient history. The creature turned its head, and spotted the other girl, who had tripped and fallen from simply sensing the monster nearby. The enormous high orc slammed its giant hand down like a hammer, completely flattening her into a pancake, and that was precisely the moment when the blonde guy finally figured out this monster was never actually the intended prey. The high orc then grabbed hold of the archer, and squeezed tightly, effectively crushing the life right out of the poor guy, while the warrior, frozen in a state of terror, could only stand there and watch. The hooded guy foolishly attempted to act like a hero, but the high orc effortlessly picked him up using its tail. Thereafter he pummels that fellow deep inside the soil, resembling a limp toy while providing passage toward eternity. Junsuk begins perspiring profusely while screaming mentally concerning his mortality, begging the beast to vacate the premises. The protagonist is quivering violently because the sheer presence of his foe is utterly terrifying. However, the giant emerald brute lacks any compassion and lifts his massive limb for some skull crushing. Suddenly, the Reaper cosplayer shows up, soaring directly above the dungeon chieftain before plummeting downwards while gripping his oversized blade for combat. He performs some unsolicited neck surgery, removing a head with surgical precision, causing the remaining noggin to throw a very loud and angry temper tantrum. Yet our main man banishes that second dome to the void where it belongs. The chunky mountain of muscle collapses, leaving our bewildered warrior to contemplate the nature of reality. The survivor gawks toward his savior with total confusion while the protagonist hits the floor with style while radiating enough final boss vibes to scare a gamer. The shadowy Reaper feels rather dissatisfied since he anticipated the green giant would survive multiple strikes, and at that precise moment, a digital notification confirms the protagonist achieved the 40th rank, and obtained various fresh gameplay mechanics. Both lethality and effective reach for that funeral mark technique receive a massive upgrade. Furthermore, our friend obtains several incredibly unfair talents that would surely result in a permanent ban. He eventually unlocks the lunar demolition technique he has been desiring for a long time, which essentially functions as the solitary legitimate defensive maneuver provided by that peculiar job description. Relying on a solitary attack is risky, as failing leads to ruin, but this explosion hits everything nearby to compensate. The spell combines mystical energy with physical force, allowing our hero to bully any resistant adversary. The protagonist predicts this maneuver will be extremely helpful when facing those sweaty, overpowered monsters lurking ahead, and he continues reviewing the additional shiny rewards granted by the system. Simultaneously, the secondary objective concludes, granting him the legendary Gem of Equilibrium. The prize he sought for ages is finally acquired, so he absorbs the relic and realizes he must maintain every single attribute on an even playing field, which explains why he never skipped any category during training. After finishing his inventory management chores, he checks his refreshed power levels, and nearly faints, observing that every value exceeds 300. The fellow is gobsmacked seeing how his numeric values have surpassed even the most elevated herbal enthusiasts, despite having some temporary buffs active. Our protagonist understands the Equilibrium Stone provides the most efficient path toward divinity. Without further ado, he proceeded to collect his time attack prize, having vanquished the round 5 boss faster than a blink, ensuring the bonus also bestowed itself upon the defeated foe. Consequently, a magnificent haul of 100 gold coins filled his coffers, representing the absolute maximum payout, truly quadrupling the sum he acquired from his previous 43, second best. At that precise moment, the system alerted him to a newly established planetary record, as an exceptional perk for inscribing his moniker into the universe's ultimate database, the Akashic Record. He gained the power to personally select a singular, peerless artifact, a digital announcement that left our protagonist absolutely bewildered, as such an offering was entirely unprecedented. He sincerely struggled to fathom how this wondrous voucher would genuinely permit him to hand-pick any extraordinary article he desired. Then, he accessed his virtual satchel. Our hero quickly pressed the glowing prize. This feature allowed him to select from 8 distinct equipment types, acknowledging his choices were virtually limitless. Wisely, he decided against acquiring a weapon, considering he intended to meticulously craft his own bespoke version upon returning. Consequently, he opted for a rather dashing new headpiece instead. All the while, the individual he had rescued remained frozen, utterly mesmerized as our hero nonchalantly navigated his gaming interface. His brain refused to accept that a solitary figure had entered, and utterly destroyed the massive creature with one perfect strike. The stunning truth dawned that even a formidable quintet of level 20 combatants would have been utterly helpless against that formidable adversary. He began pondering the true depths of Black Scythe's might, yet quickly admonished himself, concluding this was hardly the moment for deep contemplation, and instead, he must express gratitude to his rescuer. However, before a syllable could be uttered, our protagonist merely offered a chilling gaze and wordlessly ambled off in the opposite direction. Some time subsequently at the assembly zone, the celestial emissary gracefully arrived, posing the ethereal inquiry of whether all individuals had completed their assigned tasks, and she appeared rather intrigued to witness the extent of the widespread player decimation inflicted during this particular segment of gameplay. A knowing giggle escaped her, as she fully grasped the fact that players were far too formidable for mere goblins to subdue, making it unequivocally clear that many were simply engrossed in battling their fellow competitors. Following this pronouncement, she unveiled the official standings for the 5th combat phase. Predictably, Black Scythe was utterly dominating, maintaining an immense advantage, casually positioned a staggering 15 tiers higher than the second best player on the global rankings. The entire assembly was utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing his preposterous combat rank, and that utterly improbable speed achievement. He couldn't avoid overhearing nearby participants disseminating wild theories about how dispatching such a multitude of grotesque orcs so swiftly was undeniably beyond human capability. A weary sigh escaped, for all he truly craved was collecting his deserved prizes, and departing quietly. All at once, a torrent of system alerts began materializing, lavishing him with praise for achieving supremacy in virtually every facet, ultimately securing him an exceptional necklace selection bundle and a unique bonus treasure chest. Subsequently, the interface once more lauded him for the utterly preposterous accomplishment of maintaining the leading position for 5 consecutive segments, thereby bestowing the impressive designation, the one ahead of all others. This was a highly coveted epithet men had yearned for, primarily because it generously amplified his overall experience accrual by a full 50%. Following this, he accessed his personal digital vault, prepared to select merely one from the trio of legendary NECA adornments, and they weren't much of a revelation for him at this particular juncture, seeing as he had thoroughly utilized every single one during his countless previous incarnations. Our hero ultimately picked the mythical Java pendant, which miraculously bolsters all his core attributes. This ancient trinket's primary advantage involves providing him 35% immunity against every possible negative condition. Furthermore, locating equipment featuring defensive stats is harder than spotting a unicorn in this digital landscape. Consequently, our hero might trade this necklace for substantial amounts of cash down the road upon losing interest. Next up, our protagonist unseals the unique loot container, debating between tripling his experience, grabbing 6,000 coins, or learning secrets about the upcoming stage. Naturally, in picks the obvious experience multiplayer, because he enjoys leveling up more than oxygen itself. That heavenly being abruptly begins clapping. This confuses the players immensely. Right before she asks whether anyone has bothered checking the global leaderboards yet. Apparently, 1,600 contestants survived the ordeal, a number that seems fishier than a Friday night fish fry. Out of nowhere, several participants transform into human torches as the spirit announces that everyone ranked below 1,200 is toasted. The crispy contestants beg for some mercy while they sizzle. However, she simply mocks those spineless cowards who seem to be missing an actual skeleton. Meanwhile, our protagonist snickers quietly, imagining the lady might weep like a toddler had their positions swapped. Subsequently, she declares that nobody successfully finished the optional side objectives, stopping mid-sentence while fixing her error. The spirit stares intensely at that warrior named Black Scythe. He somehow became the only individual who successfully cleared them, and with that final word, she bids the survivors a cheerful farewell, promising to reappear during the next terrifying segment of their journey. The perspective shifts back toward the ordinary world. In that place, the lead character unwinds following a delicious feast alongside his junior sibling Tomorrow's since his internal batteries are fully recharged from that delicious meal. Commencing his work, the lad activates the merging interface, opting for that gloomy soul stealing tool as his main component. Next, Min tosses in some beast's heart, a peculiar wooden icon, and several elite tasks, the supplementary materials. Such a configuration should typically generate a piece of gear within that epic category. However, including the dark gemstone acquired from those youths will elevate the result to the unique category. Once the synthesis process finally finishes, an impressively designed, singular polearm, titled the Death Scythe, instantly emerges within his immediate proximity. This brings him such immense joy that our hero cackles, relieved, swapping his previous gear whose title actually seems significantly more awesome. Afterwards, our protagonist spends his remaining gold on acquiring several universal combat abilities. Beginning with a raider ability, our hero tracks all local beasts, or rivals, just like a digital map. Next, he buys a vision buff which improves his eyesight faster than a high-speed camera lens. Finally, our hero acquires a defensive ability granting 15% status protection, plus an additional trait ensuring his strikes land more often than a drumstick. After purchasing everything, he still had a ridiculous 14.0 gold left over, realizing he truly needed nothing else, except perhaps the epic item arriving in a few days. Having concluded his business, he decided to call it a day, and pulled up his status window once more to analyze his statistics. He remained thoroughly impressed by the monstrous boost from the Rune of Balance, knowing the Rune of Slaughter would soon double that overwhelming power. Now that he had reached peak strength, he determined it was time to follow up on his dealings with Kyun Grogma before proceeding to hunt down Young Min. However, he realized he had absolutely no clue where Young Min was located, or even if the man was still alive. He activated a tracking skill on the target, and managed to locate a faint signal. This confirmed the guy hadn't kicked the bucket yet, meaning Min could still exploit his existence for personal gain. He inwardly swore this would be the final time he stooped to utilizing such low-level scout for profit before finally discarding him like the human-shaped garbage he truly was. The following day arrived. Shuri found herself perched in an outrageously expensive cave, internally questioning why the wealthy playboy had requested another meeting with her. Her brain immediately began conjuring up all sorts of inappropriately spicy scenarios for the rich boy. This caused her to shake her head vigorously, attempting to dislodge the naughty images from her mind. Precisely then, Min strutted into the establishment as if he held the deed to it, casually asking if she had been waiting long. Shuri found herself still feeling slightly flustered. She nervously extended an offer to cover his bill, and Min accepted the kind gesture without a single moment of hesitation. He offered her a perfectly innocent smile. While she started slowly sipping her beverage, she began to wonder exactly where all of these strange thoughts were coming from. Before Min interrupted to ask about her performance in round 5, she explained that she had teamed up with Black Scythe, resulting in the round proceeding with surprising ease. She confessed that she fully expected to be useless dead weight, but Black Scythe actually turned out to be genuinely nice. Min quickly reassured her that her support buffs were extremely valuable, prompting her to reveal this was her very first time achieving second place. That detail immediately grabbed his full attention, so he promptly asked what reward she received. She proudly displayed a mid-rank necklace that increased agility, then asked Min what he thought of her prize. He confirmed it seemed like a perfectly solid item, prompting the shy girl to offer it to him instantly. Without a hint of hesitation, Min attempted to decline the gift, arguing that she had rightfully earned it herself. She firmly disagreed with him, saying Black Scythe had carried her through the entire round. He suggested she pass it on to Black Scythe as a thing. But she felt the item's low level would make it useless for him. Min quickly tried to downplay the situation by claiming he hadn't even reached regular rank yet, which instantly piqued Juri's interest. He flat out lied to her face, claiming he was still agonizingly stuck at level 19, and only barely scraped through the previous round. Juri concludes it tracks because seers usually provide vibes rather than violence on the battlefield. Suddenly she ponders how a fortune teller actually scraps. So Min reveals he possesses some magical tricks up his sleeve, pranking her cognitive gears. She notes his jewelry clashes with his role, advising him to boost his smarts if he wants serious sorcery. Following that moment, she conjures a crimson gem, handing it over as a token of gratitude for his constant rescues. Min grabs the rock purely to prevent her from feeling like a total charity case. Blushing like a ripe tomato, she stammers about how he protects her, making her crave some mutual compensation. Min recalls a detail, mentioning he holds a gift for her as well, causing her face to glow like a neon sun. He discloses that he can leak some juicy spoilers regarding the upcoming 6th stage of this nightmare. Upon that news, her curiosity skyrockets, leading the pair to plunge headfirst into the secret details together. Once the briefing ends, Juri queries if he desires her to join forces with the edgy Reaper fellow once more. Min assures her that the edgy warrior cannot reject her, especially since her stat boosts carry the whole squad. Juri enters deep contemplation, while Min mocks her for looking like she is crushing on the spooky number 1 player. Juri ignores the teasing, admitting that the legendary Grim Reaper is actually a remarkably cool dude. She proceeds to roast every single character flaw of the masked champion. As Min sits there heeding the insults in silence, she concludes that he is terrifyingly perceptive, acting like he literally has a subscription to everyone's private thoughts. Credit goes to Min's psychic rune, though he internally acknowledges that he is far from being a flawless saint. Plus he has already bit the dust 99 times, still fuming about that garbage rule requiring a full 5-man party for the boss. Staring at the floor, he reflects that this attempt is his absolute last chance to avoid failure with his new companions. Juri breaks his trance, questioning which girl he is daydreaming about and if the next stage gives him the jitters. Min confesses his anxiety, jokingly claiming he is just a fragile noob compared to the heavy hitters. Juri expresses her desire to assist, but mopes about the tragedy of them being stuck in separate regions. Min winks and asks if her services are free, making the timid girl stutter that she hates being carried and wants to finally contribute something useful. Min sends a silent prayer of thanks, knowing her steroids helped him delete that high orc in a bling. He suggests she chill out, promising that their paths will definitely cross in the afterlife or the next dimension. She grins, commanding him to stay put and not get lost until she tracks his sorry butt down. He does a clumsy fist pump, secretly sweating over her future reaction when she discovers his secret identity as the edgy Reaper. Subsequently, Min strolls toward Kyung Rogma, who immediately leaps to his feet like he just saw a ghost or a celebrity. That fellow drapes a loom over him, acting like long-lost siblings, while steering him toward the sofa. Prior to ordering Sun Chul to brew some piping hot tea, that man begins buttering him up relentlessly while promising to crush any issues plaguing the great Sir Min, inducing a chuckle from Min, who finds it hilarious that such a powerful tycoon is sweating this much to bond. Kyung Rog suggests some grub, yet our lead dives headfirst into the core business. This instantly hooks his interest, making him question if they are discussing the upcoming stage of the game. Min claims he might spill those beans as well, leaving the boss grinning like a fool, until our hero demands a formal gathering of investors to swap out 2 major things: their industry category and the brand identity, puzzling the chairman regarding his exact duties within this upcoming strategic operation. Our lead explains that his partner merely must endorse each concept showcased during the upcoming assembly, while warning that no other party should attempt to block these moves. Since Min recalls the other stakeholders hating this concept in his visions, he ensures Kyung Rok is listening intently to his words. Once the guy inquires regarding the specific nature of the upcoming suggestion, Min eventually spills the secret project involving the creation of a digital marketplace tailored solely for participants. Processing this, Kyung Rok seems baffled by the weird concept and asks for clarification about building a site. So Min details an exclusive hub for bartering gear. Law wonders if real money transactions are included, though Min notes that the vendors get to decide that themselves. The big boss remains skeptical, yet our main man argues that users will inevitably crave fast bucks occasionally. In that moment, Min accidentally hints at upcoming chances, which the sharp executive notices almost immediately. The seer verifies having observed a time frame in which folks hitting rank 40 start swapping loot for shiny coins. Around that time, a bargaining ability becomes available, allowing direct currency transfers between human users. Thus their only requirement is a legitimate and secure portal for these transactions. Kyung-ruk ponders the suggestion and admits it might actually be genius because success grants them absolute authority over the market. He questions if anyone would frequent such a place, but Min points out the massive piles of trash loot gathered from previous stages. Because typical stores refuse to buy beast remains, those folks are likely scratching their heads about dumping their worthless clutter. Since the majority reached level 20, they probably already own the fusion ability, yet a website for trading components would simplify their lives immensely. Hyungrok concurs that the demand exists and contemplates how much stuff they could rake in if the psychic's predictions hold true. Suddenly, his brain explodes with possibilities such as developing a mobile application or perhaps including a bidding feature eventually. Min observes our executive buddy gradually embracing the entire concept, something that benefits his own goals immensely, provided he secures absolute authority regarding those crafting components before the hype explodes. He can forge gear that is genuinely broken. Our corporate friend eventually signals his approval. Whereas Min wonders whether he possesses any clever suggestions for a title. That head honcho resumes his brown-nosing tactics, arguing that because Min owns the most stock, his vision must take priority. Consequently, our protagonist titles the venture, Player Plays. That fellow admits the sound is quite catchy. Then Min inquires about the specific duration of the construction phase. Our director mentions everything will be finished within 4 weeks, coincidentally hitting the conclusion of Stage 6. At that moment, Min eventually resolves to provide the intel concerning upcoming events in the following level. Following a brief lecture, Hyungrok deduces that cooperating with others will remain extremely important, and offers huge praise for such top-tier secrets. He believes befriending the prophet was a legendary decision, as life currently glides along perfectly within both the fantasy realm and reality. Our leader swears to launch the startup exactly as instructed, then intends to summon the investors for a chat immediately. Min consents to attend that boardroom circus. Then the pair stands up to depart the premises. That supervisor orders Shongkyu to deliver Min home, additionally updating Aaron regarding the entire afternoon's events. Then watches our young legend depart. Several sunsets afterward, Min hops under his blankets eagerly since the legendary loot finally becomes available for purchase. He accesses the marketplace and heads directly toward the featured daily prize, which manifests as an elegant tunic providing massive buffs to striking force plus agility. He purchases the gear instantly, reflecting that while 20 coins for high-end loot is expensive, he shall shortly outgrow this bounty. When that period begins, schematics, effectively educational guides for forging unique equipment, shall also appear on the market. Plus, survivors can avoid mixing ingredients randomly, and may even flip those documents for effortless revenue via public trading. Our protagonist flops onto his pillow, realizing the upcoming assembly needs success to transform his vision into physical truth. 4 hours later, the congregation starts within a wall-to-wall audience of investors, where Min dominates the floor with an award-winning presentation. Predictably, a few grumpy attendees began voicing their complaints initially. However, he resolves each inquiry like a slippery eel and succeeds in swaying the entire skeptical group. Post-session, Hyun-Rok settles near to suggest the youth worked with professional grace. Despite Min ignoring the flattery, our executive guarantees he will manage the remaining corporate tasks, advising Min to prioritize survival during the following phase. This causes our hero to grin slightly, because the old man appears truly concerned for his safety. Having concluded his work, the pair goes to eat, because every daily duty is finally accomplished. Leaving the area, our hero reflects that a single duty remains unfinished, specifically squeezing one last drop of utility from Yon Min. The screen shifts to the digital assembly where Yami teleports in with her signature chaos, throwing out energetic salutations to the whole squad. Yet, the vibration within this collective conversation feels somewhat peculiar. An attendee questions whether she lacks awareness regarding the current tragic developments, subsequently claiming that Mer 30 and his companion are likely pushing up daisies because nobody has received a single ping from them in ages. Yami considers it quite moronic that they are weeping over individuals they only encountered through choppy webcam feeds. However, she soon deduces they are performing a pantomime of virtue to stay in the president's good graces. She concludes they are sucking up to the weepy commander who takes casualties to heart, so she hops on the theatrical bandwagon. Unleashing her inner theatrical banshee, she puts on a sub-story capable of making a lumberjack weep, causing the others to initiate a synchronized bawling session. Meanwhile, Yami feels internally disgusted by the shallow facade, and the ease with which she puppets these simpletons. Then the big boss logs into the chat, asking why the gang is crying like they just hit a patch of invisible onion gas. Consequently, Lost Yark delivers a dramatic sniffle before spilling the tragic beans. This news drags the leader's spirits into the mud, and he announces that their roster has shriveled down to 6 lonely survivors. A player with a glorious mane proposes they elect some fresh administrative blood, but the boss rejects the idea, claiming talent is currently extinct. noting that even the 3 recent prospects have vanished into the abyss. Lost Yark explains he tried pinging them repeatedly, but the lack of response implies they probably met their end during the 5th trial. One manager object, stating that while the others might be history, he is absolutely certain Black Scythe is still kicking. He mentions the recent combat statistics to claim Black Scythe is breathing in reality, which makes the boss even more frantic and confused about why someone would ignore their group. Not a single staff member manages to provide a logical justification for the situation. One guy jokes about it, while another suggests an imposter perhaps stole the identity and got deleted during the preceding game. The leader mulls over this concept, yet before his brain can fully process the data, a user known as Humble Mukbang talks trash, suggesting an elite slayer like Black Scythe would never bother joining their pathetic social club. This remark bruises the chief's massive ego, since he views any insult toward his glorious kingdom as pure heresy. He forged this alliance from nothing to shepherd and unite all gamers like a benevolent dictator. But before Humble Mukbang can even attempt a desperate apology or take back the shade, the commander bans him from the community forever, declaring that he can survive the harsh world without their protection. After the unfortunate soul is deleted from the group, the remaining players continue their scheduled digital meeting. Things hadn't even started when Lost Yark basically becomes a human statue following the sighting of a new name, just signed up using the remarkably edgy Black Scythe moniker. The entire council suddenly transforms into granite statues for a moment. Plus, Lost Yark alerts that particular individual's tag reads as Yan Min Huang. The head honcho suggests permitting entry, primarily to verify if the dude is genuine or total fraud. Regardless, the squad needs high-level alertness against any possible deceptive shenanigans. The boss declares that Yan Min shall face immense suffering should he endeavor to hustle the council. Simultaneously, the kid reclines after submitting Yan Min's credentials, guessing how those suits will react now. He assumes those high-ranking goons are destined to visit his residence pronto for an awkward greeting. He mentions his total disdain for this circus, because they keep slaying folks while scheming to flip all ordinary folks become private property. Our protagonist leaves a complex contemplating how such behavior, sketchy conduct shall drive humanity toward ruin, and he refuses to permit that tragedy. But, applying a trademark cartless reasoning, the protagonist concludes that eliminating 2 authorities to snatch power is best, as this collective should certainly blossom when roughly 30% of local gamers arrive shortly. The man realizes it is wiser to govern and manage the chaos rather than nuking everything, so he uses Yan Min Huang as bait, and tests those leaders before eliminating individuals until the primary boss collapses, granting him access to total authority. Within the tiny shop owned by Jerry's father, a doorbell rings, while the senior pauses his reading to say hello. Then a dark sack lands on the glass, and an anonymous bandit orders the shopkeeper to deposit every coin into a sack. Once the veteran queries whether the intruder is an active competitor, that jerk pulverizes a wooden surface into sawdust, purely as evidence that he lacks a sense of humor. Terrified for his own skin, an unlucky victim surrenders all cash within that drawer minus any resistance. However, the criminal stays greedy for additional loot, causing the elder to describe how profits tanked once gambling ended. Regardless, the robber ignores the excuse. The crook glares while mentioning he discovered a secret safe stash toward the rear. A senior fellow darts toward the pantry, then reappears carrying each individual banknote available, which totals roughly 10 million in local cash. Prior to leaving, the villain gives a final threat and warns that if the man calls cops, he will return to complete the hit even if he must escape from a prison cell. That ruffian exits the premises aggressively while stripping away a face covering, unmasking a culprit known specifically as Yan Min Huang. The thief begins boosting his ego regarding this loot, which might sustain his lifestyle during 4 weeks. Yet a joyful expression evaporates while the lad questions his ability to endure upcoming rounds using such desperate survival tactics. Internal reflections shift toward Black Scythe, a figure held responsible for erasing gamer statistics plus dismantling a peer network. Consequently, the fellow pledges to strike should they cross paths in reality. He will flatten that adversary against some concrete with zero mercy. The man returns to his pad and pauses the second the guy notices a stranger lurking by his front entrance. The fellow shouts an inquiry seeking identification, yet simply ends up thoroughly perplexed as this random guy wonders if he is staring at Yan Min Huang, gets a silent glare back, and thinks that means Bangdol. Trembling quite a bit, our friend asks if this guy is actually an undercover cop looking for some trouble. The stranger chuckles and flips the script, asking why the guy is so suspicious unless he has been out doing shady business lately. The fellow claims to be a leader for the Phi group, mentioning that our friend registered for their club just this morning. This gets a confused look from our protagonist, who grumbles that this dude must be on drugs because his story is total nonsense. Right then, The official appears baffled as well, and bluntly inquires if this person is truly the player called Black Side. That makes Min snap, shouting about whether he is being pranked for television because he has no idea what "Q" even means. Upon processing that response, the visitor releases a very heavy sigh and prepares to walk away from the whole confusing mess. Our friend halts the visitor to explain the chaos, claiming that although the info is correct, the hacker likely swiped his identity to cause some trouble. The guy asks what kind of lunatic would actually pull a prank that is so incredibly disrespectful. Right then, some dude in a disguise pops up and admits he used the other guy's name without asking, sweating like a pig. The poor fellow shouts to find out who this intruder it is and if they have ever crossed paths before today. As an answer, the guy in the mask carefully pulls out a giant farming tool, a huge blade that no normal person would ever carry around for some casual fun. Lost Yark fixates on the giant tool and wonders if this disguised freak is truly the one called Black Sai. Yet he quickly dismisses the thought since the person looks far too scrawny and vertically challenged to be a legendary boss. He looks nothing like the person he had pictured. Meanwhile, our protagonist starts shaking like a leaf, because even if the look is different, the creepy energy and voice feel way too familiar. Our hero gazes straight into his pupils and realizes exactly who it is, and puzzles over why this warrior is present or for what reason he used a stranger's data to sign up. Our hero worries the fellow might still be angry, and showing up out of the blue usually means things are about to get messy. Lost Yark sees the poor guy trembling, and starts to rethink his earlier assumptions. Now suspecting this particular masked freak could truly be the legendary warrior, the official remembers his own level is merely 20, so he definitely cannot survive a brawl with the legendary side. Before he can overthink everything, the man wearing the mask finally opens his mouth to speak. The legend mentions that he knows the official has backup nearby, so he better tell his friends to stop playing hide and seek. Those words catch the entire group totally by surprise, and the big boss along with his assistant crawl out of their bushes, asking how on earth he spotted them so quickly. The masked warrior ignores their question, telling them to stay put unless they fancy getting their heads chopped off today. This suit wearer Snickers Plus mentions the tiny fellow possesses far too much gall regarding his stature. However, the boss muzzles him before more stupidity leaks out, then demands to know again if this fellow truly is the legendary Black Sai. Plus that veiled silhouette reacts by hoisting his massive harvesting tool once more, still highly skeptical. The boss claims he recognizes Zero about that weapon, so it proves nothing, while our hero argues asking is useless if belief is absent. Yet the old man demands a verbal confession regardless. Finally, that veiled warrior admits the truth, declaring he is definitely the Reaper, plus a magical honesty notification blinks directly before the leader sighs, which explicitly confirms that his pint size target is not telling a single lie. He transmits this awkward realization to his buddies, and the whole squad suddenly understands they have walked into a disaster far scarier than a tax audit. That chestnut-haired pencil pusher vibrates with terror like his mom found his secret search history, instantly lamenting his jokes regarding the Reaper's vertical challenges. He contemplates groveling on the floor for mercy, though he doubts his insult even registered given the Reaper's silence, so the man tries a polite introduction instead. Yet our protagonist cancels that, ordering the group to validate his legendary status another time. The dude flips out and vomits random excuses for his rudeness, yet our hero remains relentless, plus demands the crew authenticate his credentials once again. The big boss shakily clarifies how their mystical honesty orb already validated the claim, though he is cut short when the Reaper offers a deal to spare them, provided they can survive his next swing. That dinger-haired guy pleads for his life, but faster than a sneeze. That skull gets punted across the suite like a discarded sports ball. That Yark fellow gawks in utter petrifaction, hardly comprehending how fast that slice actually was, and shrieks with massive terror, questioning why this tragedy occurred. So our hero just shrugs carelessly, and notes he was only providing requested evidence. That specific instant forces Yark to acknowledge a terrifying reality. Although the group arrived wanting to hire this Reaper for their squad, the gang probably must slaughter him, as managing such an untamed beast is totally unfeasible. Since the Reaper is obviously on another level, Yark intends to feign a white flag moment, then ambush him when he looks away to strike the lethal blow. The Reaper sees right through the act, suggesting the group practice hiding their murderous vibes a bit better, although the head honcho looks totally confused right now. Our hero kindly explains every detail of Yark's pathetic surprise attack plan while looking him in the eye to ruin his mental state. That man pushes even harder, revealing he utilized a completely fraudulent alias just to secure this specific appointment, prompting Lost Yark to beg for some logical explanation. Blackscythe deadpans about his sole motivation involving seeing them expire. Our big boss freaks out and tries to put the brakes on this mess before everything hits the fan, though that idea barely manages to wiggle through his synapses. Lost Yark ends up napping in a massive pool of red sauce. Suddenly the head honcho gets the hint that this party was a total setup. As their visitor skipped the small talk to focus on the whole extermination thing, he flips his lid and bellows at the Reaper, asking what sins warranted such a brutal vibe check. Our edgy protagonist waves his farm tool and wonders what those poor interviewees did to merit getting cancelled permanently. The old man starts vibrating like a broken phone, baffled that this guy somehow leaked their classified her secrets. However, our hero spills the beans by mentioning how the bosses like to get their hands dirty during those fatal employee evaluations. The leader stammers while trying to explain that their targets were actually super naughty and deserved the boot. He argues that those losers were asking for it by being rude to their betters while lacking any actual talent. That he swings for the fences, claiming those victims were just jealous posers who secretly craved the executive lifestyle, so their fake attitudes meant they were basically asking for a one-way trip to the morgue. Yet our masked man reverses the uno card and labels the boss the true phony, pointing out how he critiques others without an ounce of mercy while hiding his own mountain of garbage like a dirty secret. The manager barks back that this edgy Grim Reaper lacks the clearance to know his true identity, yet this protagonist keeps rolling, because he can effortlessly peer into that man's brain as if it were transparent glass. He lets the sharp blade take a quick journey, and turns his noggin into sport. He glares toward Youngman, and mentions there is absolutely no reason to wet his pants, because a lovely group meeting with his late buddies is scheduled shortly. Youngman gapes like a fish and vomits out some confused words, asking how this freak knows his social circle, but the Reaper admits he remembers every annoying moment when those losers treated him like a human luggage, and never let him escape their boring presence. That response leaves the kid even more baffled, and while he tries to reboot his brain, that cloaked fellow yanks away a disguise, proving himself to be none other than Minryu, a particular fellow whom those guys tormented habitually as a favorite pastime. Youngman turns motionless upon seeing the face. He recalls all those times he shook men down for spare change, wondering how his favorite punching bag became a literal god of death. He gets a nasty flashback to that time this exact individual turned him into a torso in a different dimension. Though his denial is still running strong since he cannot fathom this glow-up, the Reaper observes the doubt and scoffs, mentioning how bizarre the situation feels given that the bully was enthusiastically pummeling his kidneys roughly 12 months back. Youngman bellows, asking why our protagonists spent ages acting like a pathetic wimp with no spine. Our lead chuckles, claiming he never acted, before deciding it was time for some surgical intervention. Lashes out with his massive blade, neatly subtracting the limb from the bully's torso in one motion. While the villain howls in agony, Min leans over and whispers that being insulted by a bottom-tier scrub is incredibly irritating, so he should shut his trap or find his tongue missing next. The bully chokes back a sob, earning a sarcastic pat on the head for being such a well-behaved little puppy. Casually, he triggers a healing skill to ensure the target does not die from a silly little paper cut. Min notes the guy is officially a unicycle of a human now, though his remaining lifespan is basically measured in seconds. The frantic man stammers, questioning if this killer is truly his old victim. Our hero confirms that his old, weak version has been deleted. Lifting his deadly tool, he readies to finish the job. The victim starts sweating buckets and begs for a timeout, admitting he was a total jerk back in the day. He claims to feel some sudden, magical remorse, and hopes this fake apology earns him a survival bench. Arching an eyebrow, Min wonders if the idiot actually thinks a few tears will stop the Reaper's blade. The loser argues that his death is a waste, promising he has many secret talents that could benefit the boss. Probing for specifics, Min listens, as the coward offers to be a loyal slave and promises to obey every single order, even if he has to crawl through filth like a pathetic worm. Our protagonist keeps his mouth shut for a while, eventually concluding that his scheme is grounded, mainly because the traitor has a face that screams he will shove a knife in Min's ribs the moment he blinks. Drenched in nervous perspiration, the villain trembles while asking why Min would suspect such a nice, honest fellow. Min offers one spicy punchline, noting that any mutt which tries to nibble on its owner usually gets put down. Staring into the man's soul, he realizes there is zero profit in keeping a trash fire around and says as much, thudding off another desperate sob. Min twirls his weapon and launches the bully's noggin into the upper atmosphere, finishing the job instantly, as the headless torso falls over with a very satisfying, heavy thumping noise. He reflects on a previous existence where he lacked his fancy mental powers and lived far more naively. In that timeline, he fell for the guy's fake devotion, and actually granted him a second opportunity at life, which predictably resulted in a sharp blade entering his spine. During open war, there are 0 restarts today. so he whispers a final farewell and enjoys the refreshing scent of justice, comforted by the fact that the ugly mug of his tormentor is now permanently out of service. Flicking on his magic cleaning skill, he scrubs the entire area until it is tidier than a new house. With that giant disaster finally scrubbed away entirely, the hero determines that moving to Yang Min's apartment is his top priority. Simultaneously, Yang Min enters that high-level digital forum to welcome any available managers. Assuming the interview with Black Scythe concluded already, she looks around wondering why the digital room remains empty. That remaining suit spills the tea, revealing every other leader got totally deleted during their interview. This massive revelation leaves Yemi frozen. Just prior to her inquiring who committed the mass murder, her intuition screams the name of the most likely culprit. That boss verifies Black Scythe did the deed, and explains he is stalking survivors, causing her to panic, but she learns they already kicked the bucket, making her wonder if they forgot their karma insurance. The suit mentions there was likely zero logical motivation for the slaughter. Assuming the Reaper just wanted a laugh, or hated their boring vision for a new guild, she goes quiet to digest the news while her brain runs a frantic marathon. Realizing some jerks hate seeing folks win, she figures he is a hater who must be deleted immediately. Hitting a heavy sigh, she questions if the dude was trolling about joining, which the boss confirms immediately. She pulls her hair while grumbling about actually liking the guy, never guessing he was a total loony, though there is a silver lining. It hits her that bearing him from the inner circle likely kept them breathing, a sentiment shared. He clarifies the Reaper is public enemy number one, and they must avenge fallen comrades with prejudice. However, Yami brings up a solid concern, wondering if this attacker was just another fake poser. Right then, the manager spills some spicy news about having an actual witness to the whole massacre. Squinting at his monitor, he invites Lost Yark to describe every gruesome detail of their recent struggle. Once the briefing wraps up, the big boss waves farewell and vanishes from the server immediately. Moments later, the lady suggests everyone take a nap after the trauma, then smoothly terminates the call. After the digital lobby goes ghost, and the last participant logs out, our protagonist exhales a massive breath, relieved his sneaky vibes went completely undetected by the group. Then leisurely unfastens his facial disguise. Minryu snagged that killer faceplate as his prize for surviving the 5th stage, needing a special gadget, and the gear was the perfect pick due to its creepy power, which lets the user transform into dead gamers, flawlessly mimicking the target's features, vocal cords, and physique, until not even their own mother would know. For the lead guy, stealing a corpse's identity is an insane buff, making assassinations much easier when the target trusts you. Obviously, our lead guy dreams about offing the manager to assume his identity, yet his scheme fails, since that tool only mimics actual gamers, while the boss is just a civilian. Minryu immediately noticed the ridiculous paradox. The leader of an entire player organization was not, in fact, a player. Adding insult to injury, Yimit remained unusually chummy with the chairman, creating more problems. In his current state, our hero had absolutely no effective way to counter her abilities, so direct confrontation with the executives was off the table. He needed time to concoct a strategy before engaging with them. For now, Minryu was forced to keep up the charade of playing Lostiak in video meetings, maintaining a safe distance while gathering vital intel. He felt reasonably confident that nobody would check on Lostiak's real location before the next gathering, giving him some breathing space. With a clearer mind, he started formulating a plan to repair the Eternal Reservoir before that time limit expired. Weighing all the factors, he concluded that a trip overseas was the best possible course of action. Meanwhile, a considerable distance away, deep within the scenic Cotswolds of England, a solitary blacksmith diligently hammered away on several incomplete blades inside his humble workshop. After finishing his current task, he let out a heavy sigh of sheer exhaustion and frustration, wondering about the purpose of forging weapons that nobody ever purchased anymore. Since those heavenly messengers first appeared, the flow of customers had steadily dried up. Russell had somehow scraped by it until now, but he had finally hit his breaking point, with his bank account balance officially reaching zero. For the first time, he seriously considered abandoning his craft and looking for a different livelihood. However, blacksmithing was Russell's childhood aspiration, a passion he had poured his soul into long before the system first arrived. While struggling with this mental battle, he suddenly remembered the promise that a wish would be granted to anyone who successfully cleared up to round 20. Recognizing this potential lifeline, he instantly understood that quitting now simply wasn't an option. Filled with renewed determination, Russell vowed to himself that he would complete the rounds and earn that wish, no matter what it took. Even in this new world, Russell's fate seemed inextricably tied to a blacksmith's forge. Though not a particularly glamorous or combat-focused profession, he had managed to stay alive using it. Once he reached level 20, he would unlock the weapon sharpening skill, which boosted a weapon's attack power by 150. The mere visualization of that powerful future ability sent a thrill through him, yet that initial excitement quickly evaporated when reality set in again. As funding remained his primary challenge, Russell didn't even have enough cash to buy proper forging materials. In the end, he decided to temporarily close up shop, save some money, and return to his cabin later on. He planned to resume blacksmithing as a simple pastime once things stabilized in the world. At that exact moment, the protagonist stepped into the workshop. He calmly announced that he had finally located the person he was looking for. Russell stared at the stranger in confusion, trying to place whether he had ever heard of him before. But the hero simply replied that he had indeed seen this place before. Ryu introduced himself as a prophet, claiming to possess the ability to glimpse into the future. Russell immediately scoffed at the preposterous claim, refusing to believe a word of it. However, the protagonist followed up by accurately stating Russell's job, level, and even the name of his region without a moment's hesitation. Completely astonished by this feat, Russell reluctantly started to believe him, despite never having heard of a prophet class in his entire life before this encounter. Ryu explained that it was a unique class, so rare that only one individual in the whole world could ever possess it at once. Still confused, Russell asked why someone so extraordinary would bother visiting a small, struggling blacksmith's workshop like his. The hero explained that he had come to propose a trade and requested Russell repair a certain weapon for him, swapping some seriously juicy top secret intel. The traveler explicitly mentions that the data involves the sixth cycle. Upon hearing those words, Russell perks up like a caffeinated meerkat. Understanding future events would certainly boost his survival statistics significantly. However, the blacksmith realizes that mending a lone piece of junk is a laughably cheap payment for such godly wisdom. He cautiously investigates if the weirdo truly desires nothing besides mending his gear's structural integrity. Ryu finds the man's wide-eyed shock totally predictable, smugly informing him about his accurate forecast. His real motive involves becoming best buddies forever with the talented crafter. That shocking revelation leaves poor Russell stumbling around quite dizzily. The protagonist elaborates that he has witnessed the man's destiny. With a hammer, master ascends to forging greatness and solos 15 stages without needing any assistance from anyone. Sadly, that is where his life subscription expires, leaving no trail at all for him. Our lead suggests that joining forces will help his power levels skyrocket much faster than before, but also smash through that 15-round wall, fulfilling his lifelong legendary smithy fantasies. Eventually, the hammer swinger inquires about the expensive bill for this top-tier professional coaching. Ryu promises that he is not hunting for crazy favors, desiring only that they support one another while traversing the dangerous road side by side. Since the crafter is the solitary survivor to reach that 15th stage, Ryu understands that being pals with such a rare talent is definitely worth the hustle. He watches the blacksmith's internal mental gears grinding toward making a difficult choice. The main guy promises that his only requirement involves the smith repairing broken gear occasionally, and tossing some buffs his way, while he shares secret details regarding the upcoming trial. By doing this, the crafter can snag hidden loot advantages and level up his stats quite rapidly. While the deal sounds incredibly tempting, the metal worker questions if he should trust this stranger. Sensing sincerity in Ryu, but deciding to keep his guard up like a paranoid cat, grateful for the proposition, he requests a bit of breathing room to decide on future business after witnessing how the 6th round actually goes. He suggests mending the gear beforehand. Then the mysterious traveler can finally start talking. The traveler passes over those spooky eternal nap marbles, which are clinging to a solitary health point. Russell chants some intense magic mojo, making the old trinket look brand new again. Ryu exhales a massive sigh of relief seeing the item's health bar finally full again. The crafter is oblivious to the jewelry's function, yet he assumes it carries massive value since the client is so eager to restore it for continued use. Ryu assumes the forge master lacks the instruction manual for the toy, offering his gratitude for getting the structural integrity back to full strength. He keeps his promise, leaking spoilers about the 6th challenge to the grateful smith. Processing the leaked spoilers, the crafter understands he will definitely need a powerful squad for later. He informs his patron that their current business is concluded for the moment. Nevertheless, our glorious leader demands to purchase some mystical obsidian soot from the grimy man. Russell is flabbergasted that Ryu somehow discovered his hidden supply of sparkly charcoal. His astonishment increases upon realizing the protagonist understands he is broke and requires a side hustle. By this stage, the smith is convinced this random customer is actually a psychic wizard. While begging for forgiveness regarding his previous skepticism, the blacksmith decides to provide that magical dark dust without requesting any payment. Thinking he has been blessed enough, and hating to be a greedy little goblin, Our champ is stunned. The hammer swinger is tossing away legendary loot like it is garbage. This special dark suit is usually reserved for crafting gear fit for divine deities. Watching Russell dump it proves he has no clue. It is rare than a polite debate before round 11. The champion questions if the smith feels sane, but the man admits he lacks knowledge regarding the dirt. The man assumes the substance matters, since the boss requested it, yet he avoids acting selfishly. Regardless of the protest, our savior shoves a fat sack of cash into his calloused hands, since he refuses being a moocher who accepts freebies. The blacksmith nearly faints after peeking at the mountain of wealth inside the bag. This loot ensures he can pay bills and buy supplies without flipping burgers for money. However, he feels incredibly cringy taking the wealth. Our star guarantees the suit is worth every cent. While telling the fellow to relax, the protagonist suggests that the smith should launch a global bank profile and purchase player place shares. He promises the stock will explode, ensuring the guy becomes filthy rich and forgets about paying rent. Russell decides to blindly follow the wisdom of the magic fortune teller. The pair swap digits. Plus the glorious protagonist identifies his persona specifically as Mr. Give. Exactly when the 6th month commences at midnight, every single gamer is suddenly zapped into a massive, burning sandbox. Everyone feels horrified discovering their own bodies dumped inside a sun-scorched hellhole. For that mission, our genius realizes the stage requires teamwork, meaning he must actually interact with other human beings. That guy selects Minjuri initially, though he necessitates 3 extra souls to complete a quintet group. During that specific second, Minjuri shouts from the back and catches up after being quiet for a long time. The surrounding players were genuinely astonished to see her casually chatting with the rank 1 guy, and many were completely green with envy that she had snagged 2nd place in the last challenge. Minryu and Minjuri discussed the prior round, where he shared a detailed account of how he managed to defeat the final boss in a close race against the Claw, all while securing the extra credit stones of balance. However, he very deliberately avoided mentioning any specifics about the rewards, knowing full well she was about to ask. Minjuri remarked that she had always found his judgment remarkably perceptive. She immediately turned bright red, realizing just how much of a sycophant she sounded like. Our hero quickly reassured her everything was fine, thanking her for the compliment in a slightly condescending manner. Just then, Sang Shiol and Seo Hyun arrived on the scene. Spotting our protagonist engaged in conversation with Minjuri, Seo Aran and Sang Shiol approached our protagonist with greetings. Seo Aran wasted no time asking if the woman standing beside him was his personal sidekick. Our hero gave her a flat refusal to answer such a personal question. Seo Aran looked noticeably peeved at his extremely curt response. Our hero then pondered internally whether they might actually have a point for interrupting him. He already knew exactly why they had shown up. The prophet instructed them to form a party with Black Scythe. Sang Shiol earnestly proposed to Black Scythe that they join forces with him immediately. They sheepishly admitted they would probably only hinder him, but pledged to put in maximum effort regardless. Our protagonist pretended to weigh their offer carefully, though his decision was already made because he needed warm bodies to fill a quota. Still, he reasoned that taking them on would likely boost his reputation with Makium. Rope. Sang Shiol attempted to sweeten the deal by offering valuable information about round 6 in exchange for joining the party. Our protagonist decided to play mind games and rejected the offer outright, just for fun. He announced that he preferred clearing challenges independently, and didn't trust information from questionable sources. He then pressed for the source of their intel, which caused Sang Shiol to hesitate noticeably. The show of hesitation actually impressed our hero, as Sang Shiol chose to protect the informant over securing a position on the high-ranking team. Because of this display of loyalty, he accepted them, leaving Sang Shiol utterly confused by the sudden change of heart. Then Ryu clarified that protecting the source proved Sang Shiol was trustworthy, explaining that Black Scythe despised people who couldn't keep a secret. Instantly, Sang Shiol let out a dramatic sigh of relief, thankful he hadn't mentioned the prophet. He then quickly expressed gratitude to Black Scythe for allowing them to join his group. Ryu introduced Minjuri as his current contract support specialist, explaining her role as a buffer. Seo Aran then introduced herself to the others. Minjuri immediately began to gush upon realizing that Seo Aran was actually a famous actress. Sang Shiol double-checked if Black Scythe was truly certain about turning down the information regarding round 6. Additionally, the protagonist promptly declared that he absolutely refuses to carry the emotional burden of any future outstanding debts. Sang Shiol intended to settle his account by offering secret intelligence, yet once Ryu rudely declined, he settled on dropping helpful hints whenever disaster seemed imminent, like a cryptic weather forecast. Next, Sang Shiol politely inquired about Minjuri's specific specialization in the realm of buffing capabilities. She clarified that her expertise involved magically enhancing numerical attributes, and she promised to slaughter everyone in glorious power later, like spreading butter on toast. Aran chimed in, noting she possessed comparable skills, specifying that her floating miniature companion was capable of manufacturing defensive barriers. Sangtiel performed a proper self-introduction, revealing to Minjuri that the infamous Black Scythe previously swooped in and snatched them back from the jaws of eternal oblivion. Precisely then, the Athorite courier zoomed into the area and offered a cheerful salutation to the waiting participants. Following a brief comment regarding the overall head count of competitors, she dispensed with the small talk entirely and loudly broadcasted the following specifications. Namely, this challenge demanded that they absolutely annihilate one major enemy within approximately 6 birth hours. The competitors became visibly agitated upon hearing the ghastly suggestion they might face a massive opponent completely unassisted. Yet, the courier immediately disclosed that attempting to single-handedly dismantle the monstrous foe would prove utterly futile. She clearly articulated the requirement for mandatory teamwork and confirmed that a grouping mechanic had been meticulously implemented just for this particular encounter. Once the competitors successfully established a proper group, they instantly transformed into comrades and gained immunity against friendly fire incidents. Everyone relaxed, thankful they no longer needed to stress about sudden backstabbing. But the herald swiftly explained that hostility from rival teams remained fully operational, emphasizing that only partner aggression was magically disabled. Regarding the spoils of war, experienced allies in golden currency would be split perfectly equally amongst all members, irrespective of whom delivered the finishing blow, provided they stayed inside a 100-meter proximity bubble, because drifting outside that perimeter meant saying goodbye to your portion. And while loot eligibility was based on how much effort was exerted, even the laziest participants had a slim opportunity to snag something shiny. A competitor immediately blurted out a query concerning whether somebody performing the absolute bare minimum could potentially still acquire valuable treasure, and the herald readily verified that even a meager 1% effort might yield success if the cosmos decided to smile upon that individual. She further elaborated that overall effort tabulation included every single action, noting that although smashing things raises the score, helpful enchantments and general hand-holding services were equally validated. Having fully detailed the regulations, she cheerfully declared the requirements were ridiculously straightforward, confirmed that 0 extra errands needed completing this time around, and then vanished abruptly. The competitors felt thoroughly aggravated that the courier dared to label the entire setup as easy right before performing her irritating vanishing act. A mandatory on-screen announcement popped up, giving directions to initiate partnerships by literally clasping hands and shouting the magical incantation. Party formation. Any poor soul caught unattached in a solitary state would face the sudden voiding of all quest advancement, followed by the immediate commencement of a timed penalty. Started ticking down instantly. Same. Chiel breathed a massive sigh of relief, feeling incredibly smug that he had wisely followed the soothsaying and enlisted with Black Scythe's crew. Nevertheless, their assembly still lacked a necessary 4th member, meaning the burdensome responsibility of selecting the last person fell entirely upon their incredibly formidable commander. The protagonist settled into silent expectation for the missing ingredient, mentally crossing his fingers that this crucial individual was lurking somewhere in the immediate vicinity. Black Scythe patiently stood by, anticipating the dramatic entrance of his predetermined recruit so he could flawlessly execute the illusion of a spontaneous selection. Everybody else suffered through the frantic scramble to establish a legitimate unit, with participants whipping their heads around, pleading for anyone available to join their fledgling groups. Certain desperate individuals simply tackled others head-on, while others loudly broadcast their levels, hoping someone will finally pay attention. It didn't take long before 2 other players decided that joining Black Scythe's group was the fastest path forward. They confidently approached him and requested entry into his party, but he immediately dismissed them. In previous rounds, our hero would have welcomed anyone just to pad the roster, but this time was different. He needed teammates capable of actually keeping up with him. Even after turning down numerous applicants, he still attracted a crowd. Another player came forward and asked to join, and Black Scythe quickly turned him away as well. A young woman tried her luck next, but she received the exact same rejection. The onlookers started getting annoyed as he turned everyone down flat without bothering to hear them out, and a large group of them envied the lucky few who had managed to join his party. Meanwhile, Sankei started to wonder exactly what kind of person Black Scythe was looking for to fill the last available spot. He wished President Ma were present so he could put in a good word for him. Minjuri, conversely, wished Ryu Min were there, knowing full well he would talk his way into the final position through sheer stubbornness. At that exact moment, someone else walked over to greet Black Scythe. Our protagonist felt a wave of relief seeing Jo Yeon, still standing, having expected him to be eliminated in round 5, but Bo explained that watching Black Scythe's previous fight motivated him to quickly complete his own hunt, and thanked him for the inspiration. He then introduced his companion, Mankey, who also expressed gratitude to Black Scythe for healing his injured shoulder previously. Our hero was impressed that Mankey managed to achieve 300 kills despite his previous physical limitations, and Mankey thanked him again. Bo asked Black Scythe if he was searching for party members, clarifying quickly that he wasn't looking to join since their group was already full. The protagonist already knew this, based on the party chains around their wrists. He asked why they came over, and Cho Yam, who proposed a temporary alliance between their two parties. He promised he didn't care about items and offered Black Scythe the boss kill, claiming he simply wanted to help out. When our hero refused the generous offer, who assumed it was because they would be a burden, but Black Scythe simply stated that he hated unnecessary complication. He promised that he would ask for assistance if he found himself genuinely in need, and Bo left with his group, saying, she'll pressure Black Scythe to finally decide on the final member for their team. And our hero responded by saying he had already chosen. He pointed toward an awkward-looking man in a hood and invited him to approach. The protagonist demands answers regarding why this weirdo remained lurking nearby like a creepy shadow, whereupon the fellow confesses his desperate desire to participate in Black Scythe's squad. This stranger identifies as a grade 23 occultist of the murky abyss, whereupon our protagonist grants the applicant access to the very last available position. The crowd reels when Black Scythe selects a punny loser despite dismissing dozens of stronger candidates. That spooky wizard now uses the comical digital handle of no pain no gain. Eventually, the fellow shall establish a massive cult dedicated to treating Black Scythe like a literal deity. The man becomes a devoted servant, so forging this connection early offers major strategic benefits eventually. While every participant links up to complete their official dungeoneering squad, this spooky individual remains utterly stunned because Black Scythe actually selected his services. From freshman year onwards, poor Taziok functioned like a glorified delivery slave for many cruel methods. Those thugs jumped him without justification, often for merely existing, tormenting the lad since he seemed so incredibly defenseless. The jerks constantly robbed him of cash, and when the boy explained his empty pockets resulted from surviving solely with an elderly relative, the punks commanded the child to pickpocket or perform felonies, ensuring daily loot regardless of consequences. The bullies promised to give the kid and his nana a shared funeral if he faltered. Blinded by fury, the boy once attempted attacking his bullies during a rage, resulting in him becoming a miserable puddle on the cold concrete after a severe thrashing. The victim considered checking out early, figuring that eternal rest sounded far more peaceful than reality. Yet the youth fretted over his grandmother, whose existence was misery, so he vowed to acquire wealth and pamper the lady. Clinging to specific determination, the boy survived the torture across several seasons. Right as the youth eventually spotted a tiny spark of hope ahead, weenie jerks arrived, and the world immediately turned into chaos. Plus, rather than showering the lady with gifts, the guy failed securing some basic paycheck. Once the second stage finally concluded, the man walked inside towards witnessing those same jerks physically harassing his poor, frail nana. Seething, the youth blasted those jerks using dark bolts, making those cowards shriek from agony, stunned regarding how the weakling actually unlocked a powerful new specialization. Following such messy encounters, the guy decided on living alone. The kid tripped over his words like a clumsy sloth, vowing to conquer the ultimate stage to heal his grandma. After breezing through level 3, his career swap actually started paying dividends. Top marks became his normal routine, yet his character sheet still begged for more grinding. Watching this side the guy delete 9 regional bosses like they were cheap spam mail, left him completely awestruck, fueling a desperate hope to become a beefy guardian for Granny. Wondering what kind of protein shakes that edgy warrior drank, he dreamt of an awkward meeting. The main protagonist politely requests that the fresh recruit spills his life story. The Guth wizard announces he is a level 23 magician specialized in aim arrows and bondage. Suddenly, the dude notices his speech is butter smooth, feeling weirdly calm while trying to look super cool in front of the legendary Grim Reaper player, perhaps because he is a fanboy. The squad starts the monster massacre, while the support girl sprinkles magical glitter everywhere. First she juices up the tanky guy, boosting his attributes by 60%. Next, the summoner lady gets a caffeine boost, spiking her agility and power by that same 60%. It became painfully obvious why the leader kept the healer around after seeing her insane cheat codes. The girl calls her pets, explaining that her useless floating lanterns finally learned how to punch after hitting level 20, now appearing in pairs, and actually shooting lasers at enemies. Out pops her giant debt rock, which apparently exists just to take a beating. The summoner girl begs for a bold star from the boss. However, he just grunts and tells them to keep walking. The dark mage stares at the flashy skills and decides he should probably do something useful. While the protagonist and his crew march further ahead, they stumble upon some random strangers already poking the big bad monster, thrilled to find the target before lunchtime. Those greedy gamers sprint toward the loot, but the moment the beast decides to retaliate, they figure out they are outclassed, frantically trying to find a better plan. Some girl named Pink tries to sneak up on the pony, only to get launched. Seeing that, the whole gang dogpiles the creature, deleting the stallion instantly. As they watch the massive carcass hit the dirt, the shadow wizard stands there looking stupid, realizing his gold medal was snatched away by those thieves. While the opposing team celebrated their triumph, T-Shack was absolutely crushed by losing first place. Believing Black Scythe shared his dismay, he quickly realized, however, that our protagonist seemed strangely unfazed by the situation. Every member of the rival group stood around, patiently waiting for the quest complete notification, which stubbornly refused to appear. That's when the whole crew figured out the centaur they'd just flattened wasn't actually the main boss. The true antagonist of this mission turned out to be a massive, bull-headed minotaur, and defeating him would require a minimum of 20 players, meaning 4 full 5-person teams just to have a prayer. Black Scythe realized the round's clever deception was making it look like a task, easily completed by a small group. 5-person team could even touch the boss. He remembered the angel promising that killing the boss would conclude the round, realizing they never explicitly stated that a small group could actually pull it off. Nevertheless, our protagonist had to quickly stop thinking about complaining about the mission's unfairness. The only exception was Tija, who remained entirely oblivious to the secret prophecy. Everyone else seemed completely calm. Our protagonist quickly chose to adopt a feigned expression of ignorance. He pretended to just now realize that the centaur wasn't the real boss, and deduced that the actual boss must be hiding in another location entirely. He announced to the team that they should abandon the boss for now, and focus on grinding centaurs to level up until the timer expired, which thoroughly confused everyone. Black Scythe then elaborated, pointing out that it took 5 level 20 players to barely take down a single centaur. If that was only a regular monster, the actual boss would certainly require 3 or 4 teams at minimum. Since they had no clue about the boss's true power level, charging straight at it would be an act of complete foolishness. Secondly, even if they managed to take down the boss prematurely, they might get trapped in a pillar of light, effectively wasting their precious time. So delaying the confrontation and farming first seemed like the logical decision. Sang Qian found himself impressed by their leader's technical brilliance and his capacity to devise such a strategy without relying on information from the prophecy. Nopin again inquired if Black Scythe was truly fine with giving up first place, to which our hero responded that farming experience for 6 hours would yield enough, and besides, being the first to kill the boss might not be the actual criteria for winning anyway. Sang Qian was further amazed by his leader's repeated ability to deduce the optimal strategy on the fly. Foreign proposed developing a cooperative strategy for tackling the monsters efficiently. However, our hero informed everyone that he intended to handle all the hunting by himself. Foreign was taken aback that Black Scythe planned to solo a single monster, given that it required a full 5-person party just to defeat it once. The Dark Mage, however, retained unwavering faith in the leader's formidable capabilities. Our protagonist instructed everyone to simply follow along and reap the rewards of experience points and gold while he did all the monster slaying. The condition was that all loot dropped from the monsters would go directly to Black Scythe, while everyone else received free experience and currency in exchange. The whole team readily agreed to this arrangement. He confidently assured his companions they would not regret making this choice. Our protagonist retrieved his scythe and immediately took off, sprinting toward the hunting area. Everyone who watched him was stunned by his incredible speed. That black mage, who previously fancied himself quite the quick draw, now grudgingly admitted Black Scythe possessed a speed that would make a cheetah blush. Suddenly, his attention was abruptly captured by our protagonist locked in a monstrous skirmish, effortlessly hijacking the focus of every bystander present. Black Scythe, with an almost casual aerial maneuver, obliterated the monster in one ridiculously efficient motion. Everyone was floored. Undaunted, our hero continued his brisk jog across the wide, open terrain. A centaur, clearly lacking manners, abruptly blocked his path. With a nimble bound, he sailed past the creature. Then, in a blink, his scythe delivered a decisive, parting blow. He diligently continued dispatching centaurs as fast as they materialized. A mere half-hour later, Black Scythe had already tallied an astonishing 170 vanquished monsters. The vast plains, it turned out, were infested with a whopping 2,000 centaurs. At this rate, he was on track to clear the entire centaur population in a mere 6 hours. Once a good stretch of monster hunting had passed, Black Scythe's squad, however, began to visibly wail, finding his breakneck pace utterly exhausting and difficult to maintain. He, observing their gasping faces, suggested they take a much needed breather if exhaustion was setting in. Everyone, without a second thought, gratefully flopped to the ground, gasping, injury, finally breathing, applauded his astonishing monster, slaying speed. The Dark Mage, a connoisseur of complaints, couldn't help but notice their fearless leader was outperforming them all quite dramatically. Precisely at that moment, an unannounced individual casually sauntered into the battlefield, interrupting our resting party's brief reprieve. A player, clearly acting, pretended to have merely casually encountered Blackscythe. Our hero, impatient, immediately commanded him to cut the preamble and simply state his intentions. The player then straightforwardly invited him to participate in their boss hunting quest. However, our hero flatly declined. The player, undeterred, stressed the boss' extreme difficulty. He then dramatically indicated a colossal minotaur in the far-off distance, revealing how a previous adventuring party had dared to challenge it, only to be entirely and ignominiously obliterated. Grasping that tackling this beast required a united front, he redoubled his efforts to sway Blackscythe, but our protagonist merely repeated his steadfast refusal. Even the tempting offer of landing the glorious final blow couldn't sway him. He sternly warned him not to force a repetition of his refusal. Our hero, finally losing patience, waved the player off, and the fellow beat a very hasty retreat. The player, looking rather glum, rejoined his expectant team and regretfully informed them that his mission to sway Blackscythe had utterly failed. Perplexed, they mused on his inexplicable refusal, especially since he also needed to conquer that very same formidable boss. Finally deciding to brave the monstrous fight on their own, the adventurers drew near the massive horned beast. Its immense stature caused serious misgivings about their odds of victory. The gigantic creature pivoted, glaring directly at the encroaching assailants. Consequently, the epic brawl promptly kicked off. The protagonist, strategically positioned far away, keenly observed the chaotic melee. He meticulously calculated the estimated time required to vanquish the formidable adversary. As the Minotaur wasn't an exceedingly challenging foe, its lumbering gait rendered its assault patterns quite predictable, allowing for effortless evasion. Nevertheless, its incredibly tough skin presented a significant challenge to inflict harm, should a critical weakness be exposed. However, the formidable beast quickly faltered and collapsed. Upon successfully delivering multiple powerful strikes, the combatants discovered the true resilience of its hide. The assailants kept artfully evading and striking. A single warrior launched their heavy-bladed weapon. It then embedded itself. Meanwhile, their comrades unleashed searing magical infernos. Its defeat was complete. Triumphant shouts filled the air when the monstrous foe finally toppled, swiftly followed by the quest's successful conclusion alert. All participants reveled joyfully. Yet, the formidable enemy required another decisive vanquishing. The group responsible for delivering the concluding strike found themselves ensnared within a shimmering column of energy, as any individuals who completed the objective were obligated to stay put until the allotted duration expired. Conversely, all other participants were required to seek out a different assembly. A quick look at Blackscythe resulted in an instant resignation. They understood his participation was an impossible fantasy. Concurrently, our main character experienced profound contentment from not prematurely vanquishing the primary foe. He resumed his ongoing pursuit of centaurs. The isolated group, confined within the luminous column, speculated about their final placement. During their break, observers then watched the lone champion fell a mythical beast with a solitary, perfect strike. The spectators marveled at his immense might, but remained baffled why the champion preferred collecting horse-like creatures to battling the main adversary. A keen observer among them grasped that if Blackscythe vanquished the boss at this moment, his standing would fall beneath the 50th position, indicating a strategic accumulation of points. Firmly convinced by their erroneous belief, the group concluded they had surpassed Blackscythe to claim the premier spot. Eventually, our hero, a one-person centaur extermination squad, triumphantly finished clearing the entire area of those creatures. His team, thoroughly tired, requested a brief time. A simple plea he, without hesitation, permitted, knowing that just the formidable boss, undoubtedly a creature with an attitude, remained to be vanquished. Minanjuri, looking completely dumbfounded, was astonished to learn that the centaur purging hunt had already finished. Blackscythe, with the calm demeanor of a seasoned centaur tracker, reassured her, explaining he'd meticulously employed his specialized tracking ability and definitively confirmed the utter lack of any remaining centaur. In that very moment, Saint Hiel, quite excitedly, then advised everyone to inspect their current player levels. Everyone was genuinely stunned, absolutely floored by the utterly colossal jump. Sang Chiel and Seo Afran, undoubtedly pinching themselves, both swiftly progressed from level 20 to an impressive 34. Manjari, matching the trend, jumped from 21 to 35, and then the mysterious star mage, Quite the overachiever, vaulted from 23 to 36. Our hero, doing a quick mental tally, realized everyone had gained a solid 13 to 14 levels. He himself, clearly on a roll, rocketed from 40 to 50, and received a truly enormous collection of items. Among the spoils were rare materials essential for crafting god-grade equipment, and every single person's gold now surpassed a staggering 100. Sang Heil, somewhat comically overwhelmed, simply couldn't figure out what to do with his vast new wealth. So, our hero, ever the pragmatist, suggested they should wisely purchase universal skills from the shop, specifically recommending abilities light. He particularly highlighted enhanced reflexes and basic resistance, adding a tip to browse the shop's daily special items, just in case something useful appeared. A suggestion Taeseok immediately heeded, launching into a buying frenzy. However, Black Scythe, clearly having his priorities straight, quickly interrupted their shopping spree, advising everyone to handle their purchases later and deal with the boss monster first. Our protagonist promptly activated his precise tracking skill, then, with unwavering focus, headed straight toward the battlefield. Players, seemingly out of nowhere, immediately surrounded him, urgently requesting he form a party. However, he flatly refused. He simply stated, with audacious confidence, his plan to personally defeat the boss alone. All onlookers were utterly flabbergasted by his bold statement, universally believing that not even Black Scythe could conquer the formidable boss monster alone. They immediately accused him of being ridiculously, even dangerously, arrogant, but our hero, ever the confident one, replied they were severely underestimating him, because if their collective could slay it, then he, alone, absolutely could as well. They stubbornly insisted, with conviction, that superior numbers were truly required. He, however, stubbornly believed mere numbers would offer no true advantage, as our hero, with a confident air, told his team to remain behind. He then walked straight toward the boss monster. The surrounding players, eager for drama, became quite keen to watch. While a crowd watches, Darkblade wants his secret move kept as quiet as a sleeping cat. Yet this moment serves as the ideal stage to flex his actual biceps of power, but proving he can turn that beefy cow into steak instantly. These amateurs will finally respect his dominance. The man adopts a combat pose, and onlookers think he looks like a confused flamingo doing yoga. Still, when the gap closes and violence is imminent, the digital gods start the cameras rolling. Because the match is not technically live, his motion qualifies as a sneaky early gesture. The giant angry hamburger sprints into his hitting zone. The main man whispers a short countdown and clicks the button for his spooky doom ability. Then he uses moon power. A wave of magic flies out and turns the monster into a headless trophy piece. While the big brute falls, every witness watches with quiet mouths. During that second, the protagonist lets an actual scary power shine bright. Once the cow is dead, Darkblade collects some fancy leather and arrested for heavy metal clothes, which might earn him a mountain of shiny gold coins. The protagonist looks toward the team and sees the mage guy looking totally lobotomized by shock. Even if that shadow wizard is fated for a life of sidekick service later, the champion chooses to keep things casual and not get too clingy today. Once the big monsters die, a holy spirit pops up to delete the losers instantly. People cry for mercy, while they get booted from the server permanently. Plus the winged lady starts reviewing the scoreboard for the winners. The squad that finished their fight early feels bamboozled, because they are not number one. However, the spirit clarifies that rankings are not about speed of arrival but duration of the actual duel. The angel mocks their slow time, and praises the dark warrior for finishing in 60 seconds flat. A witness pipes up, and as she looks deeper, the lady sees it was not a full minute, only a single heartbeat. The lady hands out goodies to the podium squads, making sure everyone knows that lazy bums get nothing while hard workers feast. A digital fanfare blares, since our boy just became the undisputed king of his local hood and the entire globe. Winning his zip code earned him a premium skull, bucket coupon. While ruling the world granted a mystery crate of elite items, the game asks him to select a single skull, tap from a trio of available choices. Because our Dark Reaper wants a fancy hat with plumes, the kid snatches that winged divine hedger. This shiny bucket offers a handy see-through power. Though it fails to mute his clunky boots, he figures a quiet mode rune will fix that noisy issue later. Next he scrolls through the menu of international victory prizes, because the boy possesses enough riches and hidden facts already. The lad snatches crafting supplies out of the offered items. The boy picks shiny divine powder. After the prizes land, every gamer gets booted back into their sweaty physical skin. Meanwhile, Director Mai hears someone pounding on his door. Upon swinging the door wide, he spots his deputy waiting patiently. Ma understands that hitching a ride with the Reaper leads to some insane leveling speed. Yet he wonders how many levels the man earned to appear like a kid on Christmas. His jaw hits the floor hearing about the 14-level boost, prompting a question about the Reaper carrying the whole group. Anna agrees, noting that while he grabbed some scraps, the massive experience jump was totally worth it, but remains at 20. But, shocked that his worker managed to hop right over his current rank. Noticing how even Seo surged ahead forced the director into some deep internal pondering. He is baffled that the Reaper popped those horse monsters in one hit, whereas his whole squad struggled immensely. And mentions the Reaper also vaporized the big boss with a blink, and miss, it move that decapitated the beast instantly. This revelation makes Ma truly grasp the massive canyon of skills separating their power levels. Shadow warriors are certainly tough, but they look like clumsy toddlers next to the Reaper's might. Ma hopes to match that power upon reaching 40. Vowing to spend every waking second grinding experience, feeling thankful the protagonist finally lit a fire under his lazy butt. The boss man intends to provide a massive gift when their paths eventually intersect again, and debates whether that mysterious prophet is still breathing, questioning if he can actually help track down Black Scythe. The boss orders that Scout to verify rather than guess him, then asks about his training. Soon bragged about being a master stalker. His superior sends that guy on a late night cleaning trip to practice those maneuvers, making him think his employer is a vampire as dawn approaches, but Mud insists it is cool since their indoor wet work will not disturb any of the neighbors outside. Honestly, the boss thinks this climate is a spa day for his nerves. Elsewhere, Tae-sok is currently lying down, haunted by the memory of the terrifyingly massive strength and magic of his idol, Black Scythe. He views our protagonist as a literal deity, a being so legendary that Tae-sok feels like a mere ant looking at a skyscraper, and he is desperate to settle his debt, hating how his job class is just for decoration, since the guy is basically luggage inside this simulation. He ponders if there are helpful chores to perform in reality. Pondering the essential needs of any deity, he realizes that every immortal requires a group of loyal fanboys. At home, the protagonist rolls out of bed feeling a bit chilly. A sketchy-looking long-distance phone number starts blowing up his cell, and hitting the green button. That foreign guy starts talking immediately. The traveler expresses gratitude for the secret tips, vowing to reveal every detail after landing on Korean soil. Our guide is shocked because this plot twist is new, while Russell thinks the quiet means he is being a jerk. By tomorrow, the protagonist is playing chauffeur at the terminal for his freshly imported buddy. The visitor feels like blabbering about everything, yet manages to zip his lip for a while longer. Gazing at a glorious mountain of delicious snacks and meals, he feels dazzled. However, he won't eat anything without coughing up some cash. Our hero treats him to dinner, then casually asks the hammer swinger to fix his gear like a loyal repair bot. The smith happily hammers away to mend that spooky ancient floating sphere, yet the man believes this help is barely enough. This fellow mentions hunting for 6 full hours like a fanatic before that fight, confessing that minus extra power, his life would end. The smith mentions reaching rank 20, and, looking pretty bashful, asking if he actually has a shot at being the best crafter. The protagonist promises they will win big together, and then inquires if the smith looked into that juicy investment tip he shared. Russ quips that he instantly birthed a banking profile and dumped slightly over half the suggested duff inside, but then he asks what this firm actually does to win, wondering how they print all that money. Ryu notices his buddy skipped the homework before betting the farm, so he figures it is time for a proper corporate show and tell, relaxing right beside the central gaming hub. Russ stares at the fancy walls while crying internally over his spent savings, wondering if the bricks are made of gold. May loot. The champion barks while clarifying the situation, swearing the gold belongs solely to himself and no one else, while questioning how the dude survives on just 30% of his remaining lunch money, seeing his pal is basically broke. The lead guy agrees to toss him another 10,000 credits when things sell down. While walking in, Russ frets about crashing the party uninvited. Yet Ryu claims he practically runs the joint despite lacking a fancy nameplate. He notes the firm just got a fresh makeover, and ditched its old identity for something much more profitable. Russ thinks that if the gains are that good he can skip the boring pitch, though he still craves the juicy details. The protagonist swears this is the sort of enterprise that would make any hardcore gamer drool with envy. Once indoors, Ryu spots him guarding the entrance like a grumpy bulldog, suggesting someone important is hiding in the room. The guard flinches upon seeing the man, while the champion mentions he hauled along a wealthy outsider, and demands a quick chat with the big manager upstairs. That guard begs for a timeout, claiming a mystery visitor is already hogging the boss's focus. Ryu figures Ma locked the door on purpose and realizes the staff are just behaving like obedient little corporate sheep. Yet his interest regarding that secret guest peaks, shaking slightly, and reveals that the boss's future wife is currently hiding inside. and the champion immediately understands why he was stalled at the gateway. That boss looks shocked seeing the hero. Plus when the protagonist mocks him for needing a calendar invite, stammers some weak excuse about being a terrible communicator. Our guy knows it is a lie, since Ma thinks seers are just magic telescopes with no real muscles or influence. Ma says sorry and promises the door is always open, admitting that the surprise visit just rattled his tiny brain. The lead guy finally glimpses that famous lady, that solitary legendary healer on the planet who managed to dodge death all the way to the 15th level. Much like stat boosters, these holy healers are the backbone of any squad. Their level 60 revival trick is insanely broken, bringing back dead putties within 10 minutes, because having a spare life is basically cheating. Ryu only hunted Ma down for Kristen, and though she appeared way too soon, he must recruit her to survive the 20th floor. Ma introduces the lady. Despite the fellow being fully aware of his pending marital doom, the gentleman offers a smooth greeting while praising her genetic jackpot. The lady realizes the wizard caught her bluff, leading to a quick apology for her creative truths. Our protagonist gets the weird vibes, but laments that the girl lacked faith in his cool factor. The main character intends to spill beans regarding the upcoming contest to the woman, tossing the assistant into the hallway before crashing the inner sanctum. His companion presents the fellow like a corporate char, a supervisor, plus a crystal ball enthusiast who predicts winning numbers. The blonde looks bamboozled. However, our savior swears by his magic powers, and offers cheat codes for the 7th stage. She chimes in how every specific claim from the spooky guy was purely factual. The girl asks why she's getting the insider trading, so the lead offers the upcoming stage secrets without charging a fee. Her face screams that she thinks he might be selling snake oil. He suggests they ignore shiny distractions, noting that talking too much might accidentally cause a massive disaster. He advises they recite that wisdom just like some holy jingle before dropping a final plot twist. The Reaper intends to visit her during the 11th challenge, though the lady shouldn't fret since a magical rescue rope will fall from the sky. Eventually, the lady finds herself buckled into a metal bird. She ponders the meeting, suspecting her old man might have suffered a literal brain aneurysm hearing such nonsense. The mystic promised to rescue, but kept the hero's identity a secret, leaving her smelling a very suspicious rat. She questions whether the psychic is getting trolled, considering those very shallow and vague summaries of events. After the touchdown, she gasps seeing the holy clergyman lurking, who claims he was commanded to act as her personal babysitter for the ride, plus the pair departs instantly. Within the glimmering manor, the servant shouts that the lady is back, guiding her into the holy man's chamber. The girl informs her daddy that the fellow is behaving, and hasn't forgotten his basic social manners. However, the spark is missing. The preacher assumes romantic vibes will magically appear after half a year passes, yet the woman refuses to view this as real dating. He argues how joining the wealthy empire is a goldmine, betting that love will eventually show up late. A daughter suspects the guy has hidden skeletons, but her pops yells at that girl for lacking mental focus. The lady brings up must startup, something the priest mocks as total greed, but his own kid mocks him for showing that exact same selfish vibe. He claims her talent is holy, and supported by literal heavenly spirits, stubbornly ignoring the reality of their sketchy origins. As he probes into how Ma utilizes that unique magical talent, Priz mentions his silver or bronze rank while planning a community trade hub alongside a shady buddy who supposedly sees upcoming events like a wizard. The lady mentions the Circe visions and 7th round data, though she admits the guide is probably a liar. The preacher recommends she snuggle up closer to that visionary, she argues, since the man constantly foresees her funeral, which she labels a total scam. Her dad cautions her that backstabbing snakes might be hiding among her fans. However, she notes being the local boss keeps her entirely out of danger. He nods, yet pushes for safety. Once she exits, the preacher phones Jeff to report the spooky guy's vision of his kid dying. Should that omen fail, he tells Jeff to find the facts and promises pain for the Circe lie. This star character initiates a web call during which the director asks whether he has finally picked a few potential leaders for the open roles. Minru clarifies he chose 30 people using their power stats plus local standing, yet that dark blade dude is nowhere. The guy additionally tracked those oddballs that boss named, specifically Celestial Ghost plus Brainless Fool, yet they vanished completely, so the leader tells Yenti to start trials, pick 5 winners, and switches the conversation to something else entirely. The group chats about politician Lee, who spends his time insulting gamers in public. Boss plans to crush him post-firing, thinking the real villains are lawyers, and suits trying to chain down warriors with annoying new rules and laws. That official trader portal goes online without issues, where countless gamers sign in to start posting their loot for sale. Our guy sees how desperately people need cash, based on the weird garbage they are peddling online. Grabbing his mobile, he begins panicked, buying every rare craftable resource like a maniac. Minru picks out specific components so he might build 3 rare gear pieces and prepares those for shipping. He then hunts for mana rocks. Noting that the famous ones cost more than a month's rent, he discovers merely trashy rocks yet scoops up every last pebble anyway. After 48 hours, a close buddy walks inside the flat and encounters a cardboard box apocalypse. Our main man explains his internet shopping spree and starts ripping open all the loot. Once he checked the delivery details, he begins smashing the scraps. Starting with shiny pebbles, he mashes 16 pathetic rocks into one glorious, tough, pure magic gemstone. He repeats this madness many times, creating a pile of high-end, glowing jewelry. Then, the guy stuffs those gems into his gear, increasing the slicing power of his oversized butter knife. He buffs the speed hat with beefy stats, plus upgrades the hobo rags with more muscle power, while injecting 16 points into every single attribute on his sparkly defensive finger jewelry. After finishing his crafting spree, he realizes his stats broke 200, even without those temporary murder or holy enhancements. With extra juice active, those digits might skyrocket toward 6 or even 900. Additionally, our protagonist slots 7 diverse sparkly gems to trigger the fabulous multicolored power surge. That makes him 50% more stubborn. Adding the neck jewelry bonus, the ring protection, and his natural thick skin creates a massive wall. The fancy math ensures he shrubs off nasty debuffs about 82% of the time like a boss. Right now, our hero stands alone as the gem king since he bought every decent rock in existence. New supply will arrive eventually, yet market scarcity will inflate the price of garbage rocks into a massive stack of cash. He saves the special scrap, thinking it is smarter to glue them onto legendary armor later for maximum efficiency. He intends to hold off until hitting level 60 before merging his precious shiny bits. While constantly hunting for more weird and rare gem, suddenly, he spots a godly ingredient for sale online and turns into a human statue from pure amazement. Regardless of rank, the equipment exists in 6 distinct flavors of quality. Shops only sell decent loot, whereas godly gear demands complex merging using components that are incredibly annoying to hunt down. It is not completely hopeless, just super painful. Currently, just a single massive green boss yields that undying skin scrap, and the probability is basically 0. Noticing that specific item listed proves someone slaughtered the beast, and our protagonist has a very good hunch. He recognizes the culprit is powerful enough to squash monsters and owns that lucky loot. Grabbing stone, should that merchant actually be the villain? This post represents a spicy lure for a lethal trap. This physical meetup condition simply validates his absolute worst suspicions. Regardless, our hero chooses to verify the post by texting the suspicious merchant. He bids 900,000, and the merchant says he is faster than a hungry dog. He leans in harder by acting like a total noob, asking if 800,000 is okay. The creep agrees out of fake pity, confirming that he is indeed the psycho from before. He schedules the date while expecting a total disaster. This setup is clearly a trap for fools, so our hero intends to crash the party immediately. He needs to move before more idiots get whacked, and that shiny legendary gear disappears. The merchant dragged 20 smelly man buddies around just to spawn a boss, and nearly died in the process. The merchant is totally livid that our protagonist attempted to snatch his gear for only 800,000. He wants blood for that financial insult, while another poor loser begs for mercy nearby. The merchant mocks the man's pain, pokes a hole in his throat, and waits for the next victim like a bored kid. Every single thing seemed totally dull. 0 thing sparked his joy, and that hollow sensation followed him all through those awkward teenage years. He hit the books like a nerd just to please his parents, always landing at the top, but that got old so he gave up, causing his parents to yell until he found the magic virtual world. Nonetheless, the ties turned because his lucky looting skill made the virtual world feel like home. He scored a great start with tons of rare loot and a shaman mask that let him swap jobs, making the game fun. He planned to ask for a sequel after winning, since murdering monsters was such a delightful hobby. That dealer fondly remembers every single soul he extinguished plus the massive rush he felt. He stayed out of jail since he was a kid, playing hide and seek with the law until reaching 20. Save. He never got caught, but if some lucky prey survived, he would just hex them with spooky magic and let them rot away very slowly. A rustle in the shadows signals that his next delivery of fresh meat has finally arrived. He plans to make a dead body go kaboom and turn the newcomer into human confetti. The protagonist strolls into the dark street while the maniac prepares his explosive welcome party, but our boy halts and asks about the skin lotion, telling the camper to come out already. However, the murderer keeps hiding, praying the guy takes a few more steps toward the massive explosion area. Though weighing that spooky phobia hacks, he finds it remarkably boring, stopping just shy of the peril perimeter, making the vendor show his face. As the assassin notes his target's pause, pondering if the jig is finally up. Regardless, he assumes the mark remains clueless regarding that rotting body or those fancy boom powers. Our lad starts hurling some burns, labeling him a total funny, charging him with bamboozling folks using those imaginary marketplace ads. That merchant starts swaying buckets because his intended meal is now running the entire show. The protagonist keeps roasting him, claiming he is swindling gamers in this digital realm. Eventually, the shady dealer crumbles, showing the hidden loot. Once he verifies it's not fake, grinning, our main man promptly deletes that merchant slim with one quick slice. That murderer starts screeching painfully, baffled that his victim stayed put, refusing to budge a single millimeter. Within a heartbeat, the champion blinks away, manifesting right at his back. That slayer begins witnessing two-fold, warping directly behind the guy. He casually snatches that prize without breaking a sweat. The hitman frantically attempts casting his panic spell, only to be horrified when nothing actually happens. While our champion delivers a massive knuckle sandwich straight to his nose, the assassin feels dazed by the absolute raw horsepower packed in that punch. Our lead keeps tenderizing the villain until the lights go out upstairs. Afterwards, the champion repairs his health, just to resume the pummeling session. Our lead character continues hammering that dude without any mercy. Just as the slayer's spooky hacks finally comes off cooldown, our champion reacts by jamming thumbs into those peepers. He chillingly notes how his folks would be totally ashamed of such a loser. Feeling quite hopeless, that murderer pulls a blade, yet our champion boots him onto the soil. Missing the limb and lacking vision, pure terror begins rattling his bones. Thinking the credits are finally rolling, that murdery guy abruptly recalls his nasty snare and chooses to drag his enemy into the dark pit. One giant fireball goes boom, attracting every single nosy neighbor nearby. Upon their arrival, authorities are currently barricading the street, blaming some leaky stove, and making folks stay far away. Simultaneously, our hero is chilling in a closest-sized apartment with his captive. This hitman, goes by the goofy alias Stupid Dummies, matching mess rank for silver or bronze medals everywhere. Regardless of Jixiang's skills, the protagonist won to escort a murderer past stage 20. Yet he serves as excellent bait for slaying monsters. Until then, that glistening loot boosting stone our villain holds is worth a massive fortune. This gadget makes loot rain down while hunting, jacking up elite monster rewards by a massive tenfold. While the creep keeps breathing, he collects shiny loot for the auction house, but the obvious catch is his hobby of slaying people. Plus, should our hero grant him freedom, blameless civilians will surely keep meeting their maker. Our protagonist patches up his rival one last time. After Juxian finally awakens, he must embrace his pathetic fate, as our lead made sure those lost parts remain unattached, ruining his statting future. Only the virtual corpse yields rewards, and since that villain never glimpsed the assailant's true face, he has no way of finding the culprit. A few moments later, Juxiang finally rouses from his nap, feeling quite groggy. Plus he feels shocked to have survived that massive alleyway explosion. The criminal suddenly recollects how his agony intensifies upon noticing that a limb has vanished as well. He screams nasty insults at our main character, until a tiny note catches his teary eyes. This note clarifies that Memu never actually chopped that limb off. Our hero almost ended that creep for revenge. Yet since the fireball took his limb, the murderer should feel incredibly blessed to breathe. It cautions him against more mischief unless he enjoys dying, emphasizing that Memu has his home address and private social security number. That Juxium guy feels utterly flabbergasted that the massive blast failed to murder his rival and merely. The villain ponders his duration of slumber, while Memu performs such wizardry, subsequently fumbling around his empty pockets. The man feels utter horror discovering his mobile device and money have vanished. Utterly livid plus socially ruined, that fellow begins hollering and promises to exact a future vengeance. Simultaneously, the main dude chills at a local eatery while his lady friend joyfully consumes some show. The guy proposes visiting this joint frequently, however she notes that his schedule remains perpetually jammed. The protagonist admits she is correct. Navigating weekend server shindigs and mundane office conferences makes relaxation a distant fantasy. Additionally, roaming about is tough because some creep might be shadowing his every step. Currently as well, he is completely certain that a level 20 shadow killer named Jeff is observing him. The dad of Chris, a man named Nate, employed Jeff to track the protagonist. The protagonist failed to spot his tail until firing up his awareness skill, which revealed Jeff was nearby. Yet the lurker stayed hidden, implying that the shadowy killer utilized some sort of cloaking talent. Clearly, Jeff was lacking his own detection powers, since he followed our man with such hilarious lack of subtlety. Once the hero knew about his shadow, he decided to pull a switcheroo, and trailed Jeff instead. Once Jeff turned off his ghost mode, The hero recognized him, and telepathically scanned his brain to find out the motive. Apparently Chris spilled some tea to Pops regarding that seer, causing the old man to investigate our protagonist after hearing a grim prediction regarding her own demise. Def could stalk him indefinitely, because while wearing his disguise, the hero just appeared to be a regular guy traveling between his office and house. The girl wonders once more if just avoiding any lures is the only thing she must recall. The protagonist agrees with her simple assessment, since he understands she would botch things if she knew the task, and failing results in an early grave. He strictly forbids his chosen allies from kicking the bucket until reaching the 20th level. His primary mission involves keeping a maximum number of folks breathing. Furthermore, he begs the young lady to remain functional until the concluding game. When the subsequent stage kicks off, the divine messenger says 430. 4 folks made it, then announces another grand territory mashup. 10 territories get squashed together, pushing the total body count to nearly 5,000 participants. The celestial being presents the combined district and gets ready to nominate a local manager to oversee the whole place. Witnessing that appointment ritual, the main guy realizes he absolutely must grab that leadership position again. Securing that leadership role awards him major power back in his normal life. Plus, this level's side hustle prize features that fancy brain protecting rock called the Rune of Mental Barrier. It is one of 18 mandatory pieces needed for blocking Amit's annoying magical powers from melting his mind. Failure is not an option as he gears up to snag the big winner's trophy, and that specific shiny rock. Celestial beings start bickering about which person gets stuck being the face of the neighborhood. A flying guy recalls Priscilla's old gambling habit where she wears a crown if her home team scores another victory. Those folks want an encore performance. Priscilla wants a bloody gladiator fight for old times' sake, but a coworker immediately shuts her down. Her neighborhood is packing heat with Black Scythe, the only level 50 freak around, making any brawl a total landslide. Muscle-based matches were scrapped due to that overpowered monster. Now the plan is to pick whoever finishes stage 7 the fastest. Since punching stuff won't help much, the Hell Wearer shouts that speed is king today, and starts detailing the 7th mission for the waiting crowd. Crowds gape at the board, which shows only weird squiggles, making them think the software totally crashed. That winged lady explains that this mission is actually a secret hide, and seek gain for their lives. The lady exits. A scary 2-hour clock starts ticking. The gamers get super salty at the flying jerks for keeping secrets and hate being unpaid detectives today. Simultaneously, his old squad walks over and begs for some juicy inside info on the current mystery task. The protagonist plays dumb, mentioning that the quest board looks like a cat walked across a keyboard. Scythe offers some juicy gossip, leading the main man to ask where that secret info came from. Scythe mentioned his source is a magical fortune teller. Once that source gets named, our protagonist realizes his old pal is a massive security risk. Our hero acts surprised. Scythe argues that the psychic is always right and asks Seo Hyun to back him up, which she does. Now our hero knows the lady is a liar who cannot be trusted. While Scythe blabs about the stage secrets, Minjuri glimpsed a clue, and asks if that spooky fortune teller is just a guy named Ryu Min. Right then, a quartet of folks discovers the true face and existence of that Minryu person. It is fine if they stay clueless about his alter ego, but he needs to ditch these losers fast, acting like a total dummy regarding the fate reveal. Our champ thinks scattering like marbles to find crumbs is best, saying, chill whines about safety in numbers. Yet our guy claims grouping up is a waste of time since it might not be a team mission. The fellow nods, so the whole squad just wanders off. Jury asks whether venturing alone is required, then departs once the Black Scythe grants his approval. Once the gang clears out, the main guy stays solo, easing deeply about that secret mission stuff, until a random, high-pitched screech echoes out. Our hero sprints toward the noise and discovers the lady appearing like a crumpled piece of waste paper upon the floor, while a valiant warrior inspects the damage on Churi. The lady blurted out his birth alias without warning. His brain glitches for a second, because she actually figured out his secret identity. Jury mentions how her internal radar was constantly pinging whenever the man acted shady, and she was just playing dumb this whole entire time. The lady confesses that playing dumb felt like a total nightmare to endure. Minryu starts batching Jury up instantly, noticing the victim was barely 2 seconds from meeting the Reaper. After her physical state completely recovers, the lady blabs how Sangchil was the lone villain responsible for hitting her. Pure rage boils inside the guy's veins while hunting down the traitorous Sangchil. Then, the villainous Sangchil suddenly materializes right behind the man's back. Hearing that Punt call him the Prophet verifies his knowledge that Minryu is secretly the Dark Blade guy. A truth squeezed from Jury via some nasty pain inducement. That jerk mentions feeling stunned that such a pathetic-looking wimp like Minryu could be the legendary Reaper. which causes the lead character to desire performing physical alterations using only knuckles. However, the warrior holds back sufficiently to inquire why the villain attacked Juri before anyone else. Sangchil mentions frostily that assaulting her helped fetch data, thinking that Big Boss Ma would give him a gold star for the intel he gathered, but the leading guy possesses zilch desire to allow this villain to remain among the living. Sangchil vows to trigger that concealed explosive on Juri unless the main guy follows every single order. Minryu feels a massive wave of shock once the villain admits that Taeseok served as the accomplice who helped rig the girl. Right about now, the actual purpose behind the Shadow Sprout power finally clicks, representing a gimmick gloomy wizards unlock upon reaching stage 40, permitting those casters to plant that seed in any spot to call forth random hellspawn for some chaos. Text. And the spooky dilemma involves what occurs if that object gets shoved into a human carcass. Our friend Minryu has stunned his loyal follower hit the massive level 40 milestone already. That jerk wizard smugly refuses to deactivate the ticking spicy meatball, noting his loyalty toward the black side. The legend came from surviving old scrapes. However, if the boss looks like a failure lately, then being a fanboy is trash. Seeing he was completely double-cross, Minryu demands an explanation, insisting on a pinky swear that Minjuri stays safe during this. Now Sangchil starts cackling loudly. Our main character thinks they want spoilers for the next round, or secret loot locations. However, Sangchil explains he just really hates being played like a cheap fiddle by some fake fortune teller. The request is for Minryu to delete his own character, while they spectate, swearing to let Minjuri go if he obeys. No stalling. The guy puts a blade to his throat and starts the slicing process, finishing the secret task to protect Minjuri. The game announces a hidden objective was actually live this whole time. The guy known as Black Scythe cleared that core getaway trial in roughly 120 minutes. Plus the bonus goal of offing himself without any second thoughts. He thinks back that the 7th stage goal was fleeing the mental trap. Had he realized it was fate, the mission wouldn't have moved forward. To win in, he used his special authority on his own brain before starting. When the clock runs, the dream begins, and being aware stops the victory. Thus, he hypnotized his own mind into overlooking that fake world before the mission concluded. Our protagonist programmed his mind beforehand to guarantee Minjuri's safety. Despite the possibility of a personal death, the hero additionally bolstered his inner strength, since he understood the dream might weaponize his fears, mostly worrying about companions being snakes alongside the chance of his real name leaking out. Utilizing the girl Minjuri as a mental hook, the game logic tried to trick him into doing something fatal. Because he prepped like a mastermind, the whole gambit worked perfectly. Just then, the lady named Seo Oran appears, having finished her private mission. That chick shares her romantic secrets, mentioning she is definitely hooked but just recently found the bravery to speak out. Prior to her finishing, the Dark Reaper instantly decapitates her inside that fake dream, taking off the primary goal of ditching the sparkly bait. Since the Dark Warrior smashes Seo Oran's fake little palm, the mission ends for good. That Wayne ref is totally floored that a mere mortal won so fast, and he sprints away to tell the Reaper guy that he totally smashed the record for being the hallucination. Some glowy barrier sticks around until the timer for everyone else hits 0, though he figures out the main task was just a big vibe check for resisting shiny stuff. This mission steals your search history to build custom traps involving gold, hot dates, or avoiding physical suffering. Gamers who let the clock run out while distracted were those who quit the scene too early. Loose, and since leaving the dream gives a score based on speed, the side assumes he won in a heartbeat. Out of nowhere, every person pops back. Once the Skadoot explains the mission specifics, the crowd is totally baffled to hear the secret task involved murdering their own mental images. Their confusion grows when the scoreboard lists the Scythe as the champion of his area and the world. The game offers him props, handing over a mystery lottery slip for topping the local leaderboard, plus a fancy loot box for being the best player on the entire planet. Priscilla wears the crown again, because her scary friend secured the win. While the Flying Holy guys start deleting every single loser who didn't make the cut, our dark hero becomes the official regional spokesperson, which gives him some boss powers to mess with things in the physical world. Furthermore, because he ignored Yami's tricks, he can now manage the gamer social network like an all-powerful admin. During this time, Ma finally wakes up, doubting if those weird scenes were just a bunch of fake mental movies. The guy observed his brothers trying to end him, worrying those images were a peek at his coming days. Ma understands he needs to scale the business fast, so his moody old man finally feels proud. However, he never actually found out that the cool guy goes by the name Black Scythe. Since there was zero fighting involved, maybe Minryu just hung around and finished the level slowly on purpose. He encounters Minjuri once more, but acts very shy, sensing she is now quite rattled. He wonders if the 7th stage was messy. She turns red, as he suggests that the girl delete those memories. The prophet claims he sought a meeting to spill level 8 secrets. He purposely lets that spy eavesdrop on their little private chat, figuring these secrets will surely impress the girl after she listens. Meanwhile, the big boss spots a fresh post uploaded lightning fast. Tad hails the juniorma for grabbing loot, calling him a business shark. Unlike that rival, the chief is a mortal unable to use posts. Salty, he blames his foe, dreaming of having actual gaming skills. The head honcho heads over for a secret chat with Yami, noting 3 slayers passed the exam, then ordering the next stage of their plan for tomorrow. Nathan suggests to the girl, keep that psychic nearby for luck. The daughter is baffled. Dad believes him after just one lucky guess. The priest says his spy found the guy is a boring commuter. That big boss trusts the guy. Right then, Jeffrey brings the full tea regarding round 8. That guy says player deeds dictate the pain, while points will fluctuate wildly. Plus, starting from stage 8, random background actors will finally appear.